will be officially go live, let's say, into the grid in November 13. We also have the e-cars project, e-mobility project. Within 1 month, in the past 30 days, we have received applications for funding the purchase of e-cars that represent 40% of the total sales. And of course, electric bicycles rank first. According to the EU directive, we have promoted a new model on the protection of protected areas, a plan which is commensurate to the ones applied in Ireland, Austria, Portugal. Also, protection of Natura areas will be now funded using more European funds compared to any other European funds used by any previous Greek government. Talking about waste management. Apart from settling a set of pending issues like in Aegean or in the island of Lefkada, we accelerate tendering of 17 waste management plants in 2020. So, for you to know, to put it in perspective, currently in our country, over the past years since the establishment of our state, we have only 6 plants operating, and now we want to call the tender for 17 more. And a few weeks ago, we have the National Waste Management Plan tabled in the Parliament to be voted and then sent to the European Commission. For all these actions, we will be using the European financial instruments. 37% of this money will have to be channeled to Green Deal, to green-related projects. We have already submitted our proposals to the competent government's committee, but I would like to emphasize on 2 specific areas. A, circular economy and waste management, and B, urban planning and space management. Now, A, circular economy and waste management. I would like to point out the following. Apparently, despite the progress, we have many things to take care of, because we try within 4 years to do all the things that have not been done for the past decades. Tomorrow, we will table in the Parliament the new bill for withdrawal of single-use plastics. As a result of this bill, a number of such we will have a set of plastic products that whose use will be discontinued as of March 1st, 2020. Of 1st July 2021. We're talking about straws, plastic plates or cups. All these products will be withdrawn. What we do is we implement these provisions 6 months before the European law provides. In the same bill, we will ask all catering organizations to use reusable cutlery, and also give a discount to those clients who use their own reusable cutlery, plates, etc. Also, we have the DRS system in place, which is a rewarding system for recycling, which means every citizen who returns his plastic or her plastic to the point of sale, he or she will get back an amount of money in the form of a guarantee voucher. Which has already been, let's say, mapped or linked to a certain commodity made of plastics. Also, apart from plastics, we are working on a new bill to harmonize the Greek law with European directives 851 and 852 on waste management. This bill will be passed before the end of this year. In this bill, we will have various arrangements and provisions aiming at dealing with daily issues of waste management in Greece. But it will be in this bill where, amongst others, we will deploy three specific targets. A, we strengthen recycling by establishing three different flows of recyclable materials in all public areas and public buildings, because it is the state, the public sector, that has to become the paradigm using these different streams of recyclable materials. Also, in new construction sites, we will have major bins or containers for these different streams. So every new construction site will have to have these 4 different containers for every stream. We will also enforce the so-called make money as long as make money. The more I sort items, the more I will gain. This is freely translated, which means the more our citizens proceed with recycling, the less municipal fees they will pay. It's not just theory or fun. It's something already applied in various European countries, and I'm really happy that in this municipality where the hotel is, the municipality of Vouliagmeni, there is also a pilot project underway for this kind of approach. Third, the fines imposed by the European Union on the Greek budget, or the Greek sovereign budget, which means all taxpayers, to the municipalities, are sent to the municipalities and to the organizations and companies that fail to properly manage their waste. It's unacceptable that we have all taxpayers to pay for the wrongdoings of others. Each one has to pay for his or her deeds. It's not about hiding behind the entire population, because there are other municipalities who have done what they were supposed to do. So, these are just some of our, let's say, interventions or provisions with respect to waste management and circular economy. Now, point B, space, urban planning and space management. I'm not going to go into detail about the new urban planning bill. It's something that the experts and the stakeholders are well aware of. But let me tell you the following, that this new bill on urban planning and space management includes provisions which are pro-growth, of course. For instance, there is a provision that if we have expropriations again and again by the public, this does not mean that the property of a single individual will be, let's say, frozen for many years. There are certain arrangements that will promote, that will boost growth. There will be other provisions and other arrangements to protect the property and the value of the citizens' property, plus other provisions to protect the environment. These provisions will, in turn, if you come to think about it, will increase the value of a citizen's property, because one's property has no value if the environment surrounding this property is destroyed. Let me stick to these last provisions about the construction of buildings in areas that are not covered by the urban planning plan. So, please, we have the state of affairs in Greece is not something you can find in any other European country. Not even half a European country has the same kind of arrangements that, like the ones we have here in Greece, for the so-called illegitimate building or building a house or an edifice in areas not covered by the urban planning plan. I know there is a lot of misinformation about these provisions of the urban planning bill, about exceptions and deviations from the plan. Some people say that these provisions will affect those having small value properties. No, this is wrong, because as a result of what we have already announced about local urban planning plans and schemes, is something that demystifies these fake accusations, because we also give incentives to people to build their own houses until the local urban planning schemes or plans are finalized. Let me remind you that our effort to draft the local urban planning and space management plans started in Greece in 1976. After 44 years, we have covered no more than 20% of the country's territory. So we have almost 80% of our country not covered by these space management plans, and the plans currently in effect, the overwhelming majority of them, are obsolete. So, as I have already stated in the opening remarks of our government when we took office, we move forward. We move forward in a very organized way in order to draft and finalize the local urban planning and space management plans, which will change the state of the current state of affairs completely. Let me now announce that today, apart from the provisions already under consultation, once the bill is tabled, it will be accompanied by a specific action plan. Because we're not interested in being another government talking big about these things. No, we are interested in being a government of action, of deeds. That's why we have already started drafting the required specifications for the designs to follow. Designs on specific building coefficient, on designating municipal streets, so that after the bill is passed, these arrangements will take effect very soon, very quickly. After the bill is passed, we will finance a fast-track scheme to designate municipal streets and alleys. This will facilitate special touristic areas so that local street access and street network will be established in line with the Supreme Court's decisions. This will facilitate other initiatives like a register of bidders in public tenders. Also, a register of contractors or auditors for state projects related to constructions. Last but not least, we will immediately call a tender for the local urban planning and space management plans. All these things will be funded by the European Union. This is not theory. This is not just another promise by another government. We will do that. We will have these plans. No. There will be a competent coordinator who will be dealing with these issues on a 24/7 basis. He will be charged with that solely, so that this law on urban planning will not be just another law. It will be an act that will change things completely. So, the bottom line, current discussion on building beyond the space management plans will be completely different in a few years, because this major reform we are about to enforce will change the image of our country completely. Greece will become purely European, and of course at the same time it will protect the citizens' property and the environment. So, dear citizens, please take into account all our provisions as a whole, link one provision, one bill with the other, and understand the interaction between them, because otherwise they will not have they will not get the full picture of what we're trying to do. So, it's wrong to say that in these two articles of the bill, our property is being devalued, while we have a set of other articles doing completely the opposite. So there's no point in talking about the value of one's property, and there's no reason of accusing the government of devaluing one's property when, as I said before, a property values nothing if the environment is destroyed. Ladies and gentlemen, I just gave you two examples of our approach to promoting sustainable development in the fields of circular economy and waste management and urban planning. These initiatives are included in the overall agenda of the Mitsotakis government that, as I said before, include energy saving, electrical interconnections, e-mobility, waste management, circular economy, protection of biodiversity. A few months ago, I have said that the progress in these fields will be a major challenge for our country, given the standpoint of ours as we speak. One might say that just 12 months after we took office, the progress already registered is visible. We are determined to move to the same direction because we believe that this is our patriotic duty to do, nothing else.
Thank you very much, Minister. Before we move on, I have one quick question for you, not related specifically to any of the central points that you made, but somewhat broader. And speaking as a citizen of the dark and murky and increasingly remote British Isles, I'm struck by Greece's what appears to be fairly slow progress on making its energy mix more sustainable. So coal, oil in particular, still very, very strong elements of the energy mix here in Greece. And natural gas is growing as a source of energy, but it's still outweighed by both of those sources. Fully renewable. I mean, this is a country of 6,000 islands, bathed in wonderful sunshine. But the progress on developing renewable sources of energy looks sort of fairly slow, and even in a European context, in much darker, gloomier places seem to be making faster progress. Is there a reason for that, and what's your government's plan to address it?
It is not absolutely true that we are lagging behind. We met the European objectives historically, but of course it doesn't mean that we must not accelerate our, let's say, efforts. We submitted to the European Commission, last December, we submitted to the European Commission an ambitious energy and climate plan, providing for an increase, 100% increase of renewables in the energy mix, 35% by 2030, 60% as regards the electricity production by 2030. That's why we adopted a law last June simplifying the licensing process in Greece as regards renewables. I think that the market responded in a positive way. There are positive comments as regards this new law, but of course, as I said, we'll continue our efforts in many fronts, including the decarbonization process I mentioned, the underwater electricity interconnections linking mainland Greece with our islands, the electrical mobility, the protection of biodiversity. Certainly we have to do a lot of things. We have a very ambitious agenda. We try to be concrete, and certainly we have a Prime Minister who is considered in Brussels as a green Prime Minister. And we try not only to have ambitious plans, but also to implement this ambitious policy as soon as possible.
Super. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, well, let's move on. Again, really happy to welcome Dimitri Papalexopoulos, Chairman of the Board of the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises. Dimitri, will you give us some introductory words? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will also speak in Greek as instructed. Kalimera και από
Good morning, everyone. I would like, in my turn, to focus on one topic, and this is green growth. And in these difficult times, dealing at the same time an unprecedented pandemic, an economic crisis and a humanitarian crisis, I would like, nevertheless, to share with you three positive thoughts on what is happening around us at European and national level. The first thought is the pandemic, instead of slowing, it accelerates our adjustment to the big challenges of our times, digital revolution and green development growth. Pandemic brought our digital future closer, but what we need to think is that this feeling of insecurity, this understanding how vulnerable the edifice around us is, has reinforced social and political will to accelerate the decarbonization of our economy and green growth. EU has adopted this ambitious target of climate neutrality by 2050 and more aggressive intermediate targets, goals for 2030. The question is not who the proper goal is, but on how to achieve this goal so as first, the rest of 90% of the globe follow as fast as possible, and second, to protect the European competitiveness and energy sufficiency at a competitive cost for everyone. So what we seek is to have an ambitious Green Deal as a triangle. The top of the triangle will be climate neutrality and an integrated energy policy. Europe is working towards this direction right now, and I think not idealistically, but practically, I want to believe, trying to deal with all geopolitical and issues and realities. The second thought of mine, businesses internationally are transformed in a locomotive of green growth. They have a positive agenda on green growth. They don't see only the costs and limitations in order to achieve a global goal. They see opportunities as well, opportunities to deal with the expectations of consumers for innovation, new markets, new products and services. This alignment of businesses, society and political will historically is a good omen. We are at the forefront of a fast growth and development. Third thought, for our country, if we play our cards right, the next 5 years will be an unprecedented opportunity to reform our economy based on the radical changes of green growth in combination with digital development. The framework is there. We have the EU framework described by Mr. Skinas and Mr. Hatzidakis. The resources available for the investment and other goals around circular economy are omnipresent. we have also the alternative energy sources, which you remarked Greece has competitive edges that we have to take advantage of. And of course, we need to make haste in logistics and tourism. Implementation, nevertheless, won't be a simple case. Success requires upgrading the state mechanism, intensification of the efforts, and there I need to say I totally agree that what Mr. Hatzidakis said, that in the last year we have taken a leap forward in reforming things. We need more innovation, acceleration of implementation pace, and of course, from Europe, we need the recognition of the particularities of the European South and Greece in particular, which is an issue of a wider discussion. Summing up, the positive things amid the pandemic, green growth is here at last. Business world leads changes instead of following them, and Greece, under circumstances, will be one of the biggest winners in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we still have Mr. Skinas with us? We do. Welcome back. I have a question for you, which I'm then very happy to open up to the other panelists. You mentioned this in your introductory words, and I find it quite a puzzle. Again, to take my British point of view, back in the financial crisis, the Queen asked the government why they hadn't spotted it coming, which was somewhat undiplomatic, unusually undiplomatic from Her Royal Highness, and put the government in an awkward position of not having an answer. So, taking on the role for once of the Queen of England, I wanted to ask you, why was the EU caught out by the onset of COVID-19? You mentioned that, the first of these three phases was this uncoordinated cacophony, which is indeed what it sounded like and felt like. But pandemics have been on people's risk registers for decades, and yet somehow when it arrived, Europe seemed very unprepared in terms of its coordination as a bloc. So why was that, do you think?
Well, I think we're in good company not to have guessed a global pandemic of such scale, because no one else did, by the way, not only Europe. The difficulty with Europe is that we are not a federal state. We are a union of sovereign states with EU institutions only allowed to act on areas where specifically the treaties give us a legal base on the continent. So the first stage was very much the result of this asymmetry of expectations I was referring to earlier between what people want from Europe and what Europe can do in terms of legal competence. But then what aggravated things, I think, was that governments acted very much like individuals. What did individuals do in this first stage? Well, they went to the supermarkets and they stockpiled toilet paper and pasta, and thinking that that would be okay for them to survive. But as we know, organizing one's family and home is not sufficient to take you through a pandemic. Things are much more complicated than that. So the first stage is something really that we need to leave behind. And I think it was a bit pedagogical in the sense that we learned many good lessons from that. Now, as for our capacity to predict what's coming, let me tell you a personal story. I have a good friend who works in London precisely, and he's a risk manager. That's what he does. His job is to evaluate risk and offer his analysis to transactions, commercial transactions, investments, and so on and so forth. He told me that indeed in the risk assessment matrix, they had the possibility of a global pandemic calculated, but the percentage of this risk becoming a reality was below 4%. And he told me that none of his clients in the many years he was doing this job was ever interested on risk factors that were below 5%. So this gives you an idea on how we need to foster also as institutions, not only as private companies, we need to foster and strengthen our foresight capabilities to be able to identify as much as we can, not only emerging trends, but also black swans. And this is something that indeed is happening now in this house. We have set up a dedicated team doing just that.
Excellent. Thank you. I just think it's a fascinating subject area here in terms of the pandemic and the global response to it. I mean, it's very interesting you sort of point this out as a learning experience for Europe, which I think it's fair to say it definitely has been. And it's interesting to observe that other parts of the world had been through that learning experience. Asia, the Middle East had confronted very, very powerful, very damaging epidemics in recent decades previous to this one, and appeared to be, they appeared to have learned that lesson, so they appeared to be better prepared than Europe was when this particular epidemic broke out. I'd like to ask the same question really, but in a slightly different form to my other guests. Minister, what was the impact do you feel of the epidemic on policy making in your department? So, you know, you came into government with a plan, with a vision, with an expectation of how the world would look and how Greece would look, and then suddenly we were hit by this massive, extraordinary event. How has it interacted with your job, as it were, as a policymaker? And please feel free to answer in Greek if you prefer.
First of all, let me start from the government as a whole, saying that our agenda had to do mainly, when we won the elections, with the economy. Reforms regarding the economy, you know, how we could address the repercussions of the 10 years economic crisis in Greece and so on. After the pandemic, we realized that we had two different fronts, the economy, pandemic, or probably three, and the repercussions of the pandemic to the economy. We had also to deal with the refugees, immigrants problem, and also with another problem regarding our neighbors and our relations with Turkey. So, as a government, we have to deal with more problems than any other government in recent history in Greece. That means that as regards our agenda in the Ministry of Energy, Environment and Energy, we had to deal with our reforms without attracting the attention of the media. Because the media focuses on the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and so on. But it doesn't mean that we didn't continue dealing with our reforms. I refer to some of them previously. I'm not going to repeat what I said regarding decarbonization, biodiversity, and so on. What I have to tell you is that we implemented what we promised. For example, we passed a very ambitious environmental law covering many sectors of the environmental legislation, including environmental licensing, for example, what I said concerning renewables, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, we are going to take, we are doing the same as regards spatial planning. Now we'll table a law by the end of the year concerning all the reforms I mentioned in this field. And certainly, to link what I said with what Mr. Schina said from Brussels, we'll take advantage of the decisions, the extremely positive decisions of the European Council concerning the Resilience and Recovery Fund to implement in a more ambitious way our policy concerning green growth in Greece. Because we have 19 billion euros in grants coming from this fund, RRF, so certainly we have not only to absorb this money, but we have to make the best use of funding in order to achieve our objectives, which is in conformity with the Green Deal announced by the European Commission.
Right. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
And really the same question to you, Mr. Papalexopoulos. How has business responded to this sideswipe, if you like, from the pandemic?
Well, speaking from the perspective of our members in Greece, clearly we were among, I think, those who were taken by surprise by this black swan event. I don't think in our risk assessment we had it anywhere in there. And it's also unfortunately true that the majority of Greek business had faced 10 difficult years. So just as we were hoping to come out with strong growth out of the crisis, it was, as you say, a body blow. I'm very encouraged by what I see among our members, both in terms of dealing in a systematic and confident way with handling the crisis, moving to remote work like everywhere else quite effectively. The shock, of course, has been very asymmetric. So some businesses related to tourism, for example, have been very heavily hit. Some others have not. But the majority of businesses are coping quite well, helping with a broader environment, not only limiting their help to internally, but also keeping their eye on the longer term challenges which I mentioned, which are digital and green growth as well. So I'm quite encouraged by what I see.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you to three panelists today, Margaritis Skinas, Dimitri Papalexopoulos, and Kostis Hatzidakis, who I think have given us some fantastic insights. For the next couple of sessions, I'm going to hand over chairing duties to my co-chairs, Phoebe Kunduri, first of all, who's co-chair of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, among many other things, and Andreas Papandreou, who we have already met earlier on. So again, once again, just thanks very much to my panelists on this last panel, and I'll catch up with you all a little later. Thank you.
έρθει. Να ξεκινήσω. Hello, everybody. I'm really glad to once again, for the fourth time, host the fourth Sustainability Summit for the Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean. It is a great honor for us to partner with the Economist event in order to try to mobilize Greece, but not just Greece, the Mediterranean and Southeast Europe, towards this huge challenge for sustainability transition. This challenge refers not just to the interaction of people with the environment, but it refers to the prosperity of people and the prosperity of society. So we try to mobilize the implementation of Agenda 2030 of the United Nations and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that have been put together for the people, the planet, and prosperity. I'm extremely happy to be chairing this session that focuses on leadership, solidarity, and the green energy in the world of crisis. And we have an amazing panel with us, the Minister of Migration and Asylum, Mr. George Koumoutsakos. Good morning. I would say, fellow activists and true mobilizer for many years, Alexandra Mitsotakis. Alexandra was implementing the SDGs before the SDGs were implemented. Alexandra has worked for decades on helping developing countries and the youth, the children of developing countries to escape poverty and go to school. A truly amazing lady. We also have with us Aisha Benesalah Alawi, again a close friend and very important lady. She's Ambassador at Large of His Majesty Mohammed VI of the Kingdom of Morocco, and she's a true political force in the Mediterranean. She does a lot for sustainability and for interconnecting the political scene with the other stakeholders, the civil society, the NGOs, the business, the people in general, the policymakers and the politicians. And of course, we also have with us another very close friend, Professor Angelo Ricaponi. Angelo is the chair of Prima Foundation. Prima is the union of Mediterranean countries that focuses on research and science for the water and food nexus in the Mediterranean. And he's also the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network for the Mediterranean. Today he will be announcing a new report that the UNSDSN has put together for the Mediterranean region and the achievement of the SDGs in the Mediterranean region. SDG Greece contributes to this report and works very closely on many global and Mediterranean initiatives with Angelo, and we are extremely happy to have him with us. I will start by giving the floor to our minister and asking him to tell us more about this new migration pact that is into place. Please.
Thank you very much. Always honored to participate in this conference organized by The Economist. Always very important, always very substantial. I was asked to speak in Greek, so I'm going to present my initial thoughts in my language, starting by stressing the importance of new developments in Europe regarding the new draft, the new proposal for a coherent migration policy for Europe. Μιλάμε τις περισσότερες φορές.
Most of the times when we talk about migration and refugee flows, migration flows, etc., substantially, when we see this phenomenon from Europe, we talk about movement of population towards a space, the European space, which has some characteristics that attract these flows towards its territory. Europe is and remains a strong financially area with social peace, aging territory, and demographically weak territory. There are other adjacent countries that have different characteristics. Young populations that are poor and live in wars and conflicts or in under dictatorships. So Europe as continent, as a territory and a community of democratic states, is attracting all these people. This challenge, this phenomenon, did not start or will end today. It will continue and it will be intensive. So it is important for Europe to be able to deal with that in a concise and cooperative way. We haven't seen that until now. In 2015, the first crisis after conflicts in Syria, until today, we see a Europe that responds from crisis to crisis. It appears to act effectively as much as it can after the crisis. But this is not a cohesive policy. This is crisis management, and this needs to change. This is our position as Greece, the position of a country with borders like Greece. We don't want Europe to react from crisis to crisis. We need to have a cohesive policy from Europe based on two principles: responsibility that all states have to bear, and solidarity, balancing the responsibilities. We saw a new proposal last week from the policies of asylum and migration, and they made a fair effort in Europe to combine different points of view of member states. But this proposal for Greece is a basis for negotiations, but we dare say that it will be a very hard negotiation from us, not only from us, but from all first-line countries, Malta, Cyprus, Italy, Spain, us, and other first-line countries, because it is us who take responsibility to deal with the first flow. And we cannot assume all responsibilities of managing everything, protecting the borders, asylum petitions, registering all those who arrive, return those who are not entitled to international protection, to create social
φτάνουν στο έδαφος μας και όλα αυτά
tolerance, and do that all as a state of first line. This exceeds our abilities and capacity. This is true, and people need to understand that all over Europe. If we don't want to have flows, the responsibilities of the states of first line should be balanced with an effective solidarity. It cannot be only equipment and funds. We talk about a fair allocation of burdens, locations of people that come to us in other European countries, and of course assume the responsibility of return people to their countries who are not entitled to international protection. This argument that if we have allocations among states will attract more people, this argument is rather superficial. Relocations do not attract others to come to Europe, but the Europe per se is an attraction area. Well, the new plan, it does have some good points, but it does not meet the problems of first-line countries. It's not only Greece that says so, but all the other states of first line agree with that. We had the opportunity to talk with other states. We talked with Malta representatives, Spain representatives, the Italian representatives. The first element brought is the allocation of burden of returns, return sponsorship, in other words. It is an interesting idea, but when we talk about implementation, there are a lot of gaps in order to have this assistance in returns, a substantial policy, so as to lift the burden of states of the first line. I will be brief. I won't analyze all things. The second interesting idea asked by Greece is to have a solidarity mechanism in situ when we have increased flows for the lines of for the countries of first line like Greece. The European Commission accepted this proposal. Another one also, which has to do with force majeure, but when we see it practically, this solidarity passes through bureaucratic and difficult processes that actually question their performance. Another idea is that in emergency cases to have safety valves to protect the first line countries, but still that is not an effective measure that lifts burden from us. Well, I won't try to analyze everything here. I will do that after a while in the Parliament, but I wanted to give you an overall picture and share with you our worries. We will go to this negotiation as Greece, insisting on three main principles: mandatory management of external borders by all, and cooperation is examining this these asylum petitions. We need to share the burdens. We don't want only funds and equipment like scenes, tents, etc. Sorry. This is important to us. Second, we believe responsibility we take in our borders demands more assistance by Frontex. So we want a stronger mandate for Frontex. Along with other policies, we need a European policy of dealing with traffickers' networks. We have already submitted some proposals in the past months. So we will change these proposals if needed in order to achieve what Europe needs: a balanced, integrated, effective, efficient, and I dare say connective and cohesive policy for migration. If we don't achieve that, our unity will be questioned and tested, because migration issues touches upon all aspects of the life of all states: national security, economy, social cohesion, even cultural profile. We need to be capable of introducing a policy meeting the worries of all, a policy that will balance the respect of human rights and the need to have a feeling of safety and security in our society. This challenge is ahead. We are ready to deal with it. Ευχαριστούμε.
Here your reservations with regards to the new migration pact. But I do hope that the consultation process will give rise to more consensus between Central, Northern, and Southern Europe. I have two very quick questions, and I beg for very quick answers so that we move forward. The research lab that I direct at the Athens University of Economic and Business focuses on sustainable development. And we try to understand how people move around the globe given climate change. And it seems that Europe, not just because, as you said, is a very robust economic power, and the economy of Europe and the safety in terms of the, social status are the main attractors of population flows. It seems that climate change will be forwarding even more flows towards Europe. Is this a main axis of discussion in the Immigration Pact? Because it is not just the long-run prospect, it's quite an imminent issue.
That's a very pertinent comment. Let me briefly react on what you said about our stance vis-à-vis the new proposal by the Commission on the Migration and Asylum Policy of EU. Our stance is very constructive. But on the other hand, we do have some firm positions and firm concerns. So we didn't reject the proposal. On the contrary, we saw it as a fair contribution and a fair effort to strike the right balances between divergent views among member states. We were going to be very constructive, but on the other hand, as I told you, it's a vital importance for us to stick by some of very fundamental concerns that we have as country of first line, a border country of Europe. When it comes now to climate change, you are very right that one of the main reasons, one of the main causes for migration, not only today, but in the years to come, will be the climate change problem and challenge. That's why I do believe that no migration and asylum policy of Europe will be effective without, in parallel, promoting and implementing policies regarding the environment, the climate change, the economy, and the foreign policy of Europe. Alone, even the most effective and the most well-organized migration policy will not be able to meet the challenge that we are faced with.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koumoutsakos. It's always a pleasure to listen to politicians that are passionate about their missions and their ministries. Thank you very much. We will come back.
We have passions and perseverance.
It is now a huge pleasure for me to introduce Alexandra Mitsotakis, President of Action Finance Initiative and co-founder of the World Human Forum. Alexandra will be talking about this amazing new initiative that has been inspired by a Nobel Prize laureate, and I will not give it to you. She will present it, so I'm not giving any information before you do, Alexandra.
Thank you, Phoebe. Thank you for inviting me here today. In fact, yes, I would like to talk about the bigger picture. I would like to take a step back and seeing the title of today's session, it is a challenge to do this in just 5 minutes. So I would like to have the 6 minutes, I see. That's great. It inspires me to make 4 different comments. The first has to do about the importance of the SDGs. There is no doubt that the SDGs have been a huge accomplishment. They are extremely necessary and they are really a very valuable tool. But something is missing from the SDGs. And what is missing is a narrative that inspires societies, a narrative that inspires citizens to move forward and build what we actually need to do, which is a new ecological civilization. And that, what is missing, I think we have to look for it together. Because what we need is a more holistic, a more integrated approach. The SDGs can be seen one after the other. Can we have zero hunger without quality education, which means goal number 2 and goal number 4? Can we address climate action, goal number 13, without responsible consumption and production? Certainly not. So this need for a shift of paradigm and of the creation of a new ecological civilization that will be based on very different values also. We have to move from competition to cooperation. Cooperation between ourselves, we humans, but also cooperation with nature. And this would be my first point here. What have we learned from the COVID crisis? And that is my second point. What we have learned, I think, is that ecology and economy have to go together. They are the 2 sides of the same coin. We all watched what it means when the economy stopped. We saw how nature reoccupied the empty spaces. We saw dolphins and we saw turtles and we saw animals in our cities and harbors, and we celebrated. But at what cost? At a terrible cost, because we simply cannot have ecology without economy. That doesn't work. But something else doesn't work, and that is economy without ecology. That doesn't work either, because actually nature has reminded us that it is the actor we have forgotten, and that is a very dangerous thing to forget. Floods, fires, hurricanes everywhere remind us every day. I was very impressed by the cover page of The Economist, I think it was back in March, where you had planet Earth, and on planet Earth you had this stop sign on. And I was looking at this, and in the beginning I felt, wow, that's a great cover. But afterwards I thought, maybe there is some hubris here. Because what did really stop over the COVID crisis? Was it planet Earth that stopped turning? Was it nature that stopped? Was it the climate system that stopped? It was just our economic activities. So for me, that is the lesson we have to learn from the COVID crisis, that we need to combine we need to create this new circular economy that will provide economic growth and respect of the boundaries of the earth. But how are we going to do this? And this is my third point. How are we going to build a new ship while sailing the old? Well, that's certainly a challenge. And that leads me to the notion of leadership. I think what we need to do is we need to change our leadership model. We need a leadership model that is much less vertical and much more horizontal. And that is true for politics, but it is true for the corporate sector, it is true from the NGO sector where I come from. We need to learn to respect the fact that people at the bottom of the pyramid, that we consider being at the bottom of the pyramid, are actually the people who are coming up with the solutions today. Because we have solutions, and they are everywhere. But we don't know where to look for them, because we expect them to come from the top down. And in fact, they are coming from the bottom up. And I think if we change this mindset, and this is why we created the World Human Forum, precisely to create this to change this mindset, precisely to start looking for all those innovative solutions to all our problems that young people, like the young activists we saw earlier today, even children all over the world, men and women, teachers, farmers, activists, start-uppers, artists are coming up with solutions, and our governments are still not really recognizing that. Finally, and this will be my last point, and this is the most difficult point I need to make today, it has to do with the notion of solidarity and the Mediterranean Sea. We are on one side of the Mediterranean, we the Europeans with our European way of life, and on the other side, hundreds of millions of people are watching us. And that means we have to think seriously about our own way of life. Because I will not forget what President Bush Sr. said in Rio so many years ago. He said the American way of life is non-negotiable. I'm sorry, there's some bad news here. Nature is not negotiating anymore with us. Nature is just imposing its own reality. So that's the bad news. But there is also a piece of good news, and that is that maybe we don't need to negotiate our way of life. Maybe we just need to rethink it. And there the COVID crisis was like a gift for us, because it made us stop and start thinking. And maybe what it has done is it has made us think about what is really essential for us, because there are some things we have forgotten, and that has to do with purpose, meaning of our lives, happiness. This is the really important question we need to address. And then we will come up maybe with a very different answer. Maybe, yes, we will consume less material goods. Maybe, yes, we will buy less. We will fly less. I don't know if you are aware, but the European airline company has come out now saying, it's their slogan, their marketing slogan, fly less. So it's true that the economic sector has to adjust to that new reality, but it's also true that it's an amazing opportunity for our societies to conquer this new frontier and create a new reality. And I would like to end with the words of a Greek philosopher who used to live in Paris, where I also live, Cornelios Castoriadis. He said once, I prefer to make a new friend than to buy a new car. And if many, many people, as I believe it is the truth today in Europe and in the world, prefer to make a new friend than buy a new car, then maybe we have a direction in which we have to look. Thank you.
Inspiring, as always. Alexandra, I totally agree with you in explicitly stating that the SDGs are really not 17, are one major goal, and we need to treat them as holistically as possible. And we need probably to change our leadership model, of course, top-down mobilization is important. You need vision and policies, and those policies transposed into national laws in order to create a framework, a policy framework in which you can mobilize the transition to sustainability. And when I talk about sustainability, I talk about environmental resilience, economic efficiency, and social equality. So it's everything. It's not just the interaction of people and the environment, but as you said, and I agree very much with you, we need bottom-up mobilization as well. So how are we going to create this pact with the people? How are we going to mobilize this bottom-up approach and really accelerate the transition, because we are running out of time. 2030 is just 10 years ahead of us, and we are not on track on any of the SDGs for meeting the SDGs.
First of all, you won't hear from me that politics are not important. Obviously, the bottom-up initiatives must meet the top-down policies. They must inspire them, and they must meet. That goes without saying. But as to your question, I would like to say that the way to do it, in my opinion, in our opinion, is to showcase the amazing people that are coming up with those new solutions, is to show that it is possible and not to listen to this argument of scale. Because every time you see a fantastic permaculture farm, every time you see a teacher that is teaching differently, every time you see an innovative approach, you will hear, but that's not scalable. Well, how do we know if it's scalable? I've been involved in creating a microfinance institution in Greece. And my model was a French model that was extremely successful. And even today in France, after so many years, people just look at it as an experience that is, okay, on the side of economy. But is it on the side to give people who need less than 10,000 euros the opportunity to create their job? I'm sorry, but it is probably the most effective way of creating jobs today in Greece and in Europe, because it costs much less than all the other things we have tried. We know the numbers. In France, it costs 10,000 euros to help an individual if you go through a big company that you are helping to create a job. And it costs 15,000 euros if you have a jobless person that you have to provide with subsidies. And it costs only 1,000 euros if you go through microcredit. So for me, the real important point here is to understand that those initiatives have to be highlighted, they have to inspire others, they have to empower others, they have to allow citizens to believe in their own capacity to be agents of change. This is the real important message we need to get through.
I agree, Alexandra. I remember back 20 years ago, so with the World Bank, I was responsible for the East Asia region. Microcredit was a wave of reviving huge areas in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and empowering people to deal with their future and become entrepreneurs and be able to leave their families, and also empowering women. That was one crucial point. Minister, you want to say about something about leadership, I'm sure.
Fascinated by the intervention of Alexandra. Just want to make a very brief comment. It happens that often very interesting ideas about politics come outside the traditional politics. And I think that what we just heard, it is one case that confirms that. I saw in Alexandra's intervention elements of a new political way of seeing things, a new platform, a political platform, to which I would like just want to say that I fully subscribe. You can see there democracy, social sensitivity, environmental sensitivity, and this notion of horizontal leadership, I think that this is the idea that will be discussed thoroughly in the years to come, in the months to come.
Thank you very much. And this is exactly what the climate kick that I direct in terms of the Greek Hub is actually trying to implement this systemic change, systemic innovation, engaging all relevant actors and using bottom-up but also top-down approaches. And I will be able to talk about it briefly later. But let me introduce Asia Ben Salah Alawi, Ambassador at Large, once again, of His Majesty Mohammed VI, Kingdom of Morocco. My dear friend Asia, a very important lady for the Mediterranean and a big mobilizer at the UN, who will give us her thoughts about growth in the Mediterranean region and the relationships between southern and northern countries around the Mediterranean. Asia, I'm really sorry that you are not here in Greece this year. I hope this is the first and the last year that this happens.
Well, good morning, everybody. And thank you, Phoebe. So, from the Atlantic shore of the Mediterranean, I should say, I'm happy to see you in good shape and hopefully to see you in presential next year. So a very few observations concerning the SDGs at large, but before tackling other challenges ahead of us in the Mediterranean, where better relations between North-South is absolutely critical. So globally, we did know that before the pandemic, the progress toward SDGs were already very uneven across the countries, across the sectors. And we were, everybody says that we were off track, not able to achieve the SDGs goals. For the Mediterranean region, namely the 23 countries, the dedicated report, and I'm happy to see Angelo with us because he's been instrumental in that for the Mediterranean, did insist on the fact that if we have hopefully reached somehow the first SDG and we were overcoming poverty, unfortunately, the Mediterranean had the worst records in 5 other major ones, namely 2 against hunger, 5 for inequality, 9 for industry and innovation, and below the life below the water, number 14. So many reasons to that. I won't come to them. We know all this. Vulnerabilities are in conjunction with what has been said as a climate change hotspot, very uneven development across the region, to the lack of serious governance, to multiplicity of conflicts, of course, and which led probably the chief statisticians of the FAO ask the provocative question, are we serious about SDGs? And this was in January 2020, before really the spread of the endemic. Because he thinks that data, which is a prerequisite to effective transformation, is not reliable because it is not comparatively, on the international agenda, and it is a huge pressure on the countries to try to answer and to respond to the deluge of data from international organizations from everywhere. So, of course, he has been proposing a validation through a platform. But no wonder then to see that data, it would be absolutely crucial for transformative moves towards SDGs achievement. However, would it be enough? Of course not, because the COVID pandemic and the related devastating recession, economic recession, is with us. I will not, of course, insist on the downturn of this, knowing that globally, it will not hamper only the progress that we have been making, but it might knock down the achievement of whatever progress we have been doing. So namely, the surge of poverty of 30% and the harshening of the deepening of the inequalities is absolutely critical and might take us to decades ago. So our region, as we know, suffer from, in particular, because of the pillars of the economy which have been badly hurt. And we share in Morocco this with Greece, tourism on top of that, unfortunately, and with the loss of all the jobs and the all given recession as well to our partners, and which makes remittances extremely low, if non-existent. And in a few countries, we had as well the conjunction of drought, which has hampered, the agriculture. So we talk about, leadership, solidarity, and green energy. I will not tackle this. Alexandra has addressed, this problem of leadership and the need of transformation in the very nature of leadership, even if in Morocco we are blessed to have a real leader, His Majesty, who has really responded very quickly to the pandemic and with a very quick response in all fields, and which has shown some agility in as well resilience and the possibility of reconstructing a few sectors in the economy with a lot of creativity. I won't go through the measures, everybody knows them by now. And the tremendous solidarity that has shown civil society at large. But we cannot really say so among North and South. We have seen a plan for Europe, 750 billion, and nothing for the Mediterranean and for the southern countries, or just peanuts, which are far from. And we do know that if you do not consolidate the southern front, there will be no success for Europe. We do know as well, unfortunately, that even this plan, which has been very harshly negotiated, might not be implemented because of the opposition of a few countries, Hungary and Polonia and Poland. So it's a real drama, this problem of solidarity within nations, between North and South. It is at the same time absolutely crucial, but unfortunately extremely unpredictable, and it depends only on the collectivities. So we have shown as well, in Morocco, this solidarity with Africa. You have seen the last call of Morocco to create a fund dedicated to SDGs in Africa. But the problem of funds, who will be financing, this fund, where we are already under so much debt across the region? My concern is double. Beyond the traditional challenges on which I will not dwell in the Mediterranean, we all know them. Unfortunately, endemic conflicts, which have not vanished. On the contrary, we see new ones flare up, even in your region, like in Lebanon, and tensions between your own country and Turkey. And on the periphery, we see in the north this open conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia. And in the Sahelian fringe, we see groups which take advantage of the states and community looking elsewhere to resume very harsh attacks and extremism, and unfortunately, the breakout of domestic crisis like in Mali. So persistent reasons for all of us to increase, answers to endemic migration and refugee crisis. Your minister has been tackling the issue. I'm just sorry that the trend, even in the new pact of Europe, is rather going and steering, to the right and not really answering the need for solidarity between North-South. Sharp as well has been the increase in violence against women. And this is a very, very concerning point, because unfortunately it is persistent. And we know that women have been extremely exposed. They represent 70% of the workforce in health and social sectors. And of course, the problem, and this is my more serious concern, is about education as well. Because remote learning, for all the benefits it has, and I'm very happy that my country could really adopt it in a rather surprisingly successful way, and I'm really happy to say that. But unfortunately, we do know that remote learning will leave behind all the poor, the rural populations for whom, internet connections are out of reach. And the drama is that if these young pupils do abandon school, it will be for good. And we do know that they are going to increase the load of dropouts, which is a real plea in our whole region. So we will have really to make a special effort for education. I cannot insist more on the centrality of education to achieve any progress in every field and for overall progress. However, we could think that the relaunch plans in general, despite leadership efforts and population sacrifices, and of the Mediterranean strategy for SD, sustainable development in particular, with its 6 clusters transformative to achieve the DGs, might unfortunately not only be hampered, but crash against the wall of uncertainties. And this is unfortunately an extremely worrisome field, because uncertainties are not only in the scientific area, which is supposed to give us some assurance and some answers. We have no horizon for any therapy or any vaccine. We have a lot of differences and divergent ideas for the strategy to adapt socially, confinement, no confinement, mask, no masks, a lot of polemics. And more substantially, we have no scope, no horizon for recovery. When are we going to have it? And all this uncertainty is very damaging for the steps that we have to take now. Uncertain is as well about the promise of the relaunch through ecology, greener and bluer economy. This was the hope of many, and there were real arguments to support that this was a new opportunity for humanity to start a new different direction away from devastating consumption and from the model of production which are really unfriendly to our planet, which will be there. It's us who are in danger. So there is a lot of problem about that we have no insurance that this prospect will be materializing to produce the paradigm shift that we really need in all the fields, as once again from production to consumption. Unfortunately, history teaches us that we do not really learn totally from lessons. I am half optimistic about what Alexandra says, because normally, unfortunately, humanity always does its own mistakes. So the only problem is that I would like to finish about solidarity, which is really a basic concept and on which you were probably expecting me to say more about North-South. But I think that now time of talking, is over. We really have to look at action. And if Sandra said,
okay,
want a new friend.
Thank you. Please continue, Asia. Okay, the connection is not so resilient, but I want to thank Asia for bringing in the issue of solidarity. Indeed, with $1 trillion in the US as a recovery plan and another $1 trillion in Europe, it seems limited that we've only given peanuts, as Asia said, and I don't have time to elaborate on this, to the developing world. And Asia, it is about the World Bank, the IMF, the multilateral and regional banks, development banks come in and at least commit, at least respect their commitment of 0.7% of GDP to be diverted to developing countries. It is indeed a time for solidarity, and thank you for elaborating on this issue. Is crucial. At this point, I will, Asia, we are going to come back with questions as soon as I present briefly the work that we do at the Cluster for Sustainability Transition. Can I have my slides, please? And then Angelo will come in and present the new Sustainable Development Solutions Network report on the Mediterranean. So I want to briefly sketch the sustainability transition in Europe, putting into one framework the SDGs, the European Green Deal, the EU MFF, the multi-annual financial framework, and the recovery plan, and highlight its importance for job creation and just transition. I will put this framework together and then give you a few, some highlights on global initiatives and European initiatives that we lead as cluster of sustainability transition, and also showcase how, in my capacity as advisor to the Energy and Environment Minister, but also as part of the Pisaridis report, which is, has been commissioned by the Prime Minister of the country to put together a resilient recovery plan and the 10-year development plan for Greece, how we integrate in national policies these pathways towards sustainability transition. These days I start my speeches with this sketch that I find very easy to communicate the situation, the current situation that we are facing globally. We are facing the COVID pandemic, and obviously we need to control the epidemic and focus on biomedical research in order to restrict the number of lives that this pandemic is causing. And of course, this pandemic is bringing another bigger tsunami, which is the economic crisis. Please click on the slide. And we know that in order to make sure that we avoid the pandemic in turning into a major economic and financial crisis that will long outlast the health crisis, we need to make sure that we keep people employed, that we channel financial support to the vulnerable citizens, that we safeguard the SMEs, and more than 90% of European economy is an SME economy, that we support the financial system as non-performing loans will mount, and that we create fiscal packages comparable to the crisis-related loss of GDP, and this, of course, will be financed by national debt. The next big issue that we are facing, please click on the house so that we can go back to the slide, is, of course, climate change. And this is an umbrella issue that we've been highlighting for many, many years, climate change. Climate change is affecting all countries in the world. Please click on the slide. There is no country in the world that is not facing huge economic losses due to climate change. Floods, forest fires, tsunami, desertification, droughts, and so on. And these are causing also human lives. The UNEP emissions cap report that was published late last year indicates that we need a reduction of 68% of global emissions by 2030. Thankfully, a few days ago, the President of the European Commission proposed an increase of the 2030 goal for emissions reduction from 40% to 55%. And this is obviously good news. So what kind of framework do we have in order to be able to respond to both the pandemic, the severe economic crisis, the unprecedented recession that we are facing, and the climate crisis? We have the SDGs. Alexandra has spoken about them. Asia has spoken about them. We have the Climate Paris Agreement, which is restricting the possible increase in temperature to well below 2 degrees. We have the European Green Deal, and there we have 2050 climate neutrality, in addition to protecting people and biodiversity, human health, and species resilience. We have the third axis of clean tech leadership in Europe, and of course the very important axis of just transition, leave no one behind. And this European Green Deal has 1 trillion attached to it, half of it coming from MFF and emissions trading system, and the other half to be potentially mobilized by public-private sector partnerships. And of course, then we have the coronavirus, and we have the recovery plans, and Europe has a big recovery plan, EU Next Generation, of 750 billion. And another good news is that this is climate mainstream, 35% climate mainstream, and digitalization, digital mainstream. What we are doing as UN SDSN, this is a global initiative of USN, better a European initiative of SDSN. We are trying to identify pathways for the implementation, the joint implementation of the European Green Deal and the Recovery Fund and the SDGs. And this is an initiative that I co-chair with Professor Jeff Sachs, the President of United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and we have Enel Foundation, International Energy Agency, and many others helping us in transposing pathways within the 6 transformations of the SDGs towards joint implementation of the European Green Deal that has these 9 policies addressing biodiversity, sustainable agriculture, green energy, climate action, and many others, and trying to identify how the performance of each country with regards to SDG, the performance of each European country with regards to semester process recommendations are aligned and can be integrated with European Green Deal policies in order to construct pathways, technological pathways, policy pathways, and support them with financial pathways that derive from the MFF, the Recovery Fund, and the European Green Deal budget in order to achieve timely joint implementation of the European Green Deal and the SDGs in each and every of the 27 countries of Europe. We will soon announce the results of this report, and it's important to say that we investigate not just the pathways for implementation, but also the implications for job creation and inclusiveness, just transition. It is no secret that national energy and climate plans, the minister has talked about them, Mr. Hatzidakis, are below the target of 55%. reductions in climate emissions, and we will need an increase of 350 billion per year in order to achieve the new target. And we know that Greece is phasing out, of course, coal. There are many European countries that are already coal-free, but unfortunately we have a few that are now considering phasing out coal and some not plan a phase out yet. Important policy angles: climate change adaptation, circular economy, very important, potentially producing more than 500,000 jobs and creating savings for businesses of more than 600 billion. And I would like to say that in Greece now, there are funds that are being created in order to mobilize the implementation of circular economy. One such fund is the Sporos Platform Fund that tries to exactly create capacity building and provide funding for businesses in order to be able to make the transition to circular economy. And of course, a few days ago, the European Commission has announced its annual sustainable growth strategy, and it's all about technological pathways. So what are the European flagships? Power up, renovate, recharge and refuel, connect, modernize, scale up, reskill and upskill. This is crucial. And one important aspect of this whole story is how you finance. Alexandra was talking about microfinance, but there is the other more macrofinance that is being streamlined under the EU taxonomy, which identifies which investment is sustainable and then tries to finance these particular investments. The European Investment Bank, the European Central Bank have committed to sustainable investment financing, and one main financial instrument for that are the green bonds that are also supporting the recovery fund. Who is our report for? It's for politicians and decision makers to facilitate identification of investments and absorption of funds and create cross-country alliances for a sustainable recovery, looking at, for example, Southern Europe. It is for the private sector and businesses to facilitate public-private partnerships and mobilize private resources for the implementation of the European Green Deal. And it's about creating a climate pact manifesto to engage together with politicians and policymakers, business, the financial sector, and civil society. We need to change our system, and to change our system, we need all stakeholders engaged, and we also need the technological pathways to mobilize the transition. I also want to briefly refer to a global report that I am involved in. This is the New Lancet Commission on COVID-19. Recently, we issued the Commission statement on the occasion of the 75th session of the UN General Assembly. I'm very honored to lead the task force on jobs-based green recovery, where we explicitly say that we need to mobilize the sustainability transition that is just job-based, that it's committing to the Paris Climate Agreement and the SDGs. And we identify the unprecedented need to reskill and upskill people. It is crucial around the globe. The fourth industrial revolution has produced such a technological advancement that it is doubtful that the people, the workforce, will be able to follow, to use this technology. So we need to invest in capacity building, and we need top-down mobilization. The good news is that the European Green Deal is not the only one on board. We have 2 months ago the South Korean Green Deal, Canada has committed to a pact for a Green New Deal. The US, Mr. Biden has committed to some parts of the Green New Deal, mainly on green infrastructure. And China, luckily, Andreas has referred to it, China has committed to carbon neutrality before 2060. But together with top-down, we need bottom-up, and we need a climate pact to co-design with stakeholders. Greece is doing well, but is facing major challenges in most SDGs, although on poverty, clean water, clean energy, and economic growth, we are on track in terms of the trend. So this is the work that we do as a cluster of Sustainability Commission with many projects on various aspects of sustainability around the globe, focusing on research, but also deep demonstration projects, innovation acceleration, and education and training programs which run under the Athens University of Economics and Business, where my chair is located. And we have many projects on circular economy and climate mitigation, climate adaptation, and how we co-design pathways towards the achievement of these goals. We have many projects on blue growth, two big initiatives, one for bringing sustainable blue growth in the Fourth Sea, the Black Sea, Aral Sea, Mediterranean Sea, and the Caspian, and one other global roundtable for sustainable shipping that brings together all the stakeholders of the shipping industry, but also the shipbuilders, technology developers, politicians, policymakers, in order to identify pathways for a carbon-free maritime sector by 2050, if possible. And many projects on water, food, energy nexus, and smart agriculture. These are European and global projects. All of them have case studies in Greece, and we are proud to have Greece in the global and European picture. We have been accelerating many startups. These are the startups of last year, tackling each different aspects of the sustainability transition, and this is under the climate kick of the European Institute of Technology and Innovation that I direct in Greece. And lastly, I want to refer to this new initiative, the Earth Fund Global, a non-profit organization trying to empower countries to meet and exceed their national climate, clean energy, and sustainability goals. Thank you very much for the time you give me to present some of our work, but also now wanting to turn it to Angelo Ricaponi, professor at the University of Siena, in order to please present the new United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Mr. Minister, I understand that you have other commitments.
Unfortunately, I have to leave because I have to inform
the Parliament.
The Parliament on the European Pact. So I have to leave. Thank you very much for hosting me. Thank you very much for a very interesting discussion.
Thank you very much for being here. It's an honor, and it was very interesting. Thank you for the information you shared with us. Angelo, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that you can hear me. I'm very pleased with the invitation. I would like to thank Phoebe and all the Greek friends for this initiative. And thank also Phoebe for all what you are doing on behalf of SDSN and sustainable development. What I'm doing today is to present an anticipation of our 2020 UN SDSN MED report. As you said before, SDSN is a major global network led by Jeffrey Sachs, and we as a Mediterranean, SDSN Mediterranean, every year we prepare a report on the Mediterranean. As it was said very well before by Asia and by you, you need data in order to make decisions. You need also awareness, which are the weaknesses, but also the strength point in our countries. And you need a holistic view. You need a view of the Mediterranean as a whole. So this year we have implemented our report in a new way. Because last year we anticipated that we were looking at the Mediterranean according to the 6 transformations proposed by SDSN. This year we go ahead and we have also an analysis for each transformation given by experts, given by researchers, innovators for each transformation. So we would like to have in the next years a clear analysis, transformation by transformation, done by the most important, the most relevant hubs in the Mediterranean, what we call the Med hubs. Furthermore, we would like to have a view based on the principle of equal footing, which is a very important principle in the Mediterranean, which means that countries and experts from the 2 sides of the Mediterranean should work together. Because as it was said before by Asia and by Phoebe and others, solidarity, working together is key for the future of the Mediterranean, is key for the future of Europe. So now we will put together the 6 hubs that we have found so far with other 6 excellent centers from the south of the Mediterranean. So we would like to see how it is possible to have a common vision, also in terms of possible solutions. So as I'll show you in a short while, we want to see which are the data, but also we need to discuss which are possible solutions and actions. So this is the reason why I would like to share my presentation with you. I hope it works, because we know that we have always technical problems, but I hope that you can see this presentation. We have divided, first of all, for our analysis, our RIM in 4 areas: Northern Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean, Southern Mediterranean, and the Balkans, in a way that it is much easy to understand which are the trends. And for instance, if we look at this table, which is very complex, so I don't stay on it, but just to see how it works, and myself, but also Phoebe, we are available to discuss this with any expert or any person who would like to have more information on it. So you see here, there are the 17 SDGs. I would like to highlight that SDGs are really a very important guide to implement sustainability also in a pandemic time, because we have, of course, a very holistic and wide representation of our societies and environment through the SDGs. So they are very important also in time of pandemic. So we have 4 areas, and for each area we have the 23 countries of the Mediterranean, which are analyzed according to the 17. So I don't want to stay on the table, we don't have time, but you can see that unfortunately the color red, the color orange are dominant, and this means that we are far from achieving SDGs. There are some good signs in terms of, for instance, trends. Here you see the trends. You can see here some green, some yellow, which means that there are issues where things are getting better, which is very good. There are major challenges. I don't want to stay on that, but really the social aspects are key. In particular, we have almost 50 million people, 12% of the population at risk of poverty, and these numbers, unfortunately, will go higher in the future because of the COVID. And also in terms of food habits, our area, which is the cradle of the Mediterranean diet, unfortunately is hit by obesity and by malnutrition. This is something which has a severe impact on our social systems, on our economies, and it is among the major challenges. So thanks to the approach of the SDGs, we have seen which are the most important challenges. There is a list. I cannot get through them. These are just among the most important. But the key part of the report, and also the novelty of the report, is that we are looking at the Mediterranean through the lens of the 6 transformations. And this is important because it helps policymakers, innovators, our stakeholders to better understand which are the issues. As you can see here, the 6 transformation related to the topics that you see on the slide, for each of them, there is a center of excellence, a very important, high reputable structure, which is looking at them and in order to give suggestions and to give advice. So what we are doing in order to have a more precise advice, we analyze, and you can find it in the report, for each of the transformations, we analyze which are the most important challenges based upon the indicators. Here in Siena, from Siena University, the Santa Chiara Lab of the Siena University, we are focused on transformation number 4, about sustainable food, land, water, and oceans. So our analysis, thanks to our indicators, we highlighted some challenges, and on these challenges, we propose which are possible policies and tools, and which are possible actions. So the novelty of this year in our report is that for each of the 6 transformations, we have indicators, we have challenges highlighted, we have possible policies and tools, and even actions. So this is really a tool for decision makers, for businesses, able to go to where we want to go, to actions, as it was said before. Blah blahs are not any longer important. We need actions, we need concrete policies, and also the Recovery Fund, the Recovery and Resilience Fund can be a good opportunity for investments, but also we need businesses, we need the public opinion, we need citizens part of it. So this can be, and it is a very, very helpful tool that we propose to everybody. And as it was already said before, this tool is available for all the stakeholders, and we need to work together. We know that it's not easy because there are differences, there are different stories, there are differences in terms of culture, but the Mediterranean is key for the future of Europe, is key for the future of Africa. So working together from the 2 sides is fundamental. Prima is a good example of partnership, but we need much more. We need much more. We need to put together people willing to work together, because only together we can deal with the challenges in front of us. So thanks a lot for your time and for your attention, and we are available for any further information that is needed. Thank you very much, Phoebe. Thank you very much to all those listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angelo. Such an inspiring closing of this session. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for discussion, but indeed, you are inspiration for bringing together the north and south of the Mediterranean and creating earmarked hubs for the 6 different transformations: health, education, decarbonization, land use, and sea and ocean sustainable management, sustainable cities and communities, and digitalization. Is a true example of how science can lead the way towards solidarity and increasing the resilience of everybody and supporting in this way the just transition that we all need towards sustainability. I will close this session by thanking our panelists, this amazing panel, and saying that the COVID pandemic has shown that the world is as resilient as the last person and the last country in it. So unless we make everybody resilient, we are all in danger. I look forward to our next year's meeting, when you will all be here and be able to discuss throughout these 2 days many more collaborations and initiatives. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
So we're ready to begin. This session is entitled Ocean Governance and Blue Growth, and the themes that it'll be looking into are the importance of sustainable oceans, sustainable shipping, and sustainable ports and blue growth. And we'll be highlighting the ocean's socioeconomic role and looking at issues potentially such as ocean energy and blue biotechnology, overall looking at opportunities for future sustainable growth from the oceans. Starting the discussion and presentation will be the Minister of Maritime and Island Policies, Ioannis Plagiotakis. And to motivate his presentation, I will ask a couple of questions. What are the government's key priorities in advancing blue growth for Greece and the region? What do you view as the main obstacles in moving the sustainability agenda forward? Thank you. You can speak in Greek. We've asked the minister.
Shall I answer the question or?
Whatever you feel, you can answer the questions. You can present your own view as well. Yes.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation. Shipping is, of course, an international industry, and therefore it requires international solutions and regulations. This must not be forgotten when regulators and policy makers are trying to implement environmental ambitions. Regionalism and unilateralism are both enemies of effective and sustainable environmental measures. And for shipping, the only true and viable way forward for both the environment and the sector is through the dedicated United Nations agency, i.e. the International Maritime Organization. I would strongly argue that the main obstacles in moving the sustainability agenda forward in order to adopt aspiration unrealistic and or implacable goals and measures. And one important thing that the policy makers must acknowledge is that the shipping industry mainly depends on a large number of stakeholders for the reduction of the environmental footprint. So in the shipping industry, there are involved contractual parties, fuel supply, manufacturers, refineries, ports. So therefore, they must contribute, they must invest in order to reach the goals of the blue growth. And also, it is important to note that for blue growth, in order to reach the goals of blue growth, we need to heavily invest in research and development in order to find the most appropriate solution for the shipping industry. This includes, of course, the introduction of alternative fuels, but before their commercial introduction, we need to sort out issues such as the safety, the energy density, the worldwide availability. These are the issues that we need to solve in order not to risk repeating the same problems related to the delivery, use, and storage of low-sulfur marine fuels, which ships have been experiencing since the 1st of January of 2020. All in all, I would like to say that in order for the sustainability agenda to move forward, we, policymakers, must have in mind that there are three pillars of sustainability: the social, the economic, and of course, the environmental pillar of sustainable growth. If we choose to ignore one, for example, if we choose to ignore the economical part with respect to the environmental one, we risk losing one of our strategic and vital industrial sector, the shipping industry, And the question is, can we afford to lose the shipping industry? So an economically viable shipping sector is a prerequisite for an effective and sustainable blue growth.
Thank you very much. As you rightly suggested, innovation is probably the major challenge that we're confronting in terms of meeting the goal of decarbonization in the shipping industry, and of course, more broadly in our economies. Do you think that Greece could play a role in becoming a hub for innovation, or potentially also the Mediterranean?
Certainly I do, because mainly through the utilization of our ports, which play a decisive role in terms of upgrading our geopolitical and geostrategic part of Greece. We are in a process of utilizing these days our ports, and also there is an international tender for the 3 of our peripheral ports, namely Alexandroupolis, Kavala, and Igoumenitsa. And of course, if we are in position to proceed in order to find alternative fuels, of course, if it is required, we must have related infrastructure. So, yes, our ports can serve this aspect, and we are in a process of utilizing our ports. For example, the Alexandroupolis port can be a major energy hub to this respect, an LNG hub. And yes, we are in a process.
Thank you. One more question I'd like to ask. Sometimes it's been seen that the Greek ship owners have not been particularly forward-looking when it comes to decarbonization of their ships, and they've been somewhat resistant to regulation. The truth is that there's probably the only area in which Greece could actually have an impact in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions is the shipping industry. It's the one industry in which a small country like Greece, given its outsized role in shipping, could make a difference. Do you think there's a prospect for the Greek ship owners to look at the decarbonization challenge as something they would like to lead in, to become leaders in that area of innovation?
I mean, they already play a decisive role to this area. Do not forget that the shipping sector was actually the first sector that introduced the global regulatory framework in terms of greenhouse gas emission back in 2011. And but what is the controversy these days in terms of European Union about a possible inclusion of the international shipping in the European Union emission trading system? I do believe that this would be absolutely detrimental for the European Union shipping sector, since shipping, as I've already mentioned, is an international activity. It requires international rules and regulation. It will not solve any problem. Nobody knows if and in what extent it will have a positive effect on reducing carbon dioxide, and most possibly it will we will face a retaliation from other countries in terms of trade wars, and possibly we'll have a distortion in the shipping market. Whereas I do believe that if it is about finding a revenue generating mechanism involving contributions from the shipping industry, we should examine and accept alternative solutions. But one thing that it is very important to know for international shipping, 70% or more than 70%, and if we're speaking for the Greek shipping industry, more than 90% is it is bulk transshipping. So this is the largest share of international shipping, and it is difficult to implement such measures in this particular segment. So I believe that before we introduce certain environmental rules and regulation, we must fully examine first, we must fully examine their effect on particular issues, in our case, with respect to the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions. And one last thing I would like to mention once again is that we recognize the authentic role of International Maritime Organization as the only global regulator in terms of maritime affairs and policies.
Thank you very much. As an economist, we almost always think that implementing some form of carbon tax or carbon price has to be part of the solution to a transfer to a low-carbon economy. Naturally, I would like to see in the future IMO considering that as an option. And of course, when I say future, very near future, I know they have to come up with some regulations by 2021. Possibly the EU is suggesting the use of emission trading system as a form of pressure for the IMO, but I certainly agree that this has to be dealt with at international level. Thank you very much for that. We'll now have Maria Damanaki talking for us. She's the Special Advisor for Systemic and Paradise Foundation and former Commissioner of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries. I also have a couple of motivating questions, but you're free to ignore them. What are the big challenges for ocean governance in advancing SDG 14, life below water? And what are good examples of blue growth and what opportunities there are to be tapped, whether it's ocean energy, ecotourism, or something like that? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, and thank you for the initiative and the invitation, this opportunity. So I would like to answer directly your first question, because actually it is a very, very important question and touches upon a very, very heavy problem. So in my opinion, but I think it's almost certain, the most important governance issue referring to the ocean is the absence of regularity and law enforcement in half of the planet. And I'm referring to the waters beyond national jurisdiction, what we call the high seas or the deep sea. So in United Nations now there is a negotiation about a new treaty on high seas, and we hope that this gap can be covered in an effective way. But this is something we have to have in mind. Half of the planet is totally unregulated, still unregulated. Then coming to the national waters, I would say that the biggest challenge, governance challenge, will be some decisions, good decisions, effective decisions, sustainable decisions, viable decisions about the use of the sea space. There is so much confrontation in the sea space in national waters right now, because a lot of industry and a lot of corporate interests are turning to the blue economy. We have exhausted almost our lands, so now we are turning to the ocean. So the good use of the sea space is very, very important. And having that in mind, I would like just to remind that the European Commission has decided to persuade or to push all the European member states to go for a law about the use maritime special planning law. And this was a directive. I'm very sensitive about that because it was signed by me, but I can say to you that so many years afterwards, we are still lacking of enforcement. So the limit now, the new deadline, the new timeline is March 2021. And I hope that until then, at least the European countries are going to decide about how they are going to use their space. And this is very, very, very important. Just imagine, for example, of aquaculture, of port use. If they have a way to know where they can invest, this can lead to a growth of investment very, very highly. So we don't have a lot of time, so let me focus on three big problems that can give you an idea what we are talking about, let's say at a global level. Global is very, very high, but okay, at an international level. So here are two slides from OECD. This data there is 5 years old, so it's not exactly up to the point, and I hope a lot of changes have happened then. For example, you can see that there is only 1% of the income coming from the alternative forms of energy in sea. I hope that we have improved that a little bit. But what is the point on that? The point is that I would like everybody to understand that if we are talking about blue economy, the income and the profit that is very reasonable for the corporates to seek is not always the same as the social aspect. I mean, there are I'm taking here just the employment to show you that perhaps you can have a lot of profits, but the employment is not so much favorized by all this. So just to give you an example, you can see in the first slide that 34% of the income is coming from the moment from the extraction of oil and gas from the sea, but this goes up to 6% only of the employment. So there is a difference there. And for example, if you see fisheries, you can see that fisheries contribute only 5% or 6% in the blue economy, if we are discussing about the income, but they almost 50% of the people who are working around the blue economy are coming from the fisheries sector. So I very much welcome the statement by our minister previously, and I like it very much. He said that sustainability has three aspects: the economical, the social, and the environmental one. And I have here only the two aspects because OECD still resists, and we cannot have what is an environmental aspect there. Actually, some people and important people have proposed to OECD to include in their provisions the natural capital dimension. So there is the income, there is the social aspect, but it's also the natural capital. Nature comes with a price, and if, for example, we destroy the nature, there has to be a cost. So, but let me move on. This is what OECD recognizes as blue economy. So here, this slide is a positive slide, I can say. I'm trying to be optimistic, so this slide is coming from the high-level panel for the blue economy, the Ocean Panel, and this is an initiative of 14 countries, very important countries, so 14 prime ministers. I'm very happy to work with them. So we have big countries like Norway, like Japan, like Australia, like Canada, like Kenya, Mexico, Chile, Pacific Islands like Fiji and Palau, and all these prime ministers, they have worked with us and some experts, very important experts. A couple of these guys are coming from Jeffrey Sachs' team. And what we present here is how the ocean can be a solution to climate change. Because the biggest, I can say that the biggest challenges for the blue economy right now are two. One is climate change and the second is the pandemic. So referring to the climate change, you can see here that if we are going with a good scenario, if we are going on with innovation and taking the measures, we can, the blue economy can be, let's say, 25 to 30% of the climate solution according to the Paris Agreement. And this is something that is concrete. You can see, for example, that the shipping sector can absorb 2 billion tons of CO2 by 2050 if we are going through the good scenario and not with business as usual. So there are solutions, this is my point. If we can invest properly, we can have both sustainable economy and climate change. And it can be feasible if governments and the decision makers are going to take the correct decisions. And the last point I would like to mention is what's happening after the pandemic. This is also a slide. This is coming from a big group that is constructed by this ocean panel I mentioned and the World Economic Forum of Davos. 40 people we have worked, and we have decided, this is something that was announced last week. I have been working with other people for 2 months on that. So these are the 5 priorities for ensuring a sustainable and equitable recovery after the pandemic crisis. So we have studied, we had a very good scientific team who had studied what are the consequences of the pandemic to the blue economy, and then we made some choices. If we invest in these 5 sectors, then we can have the best outcome. And as you can see here, we have sewerage and waste treatment, good infrastructure, because most of the pollution and the problems are coming from the land to the ocean. Then we can have investment in coastal and marine ecosystems. These are the natural climate solutions. We have mariculture, and I would like to underline that it's non-fed aquaculture. So we are referring here mainly to seaweed and bivalves, not to fin fish or other forms of aquaculture. And this is very important because there is a lot of information around. We certainly know that until 2030, the demand for fish food is going to double, and 40 to 50% of that will come from aquaculture. So seaweed and bivalves can be a very, very good investment for all that. Then we have the renewable energy, of course, and marine transport, but in a sustainable way. So I would like to stop here and say that, yes, there are solutions. There are solutions. It's not just that some people are positive or optimistic. There are solutions, but we have to take it right. And I hope that Greece can play a big role, as you mentioned, because we are a sea nation and we can take some initiatives on it. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that very hopeful note. I think that's a very strong message that we can find ways of protecting our natural capital and also providing employment and sources of growth for the economy without creating damage to the environment. Given that you have a history of being a politician, I can ask you a tough question. Recently, Foreign Affairs came out with a piece entitled "No Gas, No War in the Mediterranean." And given that the world is aflush with hydrocarbons and that we probably have to leave most of the hydrocarbons in the sea, do you think that the present situation where we're drilling for natural gas in the Mediterranean is the way forward? Or do you think this is what we should be doing? It also leads to many tensions. This is what the article raised as a question.
Well, I cannot answer that question correctly because I'm not fully informed. I don't know all the data, and I'm not a politician, as you rightly mentioned. So what I can say, though, is that if we take some difficult decisions like this, we have to have all the cards on the table. And all the cards of the table include, of course, the economic card, because with the oil prices and what's happening right now with alternative forms of energy, perhaps there is no economic interest in digging more holes in the Mediterranean to produce oil that is not going to be used at a good price. So we have to see the situation as it is, and I'm not sure that the situation is seen as it is. I mean, I think it's more like a power game between different countries and all these difficult situations that I don't want to comment on. The second point is that, of course, we have to take in mind the natural capital and the environmental risks. Because Mediterranean is a closed sea, here I can be more sure, because as a commissioner I have made some studies around that. When trying to decide about the use of the sea, we found out, for example, that it takes 70% more time in the Mediterranean for the water to be renewed than in the open sea. So if something happens in the Mediterranean, this will have a great, great damage in the environment, and we have to take that in mind. The third point is that everybody is moving towards the alternative forms of energy. So now the European Commission, and we're talking of a Green Deal of so many billions, I can say, if you see it in the long term, the European Commission is discussing about hydrogen, is discussing about how we can move on with electricity and new grids and all this innovation that you mentioned. So having that in mind, what will be the final outcome of such an exercise? So I cannot give you an answer, but my describing these three factors, I think one can take a decision rather easily.
Thank you very much, and I agree fully that there probably hasn't been enough research and study about the potential implications. Often we move on the regulatory front without having the full picture. I think this is something that the Minister also mentioned. Thank you, Maria. We now have Carleen Leiden-Walker, who's co-founder and executive director of NAMEPA, North American Marine Environment Protection Association, and the IMO Maritime Ambassador. Again, to motivate her presentation, I'll ask a couple of questions. Now that the 2020 sulfur cap has been enforced, what lessons can we draw from this regulatory experience? This was a pretty major shock for the shipping industry, but it'd be interesting to find out what are the lessons learned. And how is the shipping industry preparing for the IMO climate change targets of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2050? Nice to see you, Carleen.
Oh, Andreas, it's wonderful to see you. I'm very grateful and honored to be a part of today's forum. Good afternoon, Kalispera, and greetings from Connecticut in the United States, where COVID has prevented me from joining you. First off, I just wanted to have a comment quickly about one of the previous speakers' comments that she made, that the oceans are unregulated. When it comes to shipping, the oceans are highly regulated. The International Maritime Organization has extensive regulation that governs shipping, and that includes in the middle of the ocean or near coastal waters. Having said that, what really gets important and what does support what the previous speaker mentioned is it's a matter of enforcement. In the United States, the regulations that govern shipping are highly enforced, and we have port state control by the United States Coast Guard and a high level of inspections. And if it is found during those inspections that even in the middle of the ocean, these regulations were not being observed, then there are detentions, fines, and sometimes ships are expelled from coming to the United States, which is an economic motivator. So really it's a more a function of enforcement globally than it is a function of actually having the regulations when it comes to shipping. And thank you for your question about what we call IMO 2020. This was a tremendous sea change, as you mentioned, Andreas. We went from a global sulfur cap of 3.5% down to 0.5%. There was a great deal of concern leading up to January 1st about whether there would be adequate fuel supplies, whether people would be able to get compliant fuel. There was the addition of scrubbers as a means of achieving compliance. Fortunately for our industry, we did come through it fairly well. there were the biggest challenge we've had is not so much compliance, but getting quality fuel, because that's one of the things that was illuminated is that we have to do a better job of making sure that ship owners are receiving quality fuel. And as Greece represents 20% of the ship owning community, I think I'll get some agreement from the Greek ship owners that that's been really the greatest challenge. We expected it to be availability, but instead really it comes down to quality, and that's something that needs to be improved across the board.
Well, thank you very much for that point on sulfur cap, which I understand has been a major challenge. And that particular interesting development that there's a lack of quality fuel for addressing that problem at this stage. I'd like to ask you, there's been some hype about nuclear propulsion for the commercial shipping industry. Of course, we all know that nuclear is kind of a hot topic in many ways and forms. Is there some basis to that as a viable solution? And if not, or in addition, are there other means that you see on the horizon for addressing the zero vessel shipping problem? Our minister recently told us how difficult it is to achieve these targets. What's your view on these issues?
Well, there are a number of approaches that are being made. That includes hydrogen, it includes battery. The industry is very much looking to a zero emissions point for the industry. And we're, as was mentioned earlier, the IMO is working on a strategy that is due in 2023 that will decrease CO2 emissions across the shipping industry by 40% by 2030 and 50% by 2050. So a number of avenues are being explored right now. I think the bridging fuel is considered to be, to a certain extent, LNG, but that's still carbon-based. Hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, battery are all in contenders, if you will, for the attention and the investment of the shipping community. But we're not there yet in terms of adoption. To your point, yes, nuclear is being explored as an option moving forward, and there are a number of projects under development right now. And I just want to mention one thing. I grew up in the Midwest of the United States, and we had 3 drills when I was in school. You had a fire drill, and because it was the Midwest, it was a tornado drill. We also had a nuclear fallout drill. This was in the height of the Cold War. So we were all told to go under our desks at school. Well, as adults, we all know that if there was a nuclear event, going under your desk wouldn't help at all. But what it did do is it instilled fear of nuclear. Nuclear has come a long way since the original development of it as a weapon. Nuclear is a very strong opportunity for zero emission energy. It is a powerful source of energy, and I believe the solutions that are being worked on now are safer, more efficient, and they're also looking at what is the big bugaboo, waste, nuclear waste. But above all, we'll have to overcome the public's sentiment about the safety of nuclear, and that's something that those involved in the nuclear space as a means of propulsion for shipping need to address now in terms of reassuring the public that nuclear is a safe option. And as you pointed out, it's a zero emission option.
Right, thank you very much. So I see a generally favorable view of the potential of nuclear. So I think some people don't realize that nuclear has, in terms of use for electricity, has largely lost in the marketplace. People think that it's just of course, the political reaction and people's public opinion, but the costs of the upfront capital costs, the insurance, and the potential risks that are still involved in some of the, at least present technology, have basically priced it out of the market. So you see nuclear mostly being developed in countries that, like China, where there's a top-down solution. They can have a single particular set of designs for nuclear companies, so that reduces the cost in terms of scaling. But in the other more advanced economies, it's basically going down. But it'd be interesting to see if they are finding new solutions, new technologies that can address that. And of course, that might have some interest for the shipping industry, which is very difficult. Thank you very much, Carlene. I hope you stick around in case we do have some time for more questions. I now go to Ricardo Lambiris, who's Chief Executive Officer and member of the Board of Directors of the Hellenic Republic Asset Development Fund. And again, to motivate his presentation, what role do ports have in the sustainability transition? What can your organization do to help?
Good morning. Very grateful to be here and very honored from Athens. As you probably all know, Blue Growth is the long-term strategy to support the sustainable development of marine and maritime sectors. The strategy recognizes that seas and oceans are drivers for the European economy and have great potential for innovation and growth. In Europe, it's roughly 5.4 million jobs that it supports, and it has a gross added value of almost 500 billion per year. For Greece itself, according to the EU Blue Book for 2020, established sectors in the country employ roughly 500,000 people and generate 8.4 billion of gross added value. In ports in specific, it's the third largest contributor to Greece's blue economy, with 9.3% of GVA and 2.8% of the employment. As many environmental initiatives, the concept of a blue economy brings to light the difficulties in balancing economic growth and development in tandem with the protection of ocean resources. I think both Minister Tamanaki brought this up in their speeches earlier. And as many of you, I am a great advocate of turning this upside down, whereby environmental initiatives provide a tremendous growth opportunity, whereas I take note of the points made by Minister Plakiotakis on the 3 pillars to achieve sustainability in the future. Greece itself is very committed to sustainable development and supports a long-term strategic vision by 2050 of a new economy that does not burden the climate. The Hellenic Republic privatization program provides an opportunity to attract foreign direct investment, mainly in 3 sectors: tourism, energy, and transport. And we feel it is our duty to support the country's efforts towards achieving sustainable development. This is the rationale on how we began our sustainability journey in order to maximize the potential environmental gains in our asset portfolio, something that the World Bank already had commented back in 2002, and I quote, because I really feel it's interesting: if governments do not include environmental issues in the privatization process, improvements may still occur, but they will be limited to those resulting from the broader incentives and capacities the new investors bring with them. To that end, the fund, in cooperation with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the company's Global Sustain and Think Plus, created a digital environmental, social and governance rating tool to evaluate the sustainability performance of its portfolio assets by using key performance indicators. The tool is based on best international practices and frameworks that is in alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals and the environmental and social performance requirements of major funding and investment institutions, like the EBRD's performance requirements framework. The tool brings together existing resources developed by international organizations to help the user screen environmental, social and governance issues, as you said, of our fund's assets. The tool allows the user to rate each of the existing fund assets based on specific criteria, perform benchmarking across asset classes, receive high-level recommendations for ESG enhancements, and monitor progress towards sustainability transition over time. As far as we know, I think it's one of the few cases worldwide where a privatization fund incorporates sustainability into its procedures, and obviously the first time a public organization in Greece develops its own digital ESG rating code. I truly hope this initiative will be utilized by the wider public sector as well, and to this end, actually, the sustainability team of the fund has been trying to build awareness around this tool with various ministries and public organizations. Coming to ports, and to partly answer your question, in addition to general indices of the tool, asset-specific metrics have been developed for specific categories and in particular ports. Sustainable operation is essential for ports in particular, as they have always grown on a mutual benefit with the cities in which they reside. Ports are effectively critical for the sustainability transition. They're at the crossroads of supply chains, often an integral part of the cities and towns, so effectively at the epicenter of economic activity. They are therefore critical drivers and accelerators, I should say, of the circular economy and key to achieving sustainable development goals. However, and this is important, ports must be transparent, they must be open as well to their environmental footprint and lead by example. Leading by example is very important because they have a diverse universe of stakeholders. Think of clients, operators, passengers, and even the local communities in which they operate. So therefore, to answer your question, ports are extremely, extremely important in terms of the country's sustainability transition. As far as we are concerned, obviously, as I said earlier, we are rolling out our ESG sustainability tool and effectively doing it in the port portfolio we have. Reception has been great, and this is very good because you see that people are becoming more and more enticed to the sustainability issues. And even more impressive for me was the fact that we found out that some of the ports themselves have been taking up sustainability initiatives, and this is very important. They were doing it on their own. On a separate note, we're also trying to transfer what I call cross-fertilization of knowledge. Know-how from larger companies in our portfolio. For instance, we have companies which are quite advanced in their sustainability journey. If you look at the Athens Airport, Hellenic Petroleum, the ports of Thessaloniki and Piraeus, and effectively take those resources and try and transfer them to smaller companies which do not have the resources, so effectively leapfrogging in terms of time and cost. And effectively, lots of this is off the shelf and we don't need to reinvent the wheel. And finally, to broaden our horizons, we are working with a big network of the Community for Knowledge and Innovation, Climate Change, EIT Climate Kick, as we call them, with the aim of promoting green innovation and principles of circular economy in our ports, as well as, Andreas, I'm sure you know very well, SDSN Greece, which is part of the United Nations Network for Sustainability Development, where the fund and its ports are actually taking part in the sustainability shipping in ports. So effectively, this is how we are going about it, how we are approaching the sustainability issue, and I think we can do significantly more, but we are at the beginning of our journey. We've only been about 2 years along it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As you mentioned, we are. I've had the fortune of cooperating with you through the SDSN Greece network and Climate Kick on looking at the Port of Piraeus and looking at the whole issue of integrating sustainability into their plans and also seeing your action on incorporating sustainability into the privatization funds activities, which is a first, and I commend you on that. I'd like to ask you also, if you're still here, I don't see your face right now, but if you are here, to what extent do you think that the Green Deal and the Recovery Fund can be used or is being used, at least in terms of planning, for advancing the blue economy? Of course, within your remit, this would be the issues having to do with ports, for instance. And if you want, you might want to say something more general about the role of green finance in your activities.
Sure. I think it's a huge opportunity which we should not miss out. It transpires throughout, obviously, many sectors, and obviously the blue economy and ports is very important. The difficulty here is finding relevant projects and being able to make them available for this Next Gen EU fund. I think the government and all the private and the public sector is mobilizing towards this. So I think it's a great opportunity we should not miss out on. And together with the management of the ports, we're working on this and trying to see what we can do. Regarding your question on green financing, I think this is a huge opportunity, both for the country and Greek corporates as well. I saw yesterday that the National Bank of Greece is actually launching its inaugural green bond. I think it's a huge opportunity to fund and invest, use this financing tool to invest in sustainable sustainable future, and in obviously what we're discussing now, the ports and blue economy. It needs to be targeted, it needs to be well managed. But I must say that looking at what's happening across Europe, there's tremendous investment appetite for this type of products. So we should definitely tap into it. These products have now become very competitive, if not so more competitive than your usual benchmarks in the bond markets. So I think it's something that we should definitely focus on and make the most of as a country and as a sector.
Well, thank you very much for that answer. And I don't know how much time we have, but I was thinking of one last question which I could address to everyone. Since we are in the period of COVID crisis, I was wondering what you see in terms of the impacts of the pandemic to blue economy growth, as regards blue growth, blue economy, potential challenges to the several dimensions that we've been discussing here, whether it's sports, shipping, overall activity, renewables in the ocean environment. So anyone would like to take a stab at that one?
Well, I want to just mention that one of the, I'm always one that looks for the positive, and while it is really just an incredible tragedy that we've had over 1 million deaths due to COVID, there have been at least some positive shifts in terms of recognizing that remote working works. It's not ideal in every case, but remote working works, and at least I think what we'll see is an impact on the ability of women to make a substantive contribution in the corporate world as a result of the recognition that flexible hours, but also remote working works, will enable them to balance the many responsibilities that they have. This is a shift simply because a lot of industries and a lot of companies said, oh, that's not possible, it won't be available to you. But now that we have been able to demonstrate that remote working works, I think we'll find an opportunity for more women to get fully engaged in a meaningful way in many corporations.
Thank you very much. I see flashing lights that time is up. I don't know if someone wants to quickly interject, say something. Otherwise,
one last.
Yes, please.
Yes, I would like to stress that the indispensable role of the shipping sector has been highlighted also during the pandemic, as the industry continued, despite all this huge problem, to provide medical supplies and other essential goods, despite the tremendous difficulty it has experienced and continues to experience. Let's say, for example, the biggest issue that the global shipping industry faced was the crew changes and the repatriation issue. Although over I think the last 1 or 2 months, we have a certain progress on this issue, since we have a restoration in terms of international flights, but still we need greater cooperation on this issue. Although Greek ports are not well-known crew hubs, changing hubs, although we have managed to repatriate more than 5,000 seafarers. The seafarers were acknowledged, recognized as essential workers, so we managed to overcome this issue. But one last thing I would like to mention is that 90% of the global freight is carried by global shipping, and global shipping accounts for less than 3% of the carbon dioxide emissions.
Okay, I think it's always good to end on a positive note. So we had a couple of positive notes there. I want to thank you all. It's been a very rich discussion, an interesting one. Thank you again for joining us.
and gentlemen. We're going to move on now to our next session, which continues from the last, really. We're looking at the blue economy in a bit more detail from the point of view of innovation and business opportunities. It's a fascinating area and a really important one, particularly at a time like this when the world is looking for sources of economic growth that also generate jobs. The blue economy is one of those areas that disproportionately depends on labour. So very important and a growing sector at the moment. In Europe as a whole, the blue economy is worth about 500 billion euros, and it provides jobs for around 5.5 million people. Here in Greece, it's 5.2% of GDP, but it accounts for more than 14% of employment. So it's a real driver of employment. It covers areas such as aquaculture, coastal tourism, marine biotech, ocean energy, seabed mining. So a very, very broad range of businesses, economic activities and opportunities. I'm really pleased to be joined by a super panel to discuss these issues. We have Aron Farrugia, who's the Minister for the Environment, Climate Change and Planning for Malta. We have Socrates Famelos, former alternate Minister of Environment and Energy here in Greece, and Andrea Strachinescu, Head of Maritime Innovation, Marine Knowledge and Investment Unit for the European Commission, and that's via a virtual connection. And last but of course not least, Abdel Malek Alawi, the founding CEO of the Guepard Group, who will also be with us through a virtual connection. We'll also be joined by Athanasios Kyriasis, the General Secretary for Research and Technology and Ministry of Development and Investments, who will be joining us shortly in person, I believe. So let's start with Aron Farrugia, Minister for the Environment, Climate Change and Planning for Malta. What's your perspective on this theme of innovation and business opportunities in the blue economy sector?
Well, thank you, Alistair, for having me here. I think blue economy is a very important topic to discuss. We know that annually, every year, the oceans give us some 2.5 trillion euro worth of investment and supports 200 million jobs annually. And therefore, we have to look into not just the established markets, the established sectors, which we can go into later on, but also the emerging innovative sectors. Now, both have a common denominator. They have common challenges, and they have to innovate. I'm saying this because they face the same challenges. Let me specify. To start with sustainability, we know that the oceans are our lungs. Basically, they give us half of our oxygen, the oxygen we breathe. The increase in population, we know the numbers that we will have by 2050. So food security is important, depletion of resources, etc. There are a number of targets, starting with the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030, climate change targets, carbon neutrality by 2050, but also the European Green Deal, which has a number of targets. A number of countries are also meant to diversify their economy. Starting with Malta, for example, we rely heavily on ocean and coastal tourism. Now, with COVID-19, the impact on our economy is heavy. So we have to diversify and have to look into innovative sectors. Then there is the post-COVID-19. We're all saying that we have to build back better, and you know that the blue economy should be one of the central pillars in the post-COVID-19 economy. So we have these challenges. We have also the data available, the investment, the technology is there, and one has to merge both the emerging sectors and the sectors which are established. We can start with the fisheries, for example, the catchment, the processing and the distribution. We know that, for example, the European Union is one of the top importers in the world of this sector. But new technology is assisting, also new frameworks and new agreements with third countries is helping a lot. One can also look into other sectors such as the marine living resources, and the non-living resources, such as oil and gas, for example, which is being hit by the financial crisis in 2008, but also now with COVID and other minerals. One can look into port activities, cargo, warehousing, ship repairs. We're looking into now super yachts and mega yachts, the building of them. The maritime transport, when it comes to the passenger and freight transport, and coastal tourism, for accommodation and cruise liner industry. Of course, the new sectors are quite challenging. Why are they challenging? Because first, technology is key to understand better where we're going to be in, say, 5-10 years' time. Secondly is the cost. The cost, for example, of offshore wind energy is making it quite difficult for countries to look into it, even though 90% of the infrastructure in the world belongs to the European Union. But still it's very expensive. One can look into ocean, tidal and wave energy. It's still being explored, such as also similarly with the offshore hydrogen systems. They are both being explored, and we will have them hopefully up and ready in the next 10 to 15 years. So yes, one can look also into bioeconomy and biotechnology. Seaweeds have been used since time immemorial, I would say, for feed, for food supplements, but now they're being used for cosmetics. So these are all new niche markets which will help us build back better when it comes to post-COVID scenario. Also keeping in mind the circular economy which the European Union is pushing forward to.
Super, thank you. There's a lot of ground you've covered there, or a lot of seabed you've covered, perhaps a better way of putting it. So let's move on then to Socrates Famelos, former alternate Minister for Environment and Energy for Greece. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation also. I think that in the future the conditions will be better to discuss about these important issues. Excuse me, I will continue in Greek language because they support us to continue in our language by the program of the Congress. So, what is the frame about our discussion about blue economy? I think that we must decide, and I begin in English about it, that the frame is the Green Deal of the European Union. You have to wear the phones, because I will speak in Greek language now. Sorry, that's why I announced it. So the frame is the Green Deal. And that's clear because from 2012, when we start to discuss about the strategy of blue economy, it was clear that the blue economy will be connected with green development, with the new targets about the gas emissions, the new targets about renewable energy, about circular economy, and about the strategy of biodiversity. So now I move on. Όπως το γενικό πλαίσιο, για να είμαστε ακριβείς,
But to be clear, the general framework becomes more complex if we add the pandemic, because it creates new demands we haven't thought of until recently. The European Green Deal, in which the blue deal is included, or the blue strategy is included, is part of negotiations, but the negotiations about the recent funds showed that we have a lot of inconsistency. So the problem is, when we talk about environment, can we say that climate neutrality is the only option, and that would be an horizontal thing? The second thing, we have different sectors that are linked to blue economy. Shipping, blue energy, aquaculture, biotechnology, biofuel, tourism. In all these activities, it is clear that the environment is not an opponent, but a source of development, for development. This discussion is repeated again and again, even in Greece, because for blue economy, the environment is a resource and not an opponent. Now, we had a law that was discussed in Greece recently about urban planning, Unfortunately, the government asks the coastal areas to be removed from the urban planning, even though we all know that the coastal area is part of the urban planning and the sea planning, so they cannot be forgotten. And if we, in the short term, we take them out of the whole deal about urban planning, we might help tourism and the big hotel units in the short term, but in the long run, we destroy the environment. And then we have the model of high-intensity construction in various countries in the past. Now we do not abide by this model and we consider it obsolete. A third issue is that we can move forward with green economy without a strong state with infrastructure or a public policy that would promote governments. No, not the governments, the private structures to invest. How long we will be discussing to have the introduction of cold ironing before big ports operate? For example, for how long we will have Piraeus without the electrical infrastructure that big ships need? Green infrastructure and investments can create an infrastructure of agreement, of acceptance, and consultation with the local society. So if we follow cold ironing or full separation of waste in 4 levels of recycling, either we talk about cruise ships or others, we could give the examples to local societies where we will have agreements and cooperations. And then when we talk about tourism, we can have greener hotels, and we should see how we will manage all the wastes, or how to collect organic matter separately, excuse me, and that is how we can create perspectives. Another issue, these are parts of SDGs. We might marginalize as politicians the SDGs. The more we talk about them and the less we do about them. But we need, we know that our fiscal policies are in contrast with SDGs. Nevertheless, scientists and politicians talk about SDGs all the time. This is an hypocrisy, because we have this conflict between economy and the SDGs. In the long run, I believe that everybody is interested in stock exchange profits and not the SDG, but the whole cost and benefit of the planet is decreasing because of that. Today in Greece, for example, the energy sector companies might do well in the stock exchange, but this is because they sell 4 times more than the wholesale prices. But if we find a way to protect the environment and find new ways of producing energy, that will protect the environment, at the same time will allow companies to sell cheaper power that will help sustainability. And the motto that nobody will be left behind is important to follow it, because transition actually makes these differences seem more important. That is why we should not underestimate that the main element of sustainability has to do with all citizens and not just a specific elite. We need to make that clear in order to be able to discuss all the rest. I have more to say, but I don't have time. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. So let's move on next to one of our virtual presenters. Let's go over to Andreea Strachinescu, who's the head of Maritime Innovation, Marine Knowledge and Investment Unit at the European Commission. Andreea, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. And I'd like to make a few points about what we are doing from the point of view of the blue economy. First of all, innovation is linked to knowledge. And I'd like just to start with a short, if I could say, good experience. When 10 years ago, Mrs. Maria Damanaki was Commissioner for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, and she had a very good vision. She had a very good idea announcing that Europe was going to build a seabed map of European seas by 2020. And we are there. We have this, and this was not done by one company. It was a partnership or more than 100 bodies, public and private, and this map is free and can be used for business development in the area. It's a knowledge, but also it's also not to be forgotten that is the freedom that leads to innovation, and we have to give people the right tools and they will find them. Now, based on also the previous intervention, of course, the Green Deal is the base of all our work for the blue economy, but not only. We know very well the biodiversity strategy was recently announced this year. Also, the zero pollution ambition, which will set key indicators in areas as air, water, soil pollution, will come at the end of the year. We have Farm to Fork strategy, looking, of course, at the potential for integration policy areas in the support of food sustainability goals and looking at the food from the ocean. We have the circular economy new action plan, and we have the research. We have the cluster 6. We have the mission area, healthy ocean seas, coastal and inland waters. So briefly to speak about what we are doing, we have as well Blue Invest. Blue Invest is supporting startup SMEs to bring into the market new innovative solutions and also business models that are needed to implement the Green Deal. Concretely, some examples of investments which lead sustainable innovation in the blue economy, I would like to mention, of course, development of renewable energy, and here link the upcoming communication of the Commission in the area of offshore energy. Also, we need nature-based solution in order to increase the resilience against coastal hazards and also to enhance ocean climate mitigation role. We need as well digital solution because we need to collect and process a large amount of essential marine environmental data. And for this, we require artificial intelligence, we require advanced computing, as an example, to analyze ship movements, but also to identify suspicious behavior and also to be able to address the illegal fishing. Also, Blue Cloud, part of the European Open Science Cloud, but also biodiscovery, marine biotechnology for the development of pharmaceutical and other products. We need as well underwater robotics for ocean observation. We need to use information for both satellite and in situ observation. And we need all of this to be linked with the maritime special planning, developing of offshore multipurpose platform, energy production to be linked with ocean observation, marine aquaculture, and even offshore ports combined. And not the less important, we need water and transport-related research innovation, including the decarbonization of the shipping sector. Briefly, these are the topics on which we are working, and all of them are going to be addressed in the upcoming Horizon Europe, but also not to be forgotten that we have recently announced, the Commission announced the Recovery and Resilience Facility. It will give to member states the power to select what are the sectors to be supported, and some of them can be found there. I think we have to look at all the sources through which innovation can be supported. And of course, with all the challenges that some of them can be at the level of the member states, but also there is a place for more, I would say, regional and European cooperation.
Thank you very much indeed. Fascinating to hear your input there on the importance of technology. Of course, always key to, from the development of the first rafts and the first boats. Technology has been an absolutely essential part of exploiting the blue economy down through the ages, but we do seem to be now at the frontiers of a period of rapid development, new potential innovation in this area that could help to transform and accelerate the development of the blue economy. So I'll probably come back to you a bit on that later, because I think it's a key and fascinating area. For the moment, though, let's move on to our next speaker, who will also be joining us virtually. This is Abdelmalek Alawi, who's the founding CEO of Guepard Group. Perhaps you'll forgive my ignorance and start by telling us a bit more about the group and what it does, because I'm unfamiliar with it. And then please just launch off into your introductory words. Thank you very much.
Well, hello, and I'm very happy for joining you. Actually, I'm the CEO of the Guepard Group, which is a company that is specialized in management consulting for multinationals going to Africa, but I'm also the chairman of the Moroccan Institute for Strategic Intelligence, and I believe it is more in this capacity that I'm joining you today, maybe to share with you a perspective coming from the South when it comes to blue economy and how we see it from the south of the Mediterranean and from Africa as a whole. And what struck me when I read the title of the panel is that a whole generation of business students have been nurtured by a book released in 2005, which title was Blue Ocean Strategy: How to Create Uncontested Markets and How to Make Competition Irrelevant. And the idea was to disrupt the economic models in the early years 2000 and to find new ways of growth. And the topic at stake today, when we talk about blue economy and blue economy being a part of the global green economy and sustainable economy, when it comes to us Africans looking at it, we're really amazed, because it's the first time that we're talking about inclusion in a time when it's very difficult to have any perspectives. In 2015, when everybody started to talk about the fourth industrial revolution, I do believe that we realized that for the first time in history, we were going to face unprecedented changes, because technology was destroying blue-collar and white-collar jobs. And for us as Africans, and being under-industrialized and having a very strong relationship with Europe, this was bad news. Because the bad news is that we were going to face speed, uncertainty, changes, disenfranchised people, and especially in Africa, where the whole paradigm of blue economy has to be linked with the legacy of colonization. Because former colonies always organized their economies with ports, with big coastal cities. And what happens now in our countries is that we have the center of Africa with very few industrialization, and we have the periphery and the coastal areas with big cities. We will have more than 10 cities that will be around 10 million people by 2050. And so we have to reset ourselves in order to be ready to change our economies and to grasp all the changes and the opportunity that is coming from the blue economy. Because when we look at it, the key issue for us as Africans will be to have quality funding for the huge infrastructure projects that are linked to the blue economy. When it comes to offshore wind, when it comes to desalination, because we need more access to water. And the problem is that with the COVID, there is an acceleration of depreciation of financing those projects. In short, in Europe, you have a quantitative easing program of 750 billion euros. In Africa, we have none, and leaders are talking about debt relief and trying to optimize the resources they have. But we have to understand what's at stake right now. If we don't fast track access to finance for big projects in blue economy in Africa, you guys in Europe will have a major migration crisis. What you have seen in 2015 will be nothing compared to what can happen if we don't go faster in developing industries that have the right level of employability. Let me remind that we have 14 million young Africans that enter the job market every year, and only half of them will go into the formal sector. So this creates an enormous challenge for Africa and for Europe. And the thing is that we have to make sure that we do our job as Africans and we transform our economies in order to grasp this opportunity. But we have to not only look at the coastal area, but we have to look at the areas inside the land, because we need to create a virtuous connection between the coastal areas and the ports and inside the lands where you have the disenfranchised people who have less access to digital, less access to education, where you have a bigger gender gap. So these are issues that are not just related to business and innovation, they're related to a civilization case. So my main message will be, when we look at it from an African perspective, there are two conditions that we need to reach. First, we need pivotal countries. We need countries that have stability in macroeconomics and institutional stability in order for them to get a better industrial sector so that they can lift up and be up to the challenge of the blue economy. And the second thing is that we need to have an honest discussion with our counterparts in Europe, because we are hearing a lot of speeches about relocating industries in Europe, subsidizing those industries to come back to Europe. But if we don't build a place of prosperity in the south of the Mediterranean, there are big problems that will be ahead. So in short, I would say that blue economy is an opportunity. Let's make sure that we don't sink Africa if we miss this opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that gives us a fairly graphic and stark sense of what's at stake, actually, in not just the blue economy, but more broadly. When we talk about opportunity and innovation, we often get obsessed with sort of marginal increases in GDP on a year-by-year basis, but of course there are much larger issues here at stake. So I'm really pleased to say that we have Athanasios Kyriasis with us now, the General Secretary for Research and Technology at the Ministry of Development and Investments. Mr. Kyriasis, would you like to give us your introductory words?
Thank you very much. Η επιστημονική έρευνα.
Scientific research and innovation are important factors for the economic prosperity and social prosperity. A survey shows that all of these contribute to productivity, the size of which depend on additional parameters such as macroeconomic stability, a mechanism of diffusion of innovation, business environment, technological level of businesses, and specialized manpower. Research and innovation contribute to better and better remunerated jobs and creates better environmental benefits for sectors like health. For example, in Greece, research and development, despite the progress it has shown, is lagging behind compared to the EU average, and we are among the low cost and low knowledge intensity countries. Nevertheless, we have some interesting characteristics. If taken advantage properly, could help our national economy to have the size and specializations necessary in order to transform it in a competitive economy based on knowledge and innovation. A blue economy can be the lever of promoting economy at the local and European level, and an opportunity to exploit ocean resources. What can be done in this framework in research and development? We should have research and development in sectors that are included in blue economy and focus there nationally and European level. And we have an example of USR space focusing on that. We need to promote the research sectors linked to sea environment and sea resources, and link this the results of this survey to new industrial activities. New activities like sea biodiversity, renewable energy sources, and old ones that exploit resources from the environment all these past years, like fisheries and aquacultures. We have in Greece research organizations in various areas that strive to find ways to exploit the marine environment in an environmentally friendly way, and link research and production in the long-term plan that we have to finance infrastructure. We provide for the funding of an infrastructure that will survey sea systems and forecasting the status of these waters in the years to come, depending on the measures and the measurements it takes. In aquacultures, we have a sector that tries to link business and this sector of aquaculture based on research programs, and this is funded by the EU and the national system of research and development 2016-2020. The new programming period 2021-27 offers more opportunities for investment in R&D, placing emphasis on the creation of a smarter and climate-neutral Europe via structural funds. In this framework, the General Secretary of Research and Development is focusing on studies, the results of which will be disseminated to society and businesses. We emphasize on innovation that support the competitive edges of the country to the benefit of the country and the benefits. Linking research, development, and entrepreneurship is an important prerequisite to improve the position of our country. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Okay, I've got some questions. First for you, Mr. Kyriasis, and then I'll open this up to anybody else who wants to comment. It strikes me that the blue economy is different. I want to broaden things out a bit. The blue economy is quite different from the land-based economy, as it were, in the intensity of competition for resources the resources sit in particular territories where they're not land-based, where they're actually in the water. The intensity of competition, it seems to me, has a different character from competition on land, where perhaps the legal frameworks, the legal constraints are a little clearer. A nation-state occupies the land that it has rights to. The same can't be said of the seas, the high seas. So, aware of the situation here in the East Mediterranean at the moment, I wonder if you've got any reflections on where we stand in terms of the legal and regulatory status of the world's waterways, and if we're moving forwards or backwards in that regard.
Δεν υπάρχουν πισωγυρίσματα.
There is no back and forth. There is this research part that refers to Greece and in relation to blue economy. As you know, Greece is surrounded by sea. It has a lot of islands. We are in an area in Southeast Europe, and it is a hub, we could say. What I would like to underline regarding to what you have said is that we take advantage of all these positive elements that are in the sea, in the climate, the change, the environment, in order to achieve better results. What we try via the research agencies, either universities or either agencies in the Secretary of Research and Development, we try to achieve better results for our country and Europe in general. This is what I would like to underline in general, as a general comment. And for the old programming period, 2014-20, and the new one, we try to take advantage of all the competitive edges of our country regarding our sea wealth, our environmental wealth. That is why we have different research programs. We have the Greek Center of Marine Research focusing on research in marine areas, but we have other similar programs trying to exploit the land advantages that we have.
Mr. Farrugia, the view from Malta.
Very well. I do agree with you that we should focus on marine spatial planning, marine governance, and marine science. Also, international maritime law. I pride myself to come from a country which gave us Arvid Pardo way back in the 60s when he came up with the United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea and establishing the oceans and our seas as a common good. Having said that, I followed what the previous speakers have said, and I think that the best way forward to tackle the challenges we have now and in the future is to share the best expertise, sharing of best expertise and best practices amongst European countries, member states, but also North African countries, if I may. Let me give you two examples. Let me start with desalination, water supply. Now, of course, there will be shortage of water in the coming years, and therefore reverse osmosis infrastructure will be needed in many countries. Now, we all know that reverse osmosis and desalination infrastructure is energy-based and intense. So it goes in different view of the energy targets we have. And therefore, we have to look into the best expertise in each and every country to come up with other solutions, better technology. And that's where we perhaps can share the best practices, best expertise of member states of the European Union and North African countries. I can give you also another example. One of the speakers spoke about the need to assist, help North African countries come up with better solutions so that immigration is mitigated. And I do agree with him. And that's precisely what the West Med partnership is offering right now. It is sharing best expertise, but also sharing what countries are gathering together. So I think these two examples are the way forward, to have, yes, a common framework, an understanding of marine spatial planning, marine governance, and marine science, but more better than that is the best expertise that we can share together.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go to Brussels and Andreea Strachinescu. I'm interested in your view, the view from Brussels of this issue. You know, we have a very highly contested territory, if you like, in the Eastern Mediterranean. How does that cut across the hopes and aspirations, the plans of the European Union for developing the blue economy in this part of the world?
First of all, probably you are aware, but we are working very well at sea basin level. So there is already a strategy for the Mediterranean as it is for all sea basins. And in looking at this, of course, building on the competencies of each countries, of course, that we are encouraging, we are supporting projects to be developed with all countries in the region. It is not only about the European countries. It is similar what is happening in the Black Sea area, where we have only 2 European countries. That projects are supported among all of them, all the countries in the region. So cooperation at sea basin level, it's crucial. And of course, moving blue economy forward, it was already mentioned by the Maltese minister, but I think it's extremely important. Maritime special planning, it's crucial. And we have to know, we have to think how we can better use the space at sea. Aquaculture can be done onshore, but a lot of things that we are mentioning today are done offshore. And in order not to arrive at the competition for the space of sea, when planning project, it will be good to have a more systemic vision and to see how we can integrate the offshore energy production with desalinization, but also maybe with the hydrogen production to see how we can include aquaculture and even ocean observation. So I think there is a need for developing probably a more integrated view in order not to exhaust, if I could say, the space sea as arrive in some cases with the land. So bases exist at the sea level, but I think we need to be a little bit more innovative, I would say efficient and really productive in the way that we are using the space of the sea.
Super, thank you very much. Mr. Famelos, what's your view here?
I mentioned during my first contribution that the blue growth-related issues are directly linked with marine spatial planning. Let's talk firstly at the national level. It is clear that all countries, and our country, require a certain infrastructure of plans on which blue growth initiatives will be deployed, because these initiatives need the same resources, and these resources are not endless. And given that the priority is the sustainability of resources, this means that maritime spatial planning must provide for availability of resources. So climate neutrality and sustainability of resources have to be integrated in the national maritime special planning initiative. But for me, the debate becomes even more thorny and intriguing, if you like, in Southeastern Europe when talking about projects and cooperations that go well beyond maritime borders. In this case, we have issues in Eastern Mediterranean. The terms and the fields of cooperation between countries are not clear. As a result, the fields for deploying blue growth-related initiatives. Our country has moved on with reaching agreements with Italy and Egypt in order to determine its territorial area, zones, and the margin for cooperation. But this is done under the pressure of hydrocarbons. So the issue is, do hydrocarbons and
related activities, do they go hand in hand with blue growth, or do they contradict blue growth? We believe that the first most important thing, which is peace and peaceful living, hydrocarbons and the disputes around them play a very important role. Climate neutrality adds additional concerns, because when talking about maritime zones in southeastern Mediterranean, have to go on firstly for reasons of blue growth, and then for the hydrocarbons, because we have issues for the feasibility of such projects given the current prices of hydrocarbons. But countries have nothing else to do but to collaborate in order to find solutions for these problems, because, we have some tensions. We have such tensions with our neighbors. We have violation of our sovereign rights over the past months as a result of research for hydrocarbons. We have to complain. We have to submit that to the international community. I think the General Secretary corroborates that. We want maritime zones issues to be solved, and this is the only issue that exists. There's no other issue to be solved. We have some great examples of collaborations. For instance, we are dynamically moving forward with a trilateral cooperation with Cyprus and Israel, or Cyprus and Egypt, and we have another one with Cyprus and Jordan. Let me also tell you that in the context of our collaboration with Israel and Cyprus, I have had the honor as a then ministry to sign a pact or a treaty on how to deal with maritime accidents in southeastern Mediterranean. There is an institute located in Malta. I think the name was Martek. It's an institute that is headquartered in Malta, and they played a very important role, because this is also part of blue growth. So let me say that competition between countries has to become a joining of forces. It's not about local conflict or disputes. We need competition under fair rules. But let me say what I said at the beginning. The SDGs and climate-related policies have to be one step ahead, because, as I told you before, we keep on talking about blue growth, but there is tension on the Mediterranean because of hydrocarbons. This is a contradiction we have to resolve. We cannot just close our eyes before that. But I do agree with you that the next critical issue after domestically determining our maritime zones will be the international aspect for blue growth purposes.
What I heard there was that I'd framed this question in terms of competition, and I heard quite a lot about collaboration, and it's interesting that Europe itself is a pretty good example of how collaborative efforts have helped resolve age-old, perhaps, political rivalries over the years, and collaboration here obviously is a key theme. Mr. Alawi, is there a view you'd like to express on this?
Well, if I may just enter maybe for 2 minutes the business of slaughtering some sacred cows, there is a horizon. The horizon is 2024, and this is the date where you will have a European directive on decarbonization of the economy. And there is an elephant in the room, which is in the south. What are we going to do with skills and talents? One of two engineers in Morocco expatriates the year of his graduation. He gets a visa in 15 days and a work permit for 10 years. If you're a doctor in Morocco, you need 3 months before getting a visa to take your children to Euro Disney. So I believe that the next step will be to have consistency and to have honesty in our discussion, because we cannot have such a huge brain drain, because Europe is lacking 200,000 engineers and coders. You cannot take them from the north of Africa and expect us to have blue growth, because if you want to create a wind project, if you want to create a project related to maritime, you need engineers and you need skills. So this conversation should be broadened to the question of talents, how we're going to foster them, how we're going to help them. And I'm not talking about support or aid. I'm just saying that we are right now in a paradigm where our destinies are really they're linked, and our fate have to be together. So the big issue for us, is that we want to tell you guys, we are in the Janet Jackson paradigm. What have you done for me lately? Are we going to stop calling experts and calling specialists? And are we going to leave the continent of thinkers? And are we going to go to the continent of doers? Because we need action, and we need for this action to be concerted and to have, the hard discussions, because we need our talents and we need to fix the populations and to have a big growth base if we want to move forward in this area.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. I have to say, I had various expectations for where this session would go, but Janet Jackson wasn't one of them, so I welcome that contribution. I'd like to thank my panelists. We're out of time, I'm afraid. I suspect we could talk a long time about these themes. I'd like to thank them all very much. Aaron Ferrugia, Athanasios Kyriasis, Socrates Famelos, Andreas Strahinescu, Abdel Malek Alawi. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
So we'll take a very, very brief break while we and the chair of the International Advisory Board in Athens. We have Triant Floris, who's the Executive Director of the Center of Excellence in Logistics, Shipping and Transportation at the American College of Greece, a Professor of Management, and other roles too. So without further ado, let's move straight on. We'll start with Mr. Theoharis, the Minister of Tourism. Welcome, and please give us your introductory remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for pronouncing my name so fluently. This is not an easy feat, I can assure you. Let me just say that I'm very glad that under these difficult circumstances we're able to meet virtually, and for a very, very few people physically as well, in order to discuss this difficult situation that we all face, a situation that for Greece, since Greece's economy relies so much on tourism, for Greece it's very, very difficult to overcome and address the issues that we faced this year. Now, from the beginning, and when I say the beginning, I'm talking about the time where the initial phases of the big lockdowns, etc., were over. we decided, and we were given the mandate by the Prime Minister, to find ways to coordinate the different agencies in order to reopen our borders. Now, that was a very, very complex feat, a very complex endeavor, and we managed to complete it with the great cooperation of numerous agencies, but also of the private sector. Tens and hundreds of thousands of people were educated in the health protocols. We had to rush through, together with the experts and the doctors, to ensure that those protocols were in place and they were adequate, while still allowing for an experience that looks like tourism, because it would be very easy to transform the touristic experience to a clinical experience. We had to innovate in many cases, because we wanted to ensure that we kept the safety of our people as a #1 priority. And we innovated with the QR codes and the PLFs, which were only online, and forms that created data that were fed into an artificial intelligence system targeting our testing software. By the way, we tested with an independent randomized study, and we found out that we were 93% more efficient than random tests. As a result, we effectively doubled the number of tests that we were doing by targeting those tests where the need is there. And we managed to open by the 1st of July this year. Now, since then, we had a very dynamic situation. We followed developments both in the other countries in order to take measures restricting, perhaps mandating a PCR test, etc., travel on one side, but also monitoring the internal situation and coming up with internal restrictive measures where we saw there was an increase in the number of cases. And actually those measures, we found out that they worked. Paros is an example which was very early on. Very quickly, people adhered to the rules, and the number of cases went down, and as a result, we managed to reopen again or lift the restrictions. Now, so the first goal was to open. The second goal was to ensure that we have a positive experience, and if you like, as evidence for that, I can tell you that we had numbers of people saying that they felt safer in Greece rather than their own country, which was a very good, if you like, seal of approval for us by the customer themselves. And we saw that even when we had to quarantine people because they were tested positive at the borders, the overall experience was a very positive one. In some cases, they were upgraded from the hotel that they had booked to the quarantine hotel, which was of a better nature than what they had paid for. In any case, this was, again, a good experience. And the final goal was to ensure that everybody returned safe in their homes back to the country of origin. And I'm glad to say that we had no tourists in our hospitals, no issues, no problems. So all three goals, which I may point are not quantitative goals, they're qualitative goals, were achieved. As a result, we have strengthened our relationship with the market. We have increased the brand awareness and the brand name as an effective and a safe touristic destination, which is the #1 priority. And of course, that sets the stage for a lot of work, but also a lot of hope for the next years, that the recovery in Greece will take a faster pace than what would otherwise be the case. I'm sure we can have other issues to discuss later on, so I'll stop here.
I'm sure we will. Thank you very much for that. I have to say, in the interest of full disclosure, I feel somewhat safer here than I do in my home country. I do miss the pub. So perhaps it's something you could do about that. That would be fantastic.
There are some pubs, both Irish pubs and English pubs. So
wonderful. I shall seek them out. Okay, let's move on to Luca Katzel. Luca Katselli, the former Minister of Labour and Social Security in Greece. you want to press the button on your mic, that's it.
So I will speak in Greek, given that we have many journalists following this discussion. The minister talked about our recent experience. Let me take a look forward. Let me talk about the prospect of sustainable tourism, which is the topic of this discussion. Why is sustainability a necessity? Let me focus on three main challenges. Firstly, life expectancy expands a lot. Now we have more than 50% chance of a child born in the West will live to be over 105. So we are entering a new phase, a new stage of our life. We used to believe that we have had a three-stage life: education, then the career, and then the retirement. Now we are given this life expectancy increase. We expect that we will be living a multi-stage life, different stages in different time windows of our lives. The second new reality was the outcome of globalization and the decrease in transportation costs. So with the exception of difficult years like this year, you can travel, one can travel, can go anywhere. There is an international market for consumers, for investors, for organizations. And the third major challenge has to do with the international risks, such as pandemics, climate change, degradation of environment and biodiversity, increase of inequalities, geopolitical crisis, and the need to properly handle migration flows. All these pressures lead us to start thinking in a different way and think in terms of sustainability. So, what is the solution? In this conference, I think this is something that torments everyone. What is the solution? For me, it is the full adoption of the Agenda 2030. It's a sustainable growth model with a certain vision and a certain strategy attached. What is of major importance, this Agenda 2030 is an international project signed by 193 member states. All states have been committed that by 2030 they will have the Agenda 2030 implemented. This agenda is based on 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and 169 specialized and specific targets. In this context, I would like to say a few words about tourism. Let me say that the feature of this Agenda 2030 is that it does not only determine the increase of incomes as a very narrow-minded goal. No. At the core of this agenda, we have three dimensions. We have the economy, of course. That's one thing. We have the social dimension, which means eradication of poverty and social inequalities. And we also have the environmental dimension, protection of the environment, along with statutory or regulatory arrangements in order to have this kind of political, social, and economic sustainability. In the context of the Agenda 2030, we have to define what sustainable tourism is. What is the vision? What is the mandate or the mission of this tourism? Let me summarize that or give a definition. The aim is to promote well-being by means of high-quality, sustainable and affordable tourist services. And there is a strategy elaborated based on 5 pillars. A, talking about Greece this time. A, we have to invest on Greece's comparative edges, both in terms of tourism and culture, etc. The next pillar is how we can expand the thematic focus of our tourist offerings, how we can create sustainable value chains for every tourism-related service, how we can cater to changing market needs, and what will be the outcome of all the above? What kind of growth-related or developmental plans will we have at a regional level in order to change the touristic growth model that we have today. A couple of words about each one of these pillars or axes. What does it mean to invest on Greece's comparative advantages? Our culture, our cultural heritages, most likely, the most important, valuable, although not fully tapped asset of our country. We have to utilize our unique, unspoiled to a great extent, and diverse locations of our country. Actually, many of these areas are underprivileged or non-developed. We have to invest on our high-quality agricultural and husbandry products, our safe destinations, the fact that we have very high-quality and affordable health services, the fact that we have these unexploited resources, for instance, thermal springs, good infrastructure and transportation services that we do have, and of course we have to invest on our highly skilled human resources. What does it mean to expand the thematic focus of our offerings?
Τουρισμό για υγεία, από τον τουρισμό.
We're talking about health tourism, wellness tourism. We're talking about religious and sport, athletic or cultural tourism, conference tourism. Traditional sea and sun tourist model we used to have, it belongs to the past, although we have discussed again and again about how to expand the thematic focus. Third pillar, we have to change value chains. We have to interconnect them, which means link value chains from different sectors. For instance, the agro-food industry with tourism, cultural with tourism, renewables and green buildings, the issue of education with tourism or transport. And for each tourism-related investments, we can create this value chain that starts from the raw materials going down to the end life of every product and turn this value chain into something sustainable by introducing specific standards, by greening, if you like, our infrastructures, by promoting sustainable innovation, by using specific tools or raw materials, or to the point of the so-called responsible consumption and production. Next pillar, what does it mean to be sensitive to the changing market needs? As we've seen, the market changes rapidly. It is very important that we follow up with this market. For me, it's quite strange that a country like Greece has failed to build infrastructures addressed to the elderly. We fail to, let's say, catch up with the changes globally, which means that we have to change the way we collaborate. We have to expand cooperations and our collaborations with other stakeholders. Last but not least, probably this is the most important thing to discuss. And I will give you an example about that. 2020 represents a major opportunity. We have the RRF, the Resilience and Recovery Fund. That's what Ms. Katseli means. I forgot the term. We have to submit certain proposals. So let's come up with some new ideas out of the box. What sustainable projects, what sustainable integrated sets of projects can we submit? For me, the challenge is the following. For every region of our country, based on the above-mentioned principles, we have to submit, my dear Minister, specific development or growth plans that will abide by the specifications I discussed before. One last example, thermal springs. Currently, Greece has a huge unexploited wealth in terms of thermal springs. The European market offers 5,612 thermal spring establishments, open establishments. We're talking about a market of approximately $20 billion. In Greece, we have an ancient old a century-old tradition of health and wellness practices back in the 1960s. Of course, we're talking about practices that come since 1150 BC. You know that we have the oldest Asclepion, which means a temple of, or an establishment for Asclepios, the founder of medicine, at Triki, which is the oldest in the world. And currently, the HRADF, the Hellenic Republic Asset Development Fund, is in the process of structuring transactions to call for a tender, actually, but we don't have the necessary infrastructures. These infrastructures could be integrated in the RRF-funded projects. What does thermal tourism mean for Greece? It's not about just investing on a thermal spring, no. It's an integrated complex that relates to various ministries. On the one hand, we have the issue of finance. We have statutory and regulatory arrangements. Also, we're talking about intersectoral value chains because, for instance, next to the hot gates, the Thermopyle, as we call them, as it is the name, we may have a thematic park for foreign visitors, for Greek visitors, linked to the Thermopyle. We're talking about business partnerships and, of course, promotion of infrastructure development. For instance, the waste, the Konyavitis waste management plant, the biological waste management plant, we have to remove it, to move it from there. So if we are to promote thermal spring tourism, we have to see that in an holistic way, and this relates to more than one ministry, not just the Ministry of Tourism. The same case with thermal spring, the same with the thermal springs can happen with in other areas, so it will take some good organization in order to turn these projects into reality for our country.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Well, let's move across now to our third panelist, Mr. Flores, Executive Director at the Centre of Excellence in Logistics, Shipping and Transportation at the American College of Greece. First, for my benefit, could you just spell out a little bit more about your role and about the Centre of Excellence, and then give us your thoughts on this thing?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure and an honor.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Τιμή και χαρά μου να βρίσκομαι εδώ και που μου δίνετε την ευκαιρία να μιλήσω. Το Κέντρο Αριστείας για Logistics, Shipping και Transportation μαζί με τη
areas of interest, we believe, to the Greek economy to help in bringing together academic experts, industry, in a dialogue through research, through extroversion, through academic programs, in helping build up the Greek economy. Other areas are tourism and leisure, which is also under my care right now because we are in the first stages of development. We have market-based economics, Institute of Economic Growth, in other words, and the RTIN, the Research Technology Innovation Network. So this is a group of centers and institutes that we're putting together for the purpose that I said before. Last but not least, and I was really happy to see that as a focus of the previous presentation, is the Center of Excellence in Hellenic Culture and the Liberal Arts, because we think that, again, and you're absolutely right, and we agree, and I believe everybody agrees with that, it's an incredibly important area for growth and for sustainable growth across the board for Greece.
Great. Were there any words on the theme at hand that you wanted to go on to?
Absolutely. Actually, yeah. I do have a presentation that I would like to use in regards to today, to my thoughts today. And I believe that my thoughts and the way that they're structured fit very well with both presenters before. It's a slightly different perspective in regards to how I view, or how we view at the institution, sustainable tourism, and what can be done in regards to promoting sustainable tourism and focusing it very much in Greece, in our country. When I saw the title for the panel, The Challenge of Sustainable and Responsible Tourism in Times of Economic Upheaval, I thought it was a very interesting, very accurate description of the current situation, as well as the future steps that could be taken in regards to addressing issues in this incredibly important industry, both for Greece as well as globally. So I did a little bit of wordsmithing, as you can see there, and changed the challenge of to opportunity for, because the spirit of my presentation is going to be the future and the way that it presents opportunities to these challenges. I'm actually very pleased to hear several speakers before, throughout the day, taking a very optimistic approach in regards to the future as far as sustainable growth is concerned, as far as the green agenda is concerned. And I really like this because even though this is going to sound like a cliche, it is true. Challenges, crises always help us, in my opinion, build a better future, a better tomorrow. And another cliche would be that we are in a transitional period, which we are, and I think technology exacerbates the fact that we have essentially eternal transition. So before I actually present my thesis, my main argument, just in terms of context, two different things: the impact as far as the economy or finances are concerned, and this is a global chart, or a chart that paints a global picture in regards to, again, finances or the economy. I took it from the World Tourism Organization. It was published approximately a month ago. It shows three different scenarios in regards to what is actually happening right now in regards to tourism. And all three scenarios are gloom and doom scenarios. It's less gloom and doom and more gloom and doom. So the situation, the current situation, definitely presents a challenge. Another way to see this, another way to see the challenge, same thing linked to the previous one, has to do with arrivals. Minus 66% in Europe. The picture is incredibly similar as far as Greece is concerned. On average, minus 65% as far as tourist arrivals from January through June 2020, using 2019 as the benchmark. But this is the opportunity right here, and this is my argument. Upheaval presents great ways that we can actually move forward in the future vis-a-vis sustainable development, focusing on tourism. The three R's that I would like to highlight as far as the theoretical foundations of crisis management, which is a guide towards that, have to do with response, recovery, and resilience. So we should be thinking in those terms in regards to every single industry and how industries connect with each other. How fast can we respond? What will our response compose of? Resilience for me is an incredibly important concept as well. Why? Because through focusing on resilience right now, I heard a very interesting statistic that Mr. Schinas gave this morning in regards to the 4% threshold as far as risk management is concerned, through his friend in the UK who does risk management. So we should focus very much on preparedness through resilience. In supply chains, tourism represents a supply chain as and a value chain, as very, very importantly was highlighted before, and very saliently and very accurately. The importance, it's an important driver of growth. Tourism is an important driver of growth, but it has to be done in a sustainable way. Look at Greece there. Again, this comes from the OECD. It's a fairly recent chart. It was published last year, if I remember correctly. 6.8%, that's pretty big, and that's only direct contributions, right? Not indirect contributions. There are lies, darn lies, and statistics. However, the numbers also speak very, very loudly, and this is what they say to us as far as the importance of industry and, this industry in the global economy. So, in the next couple of minutes, I will present the what, why, and how, in wrapping up my presentation, having developed, I think, having discussed the context. This is my thesis. The need for sustainable and responsible planning and management is imperative for the industry to survive and to thrive as a whole, as far as the future is concerned. There are 5 impacts that are incredibly important, that are linked to tourism in a very, very direct manner. I will only discuss the first one because the other 4 have already been discussed today, and they will be discussed later today and tomorrow. Impact of the tourism business. International arrivals, as far as tourism is concerned, have increased from 25 million globally in 1950 to 278 million in 1980, and 1.32 billion today in 2019. And the projection is that this will continue to grow. However, there are many more impacts in terms of the human life, human existence, brought about by tourism, wildlife and habitat. Again, another presenter before talked about how animals, how habitat has actually reclaimed the space through the quarantine that it was taken up by humans. Water has been discussed thoroughly, climate and atmospheric impacts. So why? My second question, the necessity. What is the necessity? And I think the statement that although not everything depends on tourism, tourism depends on almost everything, is a very accurate, it's a very salient statement. Why? Because it talks about the interconnections of the economy, society, and as well as the environment. In my opinion, but it's not just me that think that, I think there's a lot of people that share something very similar, is that SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, despite being heterogeneous and diverse, they're found to be the backbone of economic growth and development of the ecosystems of their operations. I would like to argue that this is the backbone of tourism as well, especially in the context or in the reality of Greece. I think SMEs are incredibly important in terms of building the future as far as tourism are concerned. And the how, the path, and excuse my flight plan picture there, but my background is in aviation, and I tend to think on those terms in regards to systems, processes, the way they link, but human factor also, which is incredibly important. So what's the path? Sustainable tourism is about refocusing, it's about adapting. I think I agree fully with the previous presenter, Dr. Katselli. That's, I believe that was a premise that permeated her talk as well. A balance must be found between limits and usage, so that continuous changing, monitoring, and planning ensure that tourism can be managed. So it's a never-ending process. It's a process which should be focusing on agility and ambidexterity on behalf of organizations that are active participants in the economy, as well as of the state in terms of policy. And there has to be a symbiosis, and there has to be an effective dialogue between public and private sector in regards to this. Economic, social, and environmental aspects of sustainable development must include the interest of all stakeholders. Stakeholders, that's the word, right? That's the concept right now. It's not, we have transitioned from the idea of a shareholder, it's a stakeholder. Stakeholder, local communities, visitors, industry, government. In other countries, we could put there the interests of Aboriginal people, other local communities, and so on and so forth. Three things, and I'm wrapping it up, in regards to the outtake as far as that is concerned. Sustainability is salvation. Sustainability is salvation. As far as tourism is concerned, as far as the future of our world is concerned, if you want to expand this a little further, that's what the Harvard Business Review concluded in 2009 following the subprime crisis. And this is a conclusion that was repeated just last year by Andrew Winston in The Big Pivot. So sustainability is salvation. I think that's one of the first things in mind. Number two, consumers want green. Again, this has been studied. Consumers do want green. They like green. A Nielsen poll, very recent Nielsen poll of more than 30,000 people in South America and Latin America said that 60% of people want green in the way or in the offering that they actually get. And last but not least, and I return to my SME premise and SME focus, SMEs that are committed to sustainability are more creditworthy. This is true. This is absolutely true. A study done by Heal Our World found that SMEs committed to sustainability are much more durable than average. A total of 21% of active businesses in the United States are categorized as higher risk, whereas only about 3% of businesses in that same country that are green, highlight that, are susceptible to credit risk. These are some of the sources that I used in my presentation. And again, I would like to thank you for the opportunity that you gave me today.
Thank you very much for an excellent, very informative presentation. I'd like to. I mean, there are so many themes here. You know, as you said, the question surrounding the title of the session itself is it's about the economic. It's about tourism in difficult economic times, which Greece in particular has been through. You know, has more than its fair share of. In turbulent times, in times of an increased focus on sustainability, I'd like to go back to the Minister, Mr. Theoharis, for a second, and just rewind a bit, because we were talking about, you were very clear about the impact of the pandemic on tourism, on this sector. Of course, this is a really dynamic situation that we're in. I think we've all been, one of the things that's been difficult about the situation is that it constantly changes under your feet. You think you've got a grip and then suddenly the numbers move and actually the problem you're facing isn't the one you thought you were facing. So I wonder if you could just sort of update us on where you feel Greece stands now. And Greece had a super initial response to the pandemic. And the numbers have sort of wandered a bit since then, but I don't feel a sense of infection running away as it is in some places. So, where do you think Greece is now, and where do you think it's headed over the next 12 months or so?
Ας μιλήσω και εγώ στα ελληνικά σε μια προσπάθεια να βοηθήσω.
I will speak in Greek in order to help the journalists. Indeed, in the context of public debate and discussion, we tend to compare the current state of affairs, talking about the health issues, with the state of affairs just a few months ago. That's not right. At the beginning, we used to compare countries. Now, during the second wave, as we call it, we have once again compare countries between them. How we do it compared to others. So we believe that in terms of specific indicators, we perform much better compared to other countries, even compared to the first wave. But again, we have all to find a point of balance, given that our economy is semi-open, to put it like that. And what is important is not to lose control. We have not lost control in our country, of course. We have daily meetings or every 2-day meetings in order to update measures, both domestically and vis-à-vis foreign countries. Now, talking about tourism, I think I should say a couple of words about where we stand at the European level and what we should do in order for the year after be different. Because, as you rightly put it, the issue is whether we can stand another year like this one. My opinion is that we cannot. We have to find the necessary tools that will allow us to have different rules in place. One thing is for certain, the European Union was fragmented at the beginning, at the onset of this pandemic. Every country did their own thing. As we moved closer to the summertime, there was a huge effort to open borders using common rules. This was not feasible at the beginning. Our country took a specific stand and said, we have to open the borders. We cannot afford it. We can afford it no more. This led other countries as well at the European level to start talking about this issue and to have a mature discussion. And as a result, we reached the point of common rules, initially by opening the borders within the Schengen area, and then by introducing the so-called positive lists for third countries. This led to a better situation compared to the past. We were much more coordinated. Coordination got lost once again after the second wave broke, because these phobic instincts earned ground, and as a result, every country did their own bit. We are once again fragmented. One says 10 days of quarantine. Another one says 15 days of quarantine. Another one says we will have no more than 25 positive cases per 1,000 inhabitants within 14 days. Another one says within the last 20 days, so on and so forth. So as we speak, the entire discussion at the European level is how we can restore common rules in 5 areas. Data, how we collect data and how we compare them. Second, KPIs, what are the criteria we use in order to proceed with decision-making. Third, traffic light system, green, red, orange, in order to know how we sort the cases and what are the criteria we apply in order to have these categories. Will it be at a national level, at a country level? Will it be region-specific, etc.? Fourth, decision-making. What kind of quarantines are we talking? What kind of CPR tests? What kind of recommendations do we issue? Depending on the level, the state of each country, green, orange, or red. And last, early warning and early information so we can avoid overnight decisions, taking others by surprise, because there are decisions taken overnight which brings people before a wall. This is the kind of discussion that we currently hold in Europe in order to swiftly homogenize these rules. My opinion is that this discussion is too little and too late. Developments, especially with respect to antigen tests, are way ahead. I don't believe that next year we will have the baseline scenario of an efficient vaccine that will be, of a functional vaccine that will reach everyone, will have reached everyone, and as a result have tourism back to normal. So we have to make plans given that. So my opinion, I believe, is that quick tests will allow the introduction of common rules without horizontal restrictions. The proposals we foster at the level of the WHO, I saw the slides before discussed about the discussion we had with the executive board of the WHO. I represent my country. So when we met in the capital of Georgia, we discussed about these issues in order to avoid horizontal restrictions. No more quarantines when moving from one country to another. No more bans for flights and air transports. How can we do that? By using antigen-based tests. They are quick, they are cheap, there's no problem with them. So we have to see whether we can have these tests available at an adequate quantity. That's a question to be answered. But I believe that more and more plants will get into this process. And of course, we have to solve the issue of reliability when collecting data. We have to avoid forged positive tests or positive CPR tests. That's very important because who's going to be responsible for these tests? Will it be the airport authorities? Will it be a reliable company? We have to see how this will end up. We haven't reached common ground yet. Our country is a bit ahead, one step ahead compared to other countries, but there are certain case studies like the Milan airport or the Canary Islands. They're talking about that. There are other countries having ad hoc discussions about these tests, but this is not a coordinated discussion. So we will move both at the national and at the European level, and of course at the level of the WHO. In this last meeting in Tbilisi, in Georgia, they mandated me to form a proposal. So should I have the approval by other ministers of tourism, we can submit this proposal before the WHO. I think this is the critical parameter in order to take at least half a step closer to normality. We cannot go back to normality, but we're talking about having a more ambitious view of the future, because sustainability in the long run is our main priority. But we have COVID shaking the ground under our feet. So when you have companies, enterprises talking about their jobs, laying off people and their daily operations, you understand that we have to also discuss about the short term in order to get the room, the margin, and maneuver and discuss about the future and discuss about the long-term proposals. Some of these proposals have already been submitted by us in the context of the RRF, the Resilience and Recovery Fund. These projects, if approved, will allow us to promote thermal spring, wellness tourism, and other forms of tourism, and mainly our cultural legacy, which is for the time being not untapped, but it's exploited at a very limited rate. We are the country of Acropolis, of Messina, of so many sites. There are many things we can do.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Ms. Katselli, do you have responses to that? Would you like to come in on that question?
I would like to say that first, it's of extreme importance what the minister just said about common rules. I think that this shows the lack of prevention, the lack of a proactive approach, which shows that crises have an international dimension. We're talking about a multitude of crises now, be it a financial crisis, be it a pandemic or an environmental crisis. We don't see governments taking precautions with an eye towards the future. They do not predict, they fail to foresee, and they wait for the crisis to break in order for them to create common rules amidst the crisis. I think this is a lesson that has to be learned, that has to be tackled in the context of public debate, both domestically and internationally. The second point is that what we have to do at the European level, as Mr. Theoharis said, is something that we also have to do at a national level. If we believe that the crisis in tourism will take place also next year, this means that we have to draft a national plan, including a crisis management plan for at least 2 years, for at least the next 2 years that will follow, taking precautions for the employees, the organization, etc. What are we going to do with internal, domestic tourism? Will we support and foster domestic tourism for that purpose? Will we change our fiscal regime for that, or the fiscal system? Talking about the tax coefficients, etc. I think we have to have the same approach the way we do for the Europeans. Given that we have the RRF available, we have to come up with actions in the context of this strategic plan with a 2-year horizon and more. I know that, given that I've been a minister in the past, that the daily routine, the daily concerns create daily crisis. But especially an individual like Mr. Theocharis, we've worked in the past a lot, and he has my full respect. I'm pretty sure that he's absolutely capable of preparing the day after. And this will be the major challenge for our country. I'm afraid that in the case of our finance, this will not be the case, but at least for tourism, given that we know what is going to happen next year, we have to prepare ourselves in order to avoid entering the next year, to 2021, and then looking for new measures.
Excellent. Well, on that note of support and collaboration among politicians, which is extraordinarily rare, I have lots more questions. Unfortunately, what I don't have is more time, so I have to call this session to an end. Thank you profoundly once again to our 3 panelists, Theocharis, I got that right? Super. Luca Cazzelli and Trian Flores. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The various dimensions of the sustainable economy under pressure under stress from the epidemic, and I think it all sort of boils down to at the furthest end of the difficult implications of the situation. It boils down to a question of equality. I think this has been one of the key themes for me that's emerged from the COVID-19 crisis. It's affected different communities in very, very different ways. It's very easy for us, I think, to look in the aggregate across nations, across regions. But within nations and between nations, I think there's been a tremendous inequality in the way that this particular crisis has hit. And one of the results of this, for today and for the longer term, I think, is that issues such as migrant flows, refugee movements around our continent and others are going to remain key. They're going to remain intense over the coming months and years. So we're here in this final session, we're going to discuss this issue, managing the refugee crisis in turbulent times. I imagine will be broader than simply this moment and this epidemic. It's clearly a much larger theme than that. But I think the situation we find ourselves in with the epidemic gives us a particularly good opportunity for having this conversation. I'm delighted once again, we have a fantastic panel for this topic. We have Notis Mitaraki, who's the Minister of Migration and Asylum in Greece. You're very welcome. And we have Khalid Koser, who's a member of the board at the Andan Foundation in Switzerland, who will be joining us virtually. So let's move straight away to Mr. Mitaraki for introductory words. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alistair, as you know, Greece and Europe has experienced considerable migration flows, especially after 2015. And Europe and Greece have provided shelter and support for hundreds of thousands of migrants. The Greek Coast Guard, at the same time, has saved thousands of lives in the Aegean Sea. But such flows did not come without challenges. The camps in the Greek islands were overcrowded. 32 camps in the mainland were used, and overall we also used 6,500 places in hotels, 25,000 places in flats to shelter the population that came to our country. The Greek reception system had to grow to 80,000 beds. If it was a hotel group, as Harris was the previous speaker, it will probably be by far the biggest hotel group in Greece, if not in the region. And the Greek asylum services grew to be one of the largest and most productive ones in the European Union, aiming to issue around 100,000 decisions in 2020. We experienced recently a considerable reduction in arrivals, with 12,000 arrivals in Greece this year compared to 73,000 in total in 2019. And this reduction is especially notable in the five islands of Lesbos, Chios, Samos, Kos, and Leros, that in the last 6 months experienced 1,100 arrivals versus 30,000 arrivals in the same period last year. And we were able, because of the reduction of the flows, and also because of the acceleration of the asylum services, to reduce by 50% those residing in the islands. At some point in January, we had almost 40,000 people in 5 islands. Now this number is down to 18,000. It's still high, and we need to reduce it further. And we need to ensure that Moria doesn't happen again. And we have asked the European Union to take a more active role in constructing new reception centers in the islands. But this time, we cannot have the framework that makes the islands a long-term reception center for refugees. We cannot have 5 islands in the Aegean carrying most of the weight of the European migration crisis. And as you know, migration is an area for considerable ideological debates in Europe. And we will see this debate focusing around the new pact on migration and asylum. And we need to understand that Greece and Europe have to face a common challenge. And this is time alongside the challenges of coronavirus. So you have the inflows, the need to shelter for these people, and also you need to provide for public health. And naturally, the response of Europe and Greece needs to be in line with European and international law. Human life and human rights are prioritized and they're well preserved. Although there is a need to stress that not only asylum seekers, but also states have rights and obligation towards their own citizens. The right and responsibility, for example, to protect the borders of Greece, and in our case, the borders of the European Union. And Europe must act with decisiveness and strength to dismantle smuggler networks. We estimate that smugglers have lost over 100 million euros just in 2020 alone because of the reduction in flows. And we need to keep out those criminals that conceive the human life simply as a means to economic gains. And then we need a rampant and undisputed asylum system, a system that can quickly discern between those genuinely entitled to international protection from irregular economic migrants. And in the case of irregular economic migrants, Europe needs to come with a more structured approach to legal migration, to give legal pathways to the European Union and not allow the smugglers to determine who will end up coming and residing in the European Union. We need to do that in line with the Geneva Convention that qualifies prerequisites for qualifying for the refugee status. And, for example, people not coming from safe countries. And today, Turkey appears to be a safe country for many refugees and migrants. And Europe must implement a tough but fair migration policy. In accordance with our values, those entitled to will receive international protection, and then we have to return, and Europe needs to take a more active role in returning those not entitled to international protection with dignity and safety to their countries of origin. But this needs to become a European operation, because Europe has the political, economic, diplomatic, trade, humanitarian relationships with all the countries of origin. And then for those remaining, it is the challenge of integration, and also it is the challenge of movement within the European Union, because people getting asylum should not be conceived as getting asylum in the country of entry. They're gaining asylum in the European Union, and that's something that needs to be written in the new Asylum and Migration Pact. And then integration will become a common challenge, both politically, socially, and economically. Finally, to remain on time, can I refer to COVID-19? It has been a test for my country. It has been a test for all countries. We had 92,000 asylum seekers in residence at the beginning of the year. Up to now, we have 700 coronavirus incidents in all the camps. We had no loss of life until last week. We have now 1 loss of life. We were able to protect public health, even in the case of Mytilene, where we did massive tests to 7,500 people. Remains a challenge. We take the appropriate measures, and public health will always be our priority. Exactly on time.
Wonderful. That's a record. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move across to Khalid Kosser, the member of the board for the Andan Foundation. Mr. Kosser, perhaps you could start by, again for my benefit, telling us a bit about the foundation and what it does, and then move on to your introductory words, please. Thank you.
I will do. I hope you can hear me okay, can you?
Can hear you very well.
Great. Well, firstly, let me apologise that I can't be there in that wonderful country in person, and thank you for your moderation. Thanks to the organisers for inviting me, and thanks also to the Minister. It's an honour to be with you. If I may, Moderator, I'll answer your question about what the Foundation does as I go through my very brief speaking points, but I think the headline is we are about trying to find solutions and lasting solutions to some of the challenges the Minister has rightly pointed up. If I may, I just added a few notes to my prepared notes. I would like to take this opportunity to pay great credit to the government of Greece. I think it's absolutely true that Greece has borne the brunt of the migration and refugee crisis in Europe and the European Union. I rarely use the word crisis, and I guard against using the word crisis. I don't think Europe as a whole has faced a migration or asylum crisis, but I believe the word is absolutely appropriate for Greece and what Greece has gone through. So huge credit to the Minister and his people in his country for what they have managed. I also would like to note, if I may, Moderator, that I agree absolutely with the Minister's matching of rights with responsibilities. These things go together. You can't have rights without responsibilities, and I think that applies to states, to the European Unions, and also, frankly, to refugees and migrants as well, thinking about that dualism between rights and responsibilities. And also, if I may, finally, just commenting on the Minister's comments, I absolutely agree with him that perhaps the most important way to undermine irregular migration, to stem asylum flows, certainly to stop smuggling, is to provide clearer and more open legal channels for migration. And I agree with him absolutely. We can't achieve the former without the latter. I'd also, in addition to paying credit to the Minister, I'd like to pay credit to the organisers specifically for keeping this topic on the agenda. I think there's a risk, of course, during COVID-19 that we are not paying attention to all sorts of continuing challenges that the world faces. It seems to me clear that even before COVID-19, the world was confronted with the refugee crisis at a global scale. We had unprecedented numbers of refugees and internally displaced persons. We had a greater proportion of them living for longer periods of time in exile, which I think is very important. And I think we had basically a failure of traditional durable solutions. There were no solutions for refugees. There were more and more people stuck in exile without finding a sustainable way to resolve that problem. I would argue, and I think the Minister hinted at this, that the pandemic has simply exacerbated the crisis. And I think, Moderator, your comments at the end of the last session about equality and sustainability absolutely apply here. I think within camps and settlements, COVID-19 is posing health, humanitarian, and security challenges. I think it has further restricted the movement of refugees, including legal movement towards resettlement in places like the United States, Australia, Canada, and other countries. And I think COVID-19 is also likely to result in a reduction in international assistance even though the refugee crisis was already chronically underfunded. So credit again to the minister and his country, and credit to the organisers for keeping our attention on this really important challenge. Now, the Andan Foundation, where I have the pleasure to be a board member in addition to my academic and other work in this area of refugees and asylum seekers, a Swiss non-profit, still a fairly young organisation, but I think an ambitious organisation, perhaps rather than talking about Andan specifically, let me speak about some of the things that Andan is trying to achieve in a slightly wider context. And I think if I could characterize what Andan and others are trying to do, it's about trying to find solutions. It's about trying to move us beyond the current impasse. It's about trying to make sure that one of the many legacies of COVID-19 is not a further exacerbation of the refugee crisis. And I think in that respect, there are three areas worth highlighting that Andan and others are trying to do at the moment. I think one is a real effort to promote refugee self-reliance. I would argue that the way that the global system has dealt with refugees, and indeed possibly development more generally, has been rather to underestimate their own resilience and their own resources. It's clear to me, it's clear to us, that refugees understand best the nature of the challenges they face and probably understand best how to overcome them. Yet we don't listen to them and empower them enough. It's clear to me that refugees are resourceful. I think it's clear to many of us that refugees often are educated and have experience and have skills. And even those who are not educated clearly have demonstrated resilience and entrepreneurship in finding themselves in the situations in which they find themselves. I think it's important that Andan and the rest of the world works with refugees and the governments where they are currently being hosted to begin to unlock this potential. A second thing that Andan is trying to do, and again I think this is more globally important, is to develop public-private partnerships. I mentioned the chronic underfunding of the refugee crisis. We know that UNHCR, the refugee agency, continues to report a chronic underfunding, and it does seem to us that there may be some potential of trying to unlock the increasing goodwill within the private sector and within corporate social responsibility around this topic. And I think for many years it's been hard to unlock private sector funding, but I think on refugees in particular, it may be possible. So we're working to try to pool the resources, the networks, and the know-how of the public and the private sector and international organizations to try to support refugees. It does seem to me in my discussion with corporate leaders that often they are interested and committed to helping refugees, but don't really know how to do that. And I think what Andan can and should be doing is really helping them overcome the practical obstacles that might help them make a solid contribution. And my final point, again, future-looking, sustainable, the sorts of things the moderator and the minister have spoken about. We are keen at Andan to think outside the box a little, to think beyond just the next year or two, to recognise that the durable solutions that we have, repatriation to your home country, resettlement to a third country, local integration in the country where you're settled, are unlikely to take place in large numbers in the foreseeable future. We need to find new solutions. And something we're beginning to discuss and formulate is the idea, for example, of refugee cities. Might it be possible to locate an area where one could build a city that really takes advantage of and resettles refugees to build their capacities, to realise their potential and to allow them to flourish and to settle and to become active citizens again? And again, I think that's a long way away. I think there are many obstacles towards it, but I certainly encourage the international system to begin to try to think beyond the crisis and think a little bit more ambitiously so that we together can find solutions to the crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I'd like to follow up with you straight away, if I may. You mentioned bringing the private sector in here to add its resources to the challenge. How specifically do private individuals do that, or private companies do that? What are the routes for flows from the private sector into this issue?
Well, thanks. And I think there are various routes. And as you just indicated in your question, it's not just private companies, but also high net worth individuals who perhaps are former refugees themselves or former migrants and have a particular affinity and affiliation towards this particular cause. As I said, often I think their opportunities are limited. I think perhaps the most obvious way for people to provide financing is through the United Nations system, for example, to give money to UNHCR or UNICEF, or through some of the big NGOs. And I think that's credible and reputable. I think where the private sector brings its business acumen to bear is that it wants to make sure that its money is being spent wisely. And I think the advice that I would give to the UN, to NGOs, to others who are trying to attract private sector funding is really about accountability. It seems to me that to attract business money, you need to follow business principles. And I think all too often businesses are unsure about accountability, are unsure about how much of their money is reaching people that they're trying to reach, and need further reassurances around that and further systems around that in order to make serious investments.
Thanks. Minister, for your part, do you recognise a potential role for the private sector in this area? And if so, what is the potential? How could Greece deploy private resources perhaps more in greater volumes than it has up to now?
We have already seen private money through charitable funds coming into supporting dedicated shelters, for example, for unaccompanied minors, for vulnerable groups. There is a number of projects already underway in Greece for some years now, with funding coming exclusively from abroad, from high net worth individuals, the case mentioned, or from foundations, and they are helping unaccompanied minors coming to Greece to find the appropriate education and help them integrate either within Greece or abroad. We recently gave the asylum positive decision to a young guy that came to Greece from Africa, and he has been accepted in a top-notch French university, and he's now going to France to study. And there's a number of good examples of people that have managed to move through. The problem you had in the last 2 years, I think, and that's an issue for Greece in tackling the crisis, it was the numbers. And while in the concept of Geneva, numbers do not play a role, in reality of life, numbers do play a role. As I said before, having 80,000 beds, it's a huge logistical exercise. I think it's more important for us going forward to work with the private sector also in a supplier of services. One thing we're looking more forward to is having long-term agreements with key international or national companies through a procurement process to provide more facility services to allow us to handle the practical side of migration in a more efficient way. So the state moving away from being a deliverer of service. The NGOs have played their role, but as these numbers are now big, I think it is more for procurement under European law rather than an NGO initiative, the provision of services.
Super, thank you. We heard earlier on, actually, it's very interesting in one of the earlier sessions on a different theme, a barely veiled warning from one of our contributors, one of our panelists from Morocco, who mentioned we were talking specifically about the blue economy and the importance of sustainable development there, and his point was the cost of not getting these things right is that you get much higher flows of economic migrants and refugees from North Africa. So with that as a sort of introductory thought, I wanted to know what you think in the longer term the impact of this emergency is going to be on refugee flows. So clearly, you know, it's had an impact already in movement of people, but as I mentioned when I introduced this theme, the impact of COVID-19 around the world has been very unequal in the places where it's and the communities that it's affected most. So what do you see to be the slightly longer term impact after this specific emergency has subsided? What will refugee flows look like as a result?
I think we're facing a double problem. It's clear that many areas outside the European Union, especially areas, North Africa being a very good example, that rely to a great extent to the tourist industry, and many people find employment through that, they have experienced a very negative summer this year, like the countries in the European Union. And to many commentators, that would lead to increased pressure, especially in the Mediterranean routes from North Africa towards Malta and Italy, in the months to come. To that end, recently, Commissioners Johansson and Vehirli, the two commissioners in charge of migration and European expansion, visited countries in North Africa to provide more solid European Union support to these economies to prevent mass unemployment leading to new flows. To what extent that will be successful remains to be seen. But the problem, and I said it's a double problem, is that these people will also be coming to economies where unemployment is also affected by the same reasons. Because when you have people arriving to Greece, in the old days it might take 2 or 3 years for a final asylum decision to be issued. And while they were waiting for the asylum decision under the Geneva Convention and with European Union funding, we provide shelter and food to these people. Now, if people come to Greece and now with the new speed of the asylum service get a positive, let's say, reply, the good case, in a month, then after 2 or 3 months, these people need to seek employment. At a time where our economy and most European Union economies, especially in the unskilled segment, and most of the recent arrivals appear to be blue-collar type workers versus educated university people from the statistics we get, they're facing a crisis at home, and if they come to Europe, they'll face a crisis again. So it's a lose-lose. And this makes even more critical the need for a European Union intervention in the neighborhood. And I think in the proposals of the Commission, the role of enhancing partnerships with countries of origin needs to be a critical component of our common policy.
Super, thank you very much. Mr. Costa, I wonder what your view is on this, on the medium-term impact of this particular emergency, of the epidemic, on refugee flows over the coming 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
Thank you. I tend to agree with the Minister. I mean, I think, you know, if one looks at the broad headline reasons for international migration around the world, it's about disparities. Disparities in demography, disparities in development, disparities in democracy. And I think in all sorts of ways one could argue that the COVID-19 crisis has increased those disparities. Certainly we have more people in poverty, more people unemployed, perhaps more frustration, for example, amongst people and young people in particular in North Africa. But I agree with the Minister that the perfect storm is, on the one hand, you have a greater push for people to perhaps leave places like North Africa and move into places like Southern Europe. On the other hand, where once perhaps they might have been able to find informal or short-term jobs, or find a welcoming environment, or find policies that were in some way receptive, I think that's going as well, as European societies deal with their own challenges of rising unemployment, of far-right extremism, of, I think, of an anti-immigration sentiment. What I think that means is we're likely to have increasing rates of irregular migration, more people trying to move, fewer opportunities for them to move as refugees and asylum seekers, and therefore they're moving in an illegal fashion. And I think that's a regrettable possibility as a legacy of the COVID-19 crisis. I think the Minister's pointed out how we can avoid it. First is to try to find, as he said, humane, decent solutions for the people currently already in Europe, including return to their home countries. The second is to make sure we have an EU framework that does provide legal routes for people, because I think Europe still does need overseas labour in certain sectors. And the third, of course, ultimately, is to respect the SDGs and some of the broader goals, and let's lift our sights away from just COVID-19 and think about how we can achieve a more equitable world so that there's fewer drives of people to move in the first place. I would also just say, if I could, I know that we're focusing here on the Mediterranean, but the refugee crisis, it really is a global crisis, not just a European crisis. And I think around the world, in sub-Saharan Africa, in certain parts of Southeast Asia, Latin America too, we see increasing drivers, we see increasing conflict, we see increasing risks in terms of refugee and IDP flows as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was fascinated, Mr. Costa, to hear you before talk about the need to find new solutions. Now, of course, institutions of the kind that you represent work in terms of imaginative solutions, in terms of thinking through possibilities and potential. The Minister works in terms of policies from day to day, practical things that can actually be done to make a difference as conditions change around us. You did mention the idea of refugee cities. I can see the sense of that, but though I can imagine how it might go down in some parts of the world, perhaps where there is already a fast declining welcome mat laid out for refugees. perhaps you could broaden a little bit and talk about what you mean by new solutions. I mean, I presume that you have some thoughts on this and some ideas in mind. I'd be really interested to hear a bit more detail on that, and then I'll pass over to the Minister for his response.
Well, thanks, and absolutely, I recognise that the Minister has to deal with everyday challenges, and his point about numbers, I absolutely agree with. I mean, I'm not representing the Geneva community or the UN here, and believe me, Minister, I take very seriously the challenges that you and your population have faced. I mean, I think in terms of solutions, you know, I think we know there are three traditional solutions for refugees. One is that they go home, repatriation, voluntary. One is that they are resettled, and we have resettlement traditionally to the US, to Australia, to New Zealand, to a few other, but not many countries. And the other is that they integrate permanently as citizens of the countries where they are currently residing. And I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that we've seen all three of those solutions fall away over the last few years for, I think, very credible and understandable reasons. That's not a criticism. It's increasingly hard to repatriate people because conflicts are not being resolved. We still have crisis in Syria. That means it's hard for people to go back to Syria in large numbers. Places like the US are closing down resettlement opportunities, which means it's harder to achieve that, especially during COVID. And no one would be surprised at all if the government of Greece said it didn't want to give citizenship to hundreds of thousands of people. That's a perfectly understandable point. And again, it's about numbers more than anything else. I don't think we should give up on those solutions. I think we've got to keep trying to achieve those solutions. But I think we also need to think more boldly about other possibilities. And again, these are just concepts, and I recognise the realities of what the Minister has to deal with. I think there is some discussion taking place about whether there is some overlap sometimes between asylum and labour migration. It may be that in some refugee camps we have people who are very skilled, who could fill labour market gaps, and rather than letting them do that, we're importing labour to fill the gaps. So whether we might think about blurring that line or that legal category between labour migrants and refugees is one concept. I think it's a challenging concept and a long way to go for that. The refugee cities really is less about trying to convince countries like Turkey or Greece or other countries that face this burden to suddenly open up new cities. I think the really novel idea out there, and this isn't really Andan, there are other people thinking about this, is whether one might think about speaking to countries that do have space, that do recognise the need for migration, and providing an opportunity. And it's a very long-term challenge, but I think you can begin to work through the process, providing the opportunity to build a new city, a well-garden city, a garden city as the UK did, to build a new city that might allow refugees from around the world to be resettled and begin to realise their potential. Now, I recognise, as you said, Moderator, that for the Minister trying to deal with everyday realities, these are nice ideas that should be put to one side, but I do still insist that we need to lift our sights away from the current crisis and begin to think more creatively, because otherwise we'll never get through this constant churn of the refugee cycle.
Super, thank you very much. We're very low on time, so I have to ask you to be brief, but your response to those points?
It's a very interesting discussion, and it's nice when you can get a minute away from the office handling the day crisis and think a bit broadly, and I thank our friend for helping us with that. The point of people being offered to work, they are allowed to work after they've spent over 6 months, for example, in Greece. Even if they don't have an asylum decision, they can work. But I have to warn about a moral hazard here. There are two people living on the same village in a impoverished country around the world. The one stays there, the other chooses to pay smugglers and cross illegally, and the later ends up working in Europe, and the first one ends up suffering. And there is a moral hazard there, I think. The second, about the idea of refugee cities, all ideas are worth exploring. The risk is that you create a ghetto, like in the case of the apartheid times, or like some people in the far right are proposing to have uninhabited islands becoming refugee islands. And creating a new city is not the investment, is to have the city mature economically and provide sustainability, it will take a generation. And that in the end creates a ghetto. And that will make people effectively be like, it will be some sort of detention in the end. So it's worth exploring. I think the solution is path to legal migration, comply with international law on the case of asylum, but what Geneva says, not an extremely broad definition, and return home those not entitled to protection in order not to reward the smuggling networks.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. That was a very appropriate place to end, I think. So I'd like once again to thank the really thoughtful and very focused interventions from Notis Mitaraki and from Khalil Kosa. So thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that brings us to the end of today's pre-lunch sessions. We're breaking now for a few hours, but we're back for a really interesting evening programme from 7 o'clock. We'll be joined by His Serene Highness Prince Albert II, the Sovereign Prince of Monaco, and Amartya Sen and Jeffrey Sachs, among others. So we have a fantastic evening programme. I look forward to catching up with you all then. Thank you very much for your attention so far through the day, and I'll see you later. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Better with the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this, the fourth Sustainability Summit for Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean, hosted by The Economist. We have a fantastic evening programme, and I am delighted and privileged to welcome our guest of honour for this evening and our keynote speaker, His Serene Highness Prince Albert II, Sovereign Prince of Monaco. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Well, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm sorry that I'm only able to speak to you via these video screens that the health crisis has imposed upon all of us. And I'm also rather sorry to be talking in English because, as you know, the great French novelist Marguerite Yourcenar once wrote that, and I quote, "Almost everything that men have said best has been said in Greek." So therefore, I'm going to do my best in the English language. Unfortunately, it is getting harder to be able to attend this type of event in person, and so I'd like to thank the organizers for having maintained it in its format, especially the teams at The Economist who, once again, have done an incredible job in such difficult conditions. More than ever before, the issues bringing us together are at the heart of all our concerns. It is important to devote all our attention, all our energies to such issues. There are, of course, very wide-ranging development, tourism, ocean preservation, health, poverty. I mentioned just a few of the topics which have been discussed earlier today. However, these topics always revolve around the same issues: how to lay the foundations for a more reasonable, fair, and more sustainable future, and how to do so together through discussion and a forward-thinking dialogue. To answer these questions, it is quite significant that our host today is Greece. All these questions are in fact regarding collective governance, global democracy, governance and democracy which we currently need to consider to put into practice with new constraints and new tools. In light of the environmental crisis, the tools we currently have available have irregularly revealed their limits. Challenges that we are faced with, whether they be the consequences of climate change, the collapse of biodiversity, or whatever type of pollution, different types of pollution, extend beyond state borders. Like any political leader, I have to assess what is represented by the need to reconcile the individual, the concrete, the immediate, and of course, the legitimate expectations of our contemporaries with the collective, more abstract, and more complex challenges that we are faced with. Lastly, I'm the president of a foundation which works in partnerships with NGOs, labs, and businesses on a daily basis. This gives me the opportunity to assess any discrepancies between the approaches of various players, as well as the need to overcome them. Because faced with all of the above, the most important thing is to find ways of moving forward. As such, I'd like to give you 3 examples that I feel are symbolic of what we do, provided that we clearly identify the difficulties as well as the strengths on which we can build. I'll begin with the oceans, an issue which, as you know, I'm particularly committed and which we focused on, or I think you all focused on earlier today. The oceans, and especially the Mediterranean, which is a particular concern to many of us, are prime examples of the realities that extend beyond borders. To protect them, we need to reconcile several geographical scales. The local scale with the preservation of land-based pollution, which implies limiting the use of plastics, and not one of the major causes, and the treatment of both domestic and industrial wastewater. Also with the development of protection zones or marine protected areas, which can be transnational, such as the sanctuary that was created with France and Italy,
overlapping our territorial waters to promote the protection of cetaceans in the Mediterranean. However, states can also take actions in international waters. Through multilateral agreements, such as the ones that are currently underway at the UN on biodiversity beyond national jurisdictions, we're creating marine protected areas in international waters, such as the one that was obtained 4 years ago in the Ross Sea in Antarctica, and the ones which we still need to obtain in this region and elsewhere in the world. Because as far as this area is concerned, we need to listen to scientists. And at the meeting of the Convention on Biological Diversity next year, to fix ambitious targets, new ambitious targets, which should protect 30% of our maritime areas if we want to save marine biodiversity, and at the same time allow the exploitation of fish resources to continue for an ever-increasing global population. Finally, states also need to protect the oceans by combating what is one of the main threats facing them, climate change, not to mention its corollary, ocean acidification caused by the increasing CO2 emissions. We know, mainly thanks to the special report released by the IPCC 1 year ago, right here in Monaco, that the global warming and carbon buildup are major threats to the oceans, to marine wildlife, and all ocean ecosystems, and in particular, coral reefs. With the need to protect these areas and the seas, we believe that states have varied and complementary resources, provided that they cooperate with players at various levels, local, regional, and multilateral. Such cooperation alone can make a difference. Having just mentioned the climate issue, I'd like to use it as my second example. Here again, we all understand the difficulty faced with a reality which is even harder to see, one we know is a result of slow mechanisms that are difficult to reverse. Any action may seem futile. Yet we are asking everyone to act immediately through their choices, their actions, and their conscience. The difficulty here is also of a political nature. It is to align the activity of each and every one of us and of each moment with a collective result, to establish a link between individual actions and global consequences. This is, of course, complex, but no longer impossible. I've seen some change over the years at the international climate negotiations. I've been attending these kind of negotiations for quite a few decades now. Undoubtedly, the results came after COP21 in 2015. It's something which is the result of a slow process, the weight of civil society in multilateral discussions. The climate crisis currently is mobilizing millions of people across the globe. In addition to politicians and environmental experts, including, of course, the economic sector, well aware of their role in this process, as well as the younger generations, whom we have seen marching in our cities and our city streets over the last few years. While individual mobilization influences the governments, the reverse is also true. Efforts to raise awareness, to educate, and to promote change do bear fruit. And these multiple interactions are shaping new forms of governance, which I believe is very productive. Here again, I believe that rather than lamenting on our lack of direct resources, we need to understand that the challenges for the next few years is to bring about new forms of action, which are more collective, more varied, and are complementary of one another. This leads me to the third example I wanted to talk about, the economy and the green and blue growth that we need to generate. Here too, the challenges may seem of a tremendous nature. To change the principles of the global economy, very much based on fossil fuels since the beginning of the industrial era, and to do so in just a few years, and to change our methods of calculation, the value of common goods. Yet things are happening, admittedly still in a highly inadequate manner, but a movement is underway which reflects new rules founded on consumer demand, that the responsibility of public authorities, the creativity of engineers and scientists, but also the need for corporate growth. And I see the clean mobility sector, for instance. This is an issue which we are strongly attached here in Monaco, since we have been successfully implementing an increased number of initiatives in this area. Here again, I believe that the rules are in the process of changing, and that new alliances are developing between the various players involved. Consumers, entrepreneurs, public authorities, researchers, the media, NGOs, etc. The success of a transition toward a carbon-free economy depends on interaction between these various levels. They all directly contribute to the change we wish to inspire. That is why I'd like to conclude with this. The issue bringing us here this evening is clearly an issue of governance. Governance which we need to rethink at every level, taking into account the knowledge, expertise, and the needs of everyone. Understanding that our hope will derive from this mutual intelligence and this mutual form of acceptance and the interdependence that it implies. As U.S. President Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, I quote, "Each one of us has learned the glories of independence. Let each one of us learn the glories of interdependence." This is why I feel that the wide range of players that are united here today is valuable and auspicious. And that is why your participation is so full of meaning and hope at a time when it is not only a question of inventing a new world, but more importantly, a new way of running it all together. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Highness, for those inspiring words. I have a few questions for you, if that's okay. Forgive me for jumping in with a sort of heavy question first up, but we might as well. We were challenged this morning, one of our first sessions, by a young activist from Extinction Rebellion, who asked us to challenge our comfort and privilege. And I think what she was getting at was that her belief, and a belief I think that's shared widely in that group and groups like it, that the problem of climate change and other problems that we face is a systemic one. So the solutions can't be found within the system that we currently use to govern ourselves. What do you think of that? I mean, I suppose by system I mean democratic capitalism, free markets, business as usual, as it were. How do you respond to that?
Well, of course, thank you for this. Of course, the business as usual scenario or scenarios is no longer acceptable. Since we have to move away from a carbon-based economy, and we have to move to a carbon-free economy. So in any way that we see fit to achieve these goals, and we have all, since most countries, almost all countries, are thankfully still part of the Paris Agreement, we all have our targets set, and we all have very specific and very precise goals, and some countries have even made some spectacular announcements China, not to mention them. Will that be sufficient? I'm not sure, but at least they have set a target. So to be able to reach these targets and to fulfill our promises, we have to find new ways of adapting our economies and our ways of and our rules of governance to achieve these goals. And if that means, that doesn't mean necessarily changing the format completely, but it's just making the necessary adjustments to give way to new technologies, to new energies, non-polluting and away from fossil fuels. But it is possible, and solutions do exist already, and we know that they will create jobs, and they will be down the line. They will be beneficial to all, and they will make profit. So we have to start investing in these new ways of producing energy and using energy and adapting our societies to these new changes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Moving on, I think I'm fascinated by the moment in time we find ourselves in, where we're confronted by two overlapping major threats to our way of life. The COVID-19 epidemic and the transformation of our climate. One of them is very, very immediate and right on top of us, very short term. The other is certainly on top of us, but it's a much longer term, much slower developing kind of crisis. For political leaders with set terms and within the constraints of democratic systems, how do they go about balancing these two priorities, the immediate and the long term, when both are equally urgent?
It's the eternal question of what can you put in place if you are, of course, limited by a term or terms in office. Where do you start, and what can you put into place that you know you won't be able to finish because whoever's going to come after you is going to finish it and be the beneficiary of that. So it has to be a very selfish exercise, but we're not doing this all for ourselves and for our generation. We have to never lose sight that we are doing this for the generations that will follow us. And so it is a question of sacrifice, I think, but we are forced to think in some cases we have to take immediate action and put things in place now for a short to medium term range, but most of the things that we are trying to implement have to be for a longer period of time and for the future. And that is what is very difficult for most leaders and for most people that are limited in their way of thinking and projecting themselves. I have the great ability to have more time than others, not being subject to re-election, but I have to make sure that the government, just to talk about Monaco, that the government in Monaco be able to put into place the right mechanisms to project, to have some idea of what we want to do what we want to achieve further down the road and in the future.
Thank you very much. We're running very low on time, but I have one final question for you, and because it's the final question, I'm going to make it two questions. You mentioned Paris, and my sense is that, I mean, not my sense, everybody's sense, I think, is that from the very top, we seem to have taken a step back in terms of a coordinated response to the challenge facing our climate. How do we reverse that? How do we bring leaders back together around this singular mission of making a serious response to our changing climate? And alongside that, what do you see, if you'll forgive me a personal question, what do you see as your role at times like these when people are looking perhaps for leadership and reassurance?
Well, I think, first of all, for the first part of the question, or the first question, it's really a question of prioritizing things and to understand that the cause of the inaction will cost more than trying to do something or trying to put the right. I know I'm repeating myself, but to put the right systems in place that will, and the right plans in place that will help us at least mitigate. Of course, it's part of the fight against climate change, but at least to try to mitigate the effects of climate change, because we are already feeling some of the effects of climate change, sometimes in a very severe way. Be it fires or floods or extreme weather events. So we have to start, and that's the most difficult thing, is to try to not only believe and try to follow what the scientists tell us, but to really try to put every mechanism that we can in place to start this process of mitigation, and to try to put these questions on the forefront of every country's agenda. Of course, it takes a lot of courage, and it takes a lot of determination and forward thinking, but it's absolutely necessary if we are to try to survive or to see the next generations that we try to rear up, that they will be able to take over from us and have a future on this planet. But it is extremely difficult, and it's so tempting to address immediate issues and the issues of job creation and putting the economies in what we think is the right mode and the right way to recuperate whatever crises we are trying to come out of. But we have to take that leap of faith and to make the necessary transition toward a cleaner way of, or to clean energy and to a more sustainable way forward, is what I'm trying to say. And what is my role in all this? Well, what is the role of every leader or those who are in a position of responsibility? We all have to bear up and show the right leadership at the right time. And it's a question of commitment and of the moral obligation that we must have, and that we have to honor, since we were put in these positions of responsibility. And it's really up to each and every one of us. But it's not only people with responsibilities; it's everybody. That's what I was trying to say in my few words. Is we can't only act together. We can take the decisions to try to move a country forward, but we need everybody to try to implement these changes we need. The civil society as a whole, and scientists and business leaders and international organizations, NGOs. We all need to work together. This isn't just one individual that can change things. We all have to work together toward these lofty goals and toward a brighter future for all of us and for those that will follow us.
That's great words on which to finish this session, Johannes. Thank you very, very much. I'm extremely grateful to you for your time and for your patience in answering those questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Great. Okay, we'll move on now to our next session, and in order to do that, I will hand over the chair to Andreas Papandreou. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next section that we're just beginning now is entitled Combating Poverty Before and After COVID-19. And we have the very special honor of having with us Amartya Sen, who's the Thomas Lamont University Professor of Economics and Philosophy at Harvard and a Nobel laureate in economic science. For me, it's a particularly special honor to be here and to introduce Amartya. He has been my PhD supervisor. He's been my mentor, a role model, and a permanent source of inspiration. He is widely acknowledged as one of the greatest economists of our time. among his many areas of expertise, he's also known as the economist of the poor. We know that SDG 1 is to end poverty in all forms everywhere. It's the first SDG. And we also know, to relate this to the COVID pandemic, recently the World Bank and United Nations have made a projection about the impact of COVID on poverty, and the number can reach as high as 500 million being entering essentially extreme poverty as a result of the COVID pandemic. So I turn the floor now to Professor Sen to tell us a few words about how he sees this huge challenge. Hello, Amartya.
Thank you very much, Andy. And I must say, I'm both delighted to be in this meeting and very sad that I'm not actually in Greece in having this meeting together. Greece is one of the countries I most enjoy being present in. So
we are even sadder.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Andy. I think the world has been hit by a kind of double calamity that we have to take note of, namely that on one side, the poverty, and which can take many different forms, haven't in any way disappeared or been adequately handled and tackled. On the other hand, the arrival of the pandemic, COVID-19, has brought in disastrous situations for many countries in the world in a way that could supplement, as we might think, the problem of poverty, but it stands on its own as a catastrophe. But on top of that, along with the enormous problems of poverty, we get a mixture which is really quite dreadful. Now, in terms of the problem of poverty preceding the COVID epidemic or pandemic, these are, of course, well-known problems that we all know. Accepting some of them should be emphasized. It's often a tendency to think of poverty in the form of low per capita income, which, of course, is certainly one of the manifestations of poverty. On the other hand, there is the big manifestation, which we have to remember, about lack of basic health care, lack of basic education, lack of social security, and lack of any kind of economic security in one's lives. I think these are, in my judgment, the really more critically destructive aspects of poverty. And of course, low income is part of the story, but not the full story. And this connection is quite important when we look at the relation between the pandemic and poverty. Now, it's also the case that many of these countries which are poor, and that applies to India, survive by migration. They go, typically seasonal migration. They go to do work from the poorer regions of the country, in this case India, to a richer region, get some work done, earn some income, and get back home to Bihar, UP, and the other poorer parts of India from where they came. Now, when the COVID epidemic or pandemic came, it not only suffered from being combined with poverty in the shape of low income, but it also suffered from these other aspects of poverty. The absence, particularly, of a basic public health care system made a big difference. And those poor countries, which did have already, despite the poverty, a reasonably functioning public health care system, they were able to deal with the COVID pandemic a lot better. And this applies to Vietnam, it applies to certainly parts of China, much of China, in fact. It applies to some extent to Thailand. It applies to, within India, to the state of Kerala, which had gone on for universal education, universal healthcare a long time earlier, largely led by a left-wing political leadership in that part of the world. Now, the advantage of having a healthcare base is that, first of all, you know how to handle them. You know, COVID as an epidemic doesn't have a remedy yet. So there is no medicine as such. On the other hand, you could make things much worse or much better, depending on paying attention to symptoms and the danger signs. You can also make spreading easier, or as it can happen if medical knowledge is very much lacking, and other cases where it's not so lacking. So we can see how strikingly different the experience of, say, Thailand has been compared with Thailand and Vietnam, Vietnam in particular, has been compared with India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh and elsewhere. So there is that, but there is also the migration issue, because a lot of the fury of the outburst of the pandemic happened when there were a lot of poor people from Bihar and UP in India, in Maharashtra, around Bombay, in Punjab, up north, Haryana, and so on. And they were stuck there. And since the approach to the pandemic was really very approximate would be the kind word to use, but really pretty crude, that the tendency was not only to do a lockdown, which of course there is a case for, though it has to be done with thinking, but there was in India shut down after the Prime Minister gave a terrifying speech. In 4 hours, everything stopped. The train stopped, the plane stopped, the buses stopped. A lot of people, migrant labor, was stuck far away, thousands of miles away from home. And since there was no vehicle moving, many of them tried to get back home by walking hundreds, indeed thousands miles or more. And that very often led to more spread, more effects of diseases. And so the result of the absence, I'm talking here particularly of India because it's not only a large country, next to the United States, it has the highest number of COVID epidemic patients today. It generated a terrible chaos. And to a great extent, this was the government's leadership was very inadequate. And there were also other stories that linked with this, and we have to bear those in mind. The government already had a system of collecting money for poverty relief purposes, which had very little accounting. But suddenly the government started a new fund called the Prime Minister Cares. Now, we don't know whether the Prime Minister cares or not, but the result of it was that there was a lot of money coming in with no accounting. They got it accepted somehow by the court that there will be no audit, no nothing, and stories of a lot of misuse of the funding going to the government and often used for political purposes. And indeed, the government's win, a big win in elections not long ago, a couple of years ago, a little over a year ago, was not unconnected with the money issue. So there was a kind of discontent, and that doesn't actually help, because you see, when you are having a request that you want everyone to follow, to everyone making sacrifice, the story going around that some people are doing extremely well out of this situation, making a lot of money, is not only debilitating from a reflective point of view, but it also weakens the possibility of everyone joining in the process of pandemic control, and that does indeed the pandemic control badly needs. So I think there was a lot of problems in addition to poverty. Though poverty, of course, was there, and there was no particular reason, given the poverty, given only the poverty, why healthcare should have been so badly developed. Kerala, when it started developing its healthcare and education system, it was the third poorest country in India. It's no longer that. It's actually one of the richest states of India. But that has happened mainly because Kerala's investment went very strongly in the direction of human capacity, capability improvement of the kind that Adam Smith had talked about a long time ago. And the Kerala's progress there was very Smithian, as indeed is the progress of Vietnam and Thailand too. Now, how do we view the situation after the epidemic is over? At some stage, I take it will be over, and one hopes that there will be a remedy as well as a vaccine, more than one vaccine, one hopes. What would be the situation to look at? I think some of the problems would remain. Those who got the migrant problem, for example, had shaken the lifestyle of many people indeed, and many people have lost working members in 4 regions of 4 countries, including India, where the able-bodied working men or women in some cases had been away when the COVID epidemic hit, and the government closed up everything and basically made these migrants ruthlessly abandoned wherever they were. The effect of that in the anthropological demographic consequences would continue. I think it's also the fact that there will be devastation during the pandemic control on many arrangements. Already many schools have been badly hit. Some hospitals are under strain. When I was lucky to get the Nobel with the money, I started to charities, to trust, one in India and one in Bangladesh. And among other things, we look into elementary education, elementary healthcare, and the problem of disadvantage of girls vis-a-vis boys. Now, one of the things that has emerged, that now when the COVID epidemic is being treated, there's no treatment, but cared for in some ways. Other kind of healthcare is being very difficult to provide. In fact, the treatment of normal diseases have dropped in a precipitate way. So I think we will see the results of that healthcare neglect that would persist even when the pandemic effects have begun to wear off. Now, there will be, of course, the problem of economic restarting, because many of the industries, especially of a labor-intensive kind, would have had a severe hit. India, despite a large industrial population, is still very labor-intensive and still very, in many ways, quite primitive in technology. In terms of modern technology, there are only, I think, 3 sectors in which things move very fast, and that is pharmaceutical, and that's also the internet and the information technology. And for some reason, some parts of the motor part industry has developed in India. But if you look at other countries also, there are many of them, Philippines, Malaysia, and even Thailand, where they're very labor intensive, and many of them have been pretty decimated, or are being now, by the pandemic. So starting these back again is going to be a problem and require thinking. Now, when a government has shown its ability to handle the pandemic as badly as has happened, I think I mentioned about, in the case of India, the 4-hour notice with which everything was shut. So suddenly lost the means of earning an income, and so hunger became a major problem. One has to think much more intelligently about it than has happened. I should make one more point and then leave time for discussion. Sometimes a crisis can actually help a country, because a crisis can also generate an atmosphere where people work together. I think a very good example of that is what happened during the Second World War. It's not often realized that while the per capita, while the life expectancy at birth increases every decade, there's an unevenness in that. In the decades preceding the Second World War, the life expectancy increased by about a year and a half, year to 2 years, I'd say. But in the war decade, the Second War decade, 1940s, it increased by 7 and a half years. And one might think that it's very peculiar that war should be a generator of life expectancy. The reason for that isn't the war. We are not counting the war dead anyway. We are looking at the beginning of the decade and the end of the decade when the war is over. But is there something happening which makes it easier for people to live longer? And the answer is yes. And there's something quite dialectical about it, because during the war, Britain, by the way, the statistics I gave was that from Britain, 7 years, 7.5 years, these are British statistics. Britain was really afraid of being starved of food, and indeed they had far less food in the early 1940s because of the war that's going on and the difficulty that British ships had in bringing grain into UK. So they had to deal with the problem, and this is the period in which the British public opinion shifted very sharply in the direction of sharing food. So rationing came in, controlled prices came in, and even though Britain had less food than it had earlier, for the poorest people, they were for the first time affording, they were able to afford buying food in a way that they had never been able to do, because controlled prices meant that the prices were really very cheap. So during the war decade, undernourishment fell, and severe undernourishment, the technical term, as it is called, severe undernourishment completely disappeared from Britain at a time when food availability was at its lowest, mainly because of the sharing. Now, as for those who are interested in food, and in my long life, I've been interested in many things, including food at some stage, there's nothing surprising in it. But what was very important is the development of the spirit of sharing, which became part of the war spirit, and that applies not only to food, but also to medicine. And that those concerns remained after the war ended, and they were the beginning of the European welfare state. And it applied not only to Britain, but also to France, to Germany, to Netherlands, and to Scandinavia, and so on. And what happened is that the spirit of the war translated into a spirit of sharing. Now that could have happened in the period of pandemic, and it should have happened. But in fact, the statistics is that it hasn't. To a large extent, the divisions remain. If you look at countries like America, the biggest suffering continued to be the American blacks, the African American. You look at countries like India, it's the lowest caste and the poorest in India that continue to suffer most from the war. From the war against COVID, that is, the fighting of COVID. And so the kind of spirit that could have led to a development of food, of shared culture, which would have made life easier from a poverty management point of view, hasn't in fact happened. So I think we will end up in a situation when the problems will be, the poverty problem will be very similar, excepting some additional concerns will have come in, and the problem of restarting industries, family life, and all that would remain. But on top of that, the advantage that the post-war countries in Europe got from the spirit of sharing that Europe managed to generate during the war would not be present, I'm afraid. So I think there are reasons for pessimism, but, countries still make do and still try to find what the best situation is. But the need for thinking intelligently and rationally cannot be overemphasized. This hasn't happened in most, it has happened in some poor countries like Vietnam and like Cambodia, like Thailand, but it hasn't happened in India and South Asia, in the Middle East and so on. So we have to hope that thinking post-COVID will be a bit smarter than the thinking as these countries entered into the period of the pandemic. I think I've taken longer time than I should have, and I could stop here and we could have some discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amartya. That was a wonderful presentation of both the potential failures of addressing the crisis that we're in, and with specific examples, but also the opportunities for taking advantage of a crisis to bring about the kinds of changes we need, and with your example of the increased sharing norm that evolved from a war situation. Do I have time for one question? I have many more, but I think at least I'd like to make this one question. Since the next session, can you hear me, Amartya?
Yeah.
Yeah, the next session.
The gallery.
Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you.
Well, at least you can hear me. That's the important thing. So I'll ask the question. I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. The next session is actually on a topic of democracy and sustainability. And knowing the work you've done and the centrality of bringing in the role of democracy in addressing and preventing famines, and the overall role of democracy in sustainable development, I couldn't help wanting to ask you how you see the potential role in the present environment where democracy is under threat in terms of dealing with this crisis and in bringing about sustainability in the future. That's a very small question there for you.
Yes. Well, I think democracy is under serious threat in the world today. And let me just get the chair. I don't know whether you can hear me very well.
We can hear you very clearly. Very clearly, yes.
Okay, good. I think the world is going through a real problem. And some of the things I discussed about India are problems of democracy. In no democratic country, the poor would be suddenly left with a 4 hours notice wherever they are, thousands of miles away from home, with all the vehicles stopped and inviting people to walk 1,000 miles going home. That is not democratic practice. And something has really seriously gone wrong there. In the case of India, since we are there now, that is, we're discussing that, suddenly Hindu-Muslim relationship, which for hundreds of years have been generally quite good, had suddenly been made much worse by the government wanting a Hindu, a pro-Hindu agenda and trying to treat Muslims as if they're not citizens of the country. Now, these are big difficulties for the practice of democracy. And there are these limitations across the world, actually. If you look at the United States, America had a racism problem for a very long time indeed, inheritor of the slavery system that prevailed in America. But now that there was a real chance of changing that with the consciousness of the evil of slavery, so you had movements like Black Lives Matter and so on. But it's amazing how much resistance that has generated, even in the highest quarters, and there's a lot of discussion going on in even this morning's paper about white supremacists becoming strong in America, stronger than they used to be. So these are problems. Similarly, a number of things that happened in Europe. I need not tell you that there was a real problem when policies were imposed by one country on another, and particularly when the European Union devised policies which were not in the ideal interest of some of these subservient countries, in the sense that they needed economic help. That wasn't part of the practice of democracy. And this is fed in many ways, and it varies. In Hungary, it may take the form of stopping immigrants. Hungary is not Britain, not America, not Mr. Trump, but it's Mr. Orbán who introduced first the idea of a wall that makes Hungary separated from, in this case, Serbia, and prevents what used to be the big route of global travel over thousands of years. Poland, since it's become so concentrated on dealing with LGBT, that is the homosexuality control, you get a different type of priority where the normal laws are often violated, and there are areas declared as guaranteed LGBT-free and so on. In Poland, that was Poland, sorry, and the Philippines, the excuse of brutally treating, often murdering drug dealers has given the authorities often a reason for shooting at normal population and generating a terrible stuff. So I think democracy, which requires thinking, reasoned decision about things would go, has really suffered a lot. I personally would say the way the Brexit was managed in the United Kingdom with propaganda which were never corrected about mistaken picture as to what's going on, and then the whole election in Britain was made to ride on the back of the Brexit issue. I have real fear that the democracy is going to face really serious difficulty in the years to come. We are hearing rumbling in America already that if the elections go wrong, then the present ruling party may not actually accept the result. These are not democratic thoughts. I hope this will not happen. But the fact that it's being raised means there's a lot of non-democratic thoughts in the air at this time. And since democracy is very central to the survival of reasoned social decision-making, I think it makes a big difference. Aside from teaching other subjects, I also teach regularly in combination with Professor Eric Maskin, a course on social choice theory. Now we know that even though there was a big Y-effect as based on Kenneth Arrow impossibility theorem that democracy may not be possible, that's not the problem. The problem is we may not have the commitment to have democracy, which is certainly possible if you follow sensible rules. And if you get an axiom structure that seems not fulfillable, then think intelligently about another lot of axiom structure which are sensible. So democracy remains the system with the greatest prospect and promise, and yet possibly in the greatest danger of being undermined right now across the world. So I have to say that I have pessimism about what is likely to happen, while ultimately accepting the real need for democracy as a solution of the problems that we are facing today.
Amartya, once again, thank you very much. We've run out of time. Your final point on both the necessity of democracy and for humanity, both as an end in itself and its instrumental value, but also the threat to democracy right now as being greater than ever, I think is the perfect challenge for the next session. So once again, thank you very much, Amartya, for being with us. And next time we hope you come to Greece.
Yeah, indeed. And have a wonderful rest of the meetings.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Thank you, Amartya. That was an absolutely fascinating discussion, and as you pointed out, you couldn't have set us up any better for the session that we're about to begin, which is entitled, How is Democracy Related to Sustainability? So the subject of today's conference, today's and tomorrow's conference course is sustainability, but we discussed this issue in the context of the political situation we find ourselves in, and I think it's fair to say, I think it was pretty clear from Amartya's words in the previous presentation, democracy is in retreat. It's wounded, and one hopes not fatally. I doubt it's a fatal wound, but it is certainly taking a breather. It's under attack everywhere. There are very few democracies that aren't being tested at the moment. Some are being tested to what we might have previously thought was beyond their breaking point, haven't broken. But it's a very, very concerning time from the point of view of this best of all of the worst systems available. So I'm really pleased that we have on the panel to discuss this topic of democracy and sustainability a super panel, some really special people who we're going to be speaking to and hearing from. We have Jeffrey Sachs, who everybody has heard of through his columns, through his books, through his speeches, but is with us today as the president of the Global Sustainable Development Solutions Network Leadership Council and the Director for the Centre of Sustainable Development at Columbia University. So I'm thrilled to welcome Jeffrey. We have George Papandreou, who will be a stranger to nobody in this setting. He is currently the President of the Socialist International, but of course a former Prime Minister of Greece. And a member of the Global Sustainable Development Solutions Network Leadership Council. And finally, I'm joined as well by Phoebe Koundouri, who we have heard from previously, who is a co-chair of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network here in Greece. So a super panel. Let's get straight into it. First of all, I'd like to invite Jeffrey to address us. Jeffrey, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very, very well. Could I invite you to give us some introductory thoughts, please, on this topic of democracy and its relation to sustainability?
Absolutely, and I want to thank you for having us, and thank George and Phoebe for being together, which is always wonderful for me to share a panel with them. We have massive challenges of governance that we have to solve for human well-being. And I think that's the starting point. Rather than jump into the question of democracy per se, let me start with the more general topic of governance and the problems that we're facing. We're facing multiple major crises. Of course, the pandemic is the crisis of the moment, absolutely dramatic worldwide, unprecedented in its scale in our lifetimes, and requires problem solving. It requires governments that can control a pandemic, which is a set of policies to be implemented in order to break the transmission of a deadly virus. In addition to that, we face multiple other crises that are of different timescales, but in some sense of comparable urgency. The most notable of those is the global climate change, resulting, as we know, from global emissions of greenhouse gases, deeply embedded in our energy systems through the use of coal, natural gas, and petroleum, and through the practices of massive deforestation. That's dramatically changing the climate. And while it doesn't operate on a day-to-day scale quite the same way as a pandemic, we're in the midst of massive upheavals. Now, that requires governance too. What kind of governance? In this case, not public health measures, but a transformation of our energy systems from reliance on coal, oil, and natural gas to reliance on wind and solar power, hydro, geothermal, and other zero carbon energy. The scale of fighting the pandemic is day to day, week to week. The scale of fighting climate change is more on the dimension of a generation, because we're talking about the long-lived infrastructure of how electricity is produced, how our cars are powered, how our buildings are cooled or heated, how our industry operates. And that will require basically till mid-century to make the transformation. But that requires a governance that is of a different order, that it can actually face a long-term problem in a consistent way, year by year, across governments, across politics, in a way that doesn't get derailed over time. Now, there are many other crises, and one other that I'll mention is the rising inequality in our societies, due to a very large extent to long-term technological change, which means that one, on average, needs better education and higher education in order to be able to thrive in an increasingly technology and knowledge-based economy. That's opened up massive social, cultural, geographical divisions in our society that in turn lead to social instability, resentment, heated political differences that are manifest, for example, in the United States right now, where the Democratic Party is the party of the two coasts and of higher education. The Republican Party is more the party of the interior of the U.S. and less education. And it's basically high school graduates that support Trump and those with a college degree or higher who find him abominable. And this is both a difference of class, geography, politics, culture, and so on. But it's driven by long-term technological changes that need to be managed so that we have social inclusion, harmony, and a middle class that doesn't disappear. Now, democracy comes into this question in really the question of how do you address these complicated long-term problems? I would say no government is that good at it. No form of government has any special provenance, perhaps, in this. Those of us who are small d Democrats believe that democracy is better because our governments are less likely to kill us. They're probably less likely to go to war on average, though democracies often go to war. They're probably likely to be more responsive to social needs, though evidently that's very limited in many cases. But I would say that those of us who are small d Democrats could go back to Aristotle and understand how fragile is democracy and how likely it is to devolve into some combination of oligarchy, tyranny, mob rule, and the like that doesn't provide what we want. So I think the governance is the challenge. The fragility of democracy comes in all the ways that it can be distorted. In the United States, if I could talk about my own country briefly, we have become a semi-tyranny in between elections, in that Trump, for example, governs basically by decree, not by legislation. This is quite stunning, and I don't think it's well appreciated internationally. Trump has basically passed one law during his presidency, a tax cut for the rich, which was sprung on the public suddenly. It was hidden from view. It was passed in a few hours. Other than that, he signs executive decrees, half of which get overturned by the courts eventually. But basically, he is what the Greeks would have called a tyrannus, a tyrant, in the ancient Greeks. This election is our last chance, I think, to stop this kind of tyranny, and especially to stop Trump's tyranny, because he's not just a tyrant, he's a thug, and does not exemplify democratic values to the slightest, and it doesn't exercise democratic instruments because our political system, though inform a democracy, has basically become an executive institution because it turned out, I don't even think we appreciated it, the word emergency or national security appears in so many places in our legislation that Trump basically says, it's an emergency, we can't take European products anymore. It's an emergency, we can't trade with China. It's an emergency, we suspend any ability of Venezuela to feed itself, and on and on and on, in a one-person show that's, in my opinion, utterly despicable. It's also been the case that not just Trump, but the U.S. form of government has been unable to handle climate change, not just now, but basically for 25 years, because it has very strong plutocratic features as well. We are a money buys politicians system. And even though it's legal and democratic, we will have dozens and dozens of billionaires providing the bulk of the, I don't know if it's the bulk, but a very substantial part of the campaign financing in the election that is underway right now. Well, that has meant that the oil and gas lobby has been able to forestall actions that are necessary for sustainability for a generation now, because we've been at this for a long time. Since signing the UN Framework Convention in 1992, the US Congress has not passed a single relevant piece of legislation to decarbonize the US economy, because we are a game of the oil lobbies up until now. Now the oil lobby is collapsing because it's the wrong industry, wrong place, wrong time, wrong century. And the prices have collapsed, and thanks God, many of them are going out of business because they're selling a product and producing a product that is just a danger for the world. But democracy didn't save us from that. So I'll stop here because we have such incredibly knowledgeable panelists, George and Phoebe. But just to say that the reasons for democracy are that democracy is a safer, more prudent, and potentially more profoundly more ethical system than the others, but it's a very difficult system to sustain. And it's the problems that we face in sustainability are very complex problems, longer term, technical, scientific, systems transformation changes that our governments are in general ill-equipped to handle, and our democracies have not handled effectively until now. It's not that they can't, it's that democracies are vulnerable to vested interests, they're vulnerable to plutocracy, now they're vulnerable to tyranny and to the inability to have honest discussions because of the social media, the Murdoch cable network of propaganda nonstop for the US right wing. Many problems are quite deep right now, and democracy is being tested. And by the way, the democracies have done pretty poorly in suppressing the pandemic this year. Trump is pathologically incapable of taking one single coherent public health measure. But Western Europe did not do well either. So our democracies are being tested, and if they're going to prove themselves, they actually have to solve problems. Back to you.
Super. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Before I move on to our next speaker, I did want to come back to you with a...
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Jeffrey? Apparently not. I did have a question for Jeffrey before we move on, but I'm not sure he can hear us at the moment. So I will instead move straight on to our next speaker, and I will come back to Jeffrey if the opportunity presents itself a little later on. Okay, well, let's move on then. Our next speaker is George Papandreou, former Prime Minister of Greece, of course. George.
Well, thank you very much for this invitation, and I'll pick up for what both Jeffrey Sachs and Amartya Sen mentioned. Amartya said democracy is an aim in itself, but it also is the best way to deal with these types of problems. But I also come to what Jeff said, Jeffrey Sachs, and mentioning Aristotle. You know, the ancients looked a lot at the different systems, and they were very clear that, you know, stable democracies also mean a much more equal society with a middle class, and otherwise they will degenerate into demagogues, mobocracy, or tyranny, as was mentioned by Jeff. Now, what we see today is not actually, I would say, a perfectly functioning democracy, because we have partly because of technology, as Jeff said, but also partly because of globalization. In what way? In the fact that capital can move wherever it wants to go and avoid, basically, its responsibilities towards our national societies, our countries. It can hide. It can move out, go to places. And so the social contract that was there, that was keeping the glue of society together, is no longer there. They can hide in tax havens, they can go to wherever, but they also can concentrate huge amounts of wealth, and what we're seeing today, which then comes back to capture democracy or sideline democracy. So I would say that we're not actually seeing democracy in its best times, so it's not a crisis of democracy, it's not a crisis that democracy is the problem, it's that we don't have the democracy we need. Now, I say this because there are two opposing views, and I have been tasked in the Council of Europe, a member there also, which is a very democratic, but it's 47 countries, to talk about an issue which is, can participatory democracy play a role in sustainable development and dealing with this transition? So what I would say is we need not less but more democracy. Now there is, of course, as some have said, they see these things like the climate crisis as an emergency, and therefore a more authoritarian regime will be able to make quick decisions, take the political costs, move things, and the other side that says no, that is not necessarily the case. Actually, a more democratic society will be have greater resilience and greater adaptability. So I would take the second position and give you a few points on why I see it's important and link it to sustainability. First of all, the trust in our political institutions. Because of this sense of powerlessness, for a number of reasons, I mentioned them earlier, our citizens do feel alienated and divided, as Jeff said about the U.S. It's not only a U.S. problem. Lobbies concentrated money, captured democratic institutions. Citizen participation, if we can widen citizens' participation, I believe that will also help restore trust. And that's crucial in tackling crises, whether we talk about the pandemic today or the climate crisis. Secondly, collective knowledge. Many intellectuals have been talking about the wisdom of the crowd or the wisdom of the collective. I believe that more well-informed collectives can actually make better decisions than one expert alone, as long as they do work in unison and have good information, scientifically sound. And this, of course, will be of great importance. If we can harness this wisdom and knowledge we have a great amount of wisdom and knowledge in our societies. Participation, deliberation can help on this. Thirdly, social cohesion. We need to work closely with the scientific community, and Jeff is part of this huge network of the SDSN, very important scientific community. But these will have to end up in political decisions. And the scientific community will give us alternatives, but in the end, we will have to make political decisions to see how we deal with the issue of climate change. And there are issues around particularly social cohesion. Let me give you an example. Renewable energy. Will this be basically taken up by the big multinationals? Will they own, solar and wind and maybe geothermal energy? Or will we give power to the people, to put it that way? That is, people will be not only the consumers, but the producers, their houses and so on, really spread out this power, this producing power, or some form of a combination. These are political decisions. And I would say the more we bring in citizens into this discussion, the more they will own this process, but also they will inform our political decisions to make sure that we do have a social cohesion. I mean, this was an issue that Macron faced with the Gilets jaunes, with the Yellow Jackets, when he made an important decision to tax carbon, but hadn't realized that certain groups of the society would be unduly hurt. And other countries now are talking about the climate dividend, or the energy dividend, if you like, where the taxes or the money that is brought in from carbon tax will be redistributed in one way or another to help those that may be unduly hurt.
A fourth point, I think, is that very important, is that the climate change issue is not a one-off crisis. It's a very long-term crisis. And this is where people will criticize democracy, saying, well, can democracies plan for a long term? Well, I think even our companies in the stock market are under pressure to do their quarterly profits, which is, I think, crazy also. But anyway, if we want long-term planning, we need our citizens to own this process. So it doesn't really matter if governments change. It's the citizens that are owning this process. Changing in consumer habits, production habits, our diets, and of course the way we consume energy. These are issues that have to be owned by our citizens, and participatory processes could be very useful. They will also be an educating process. When people responsibly participate, they learn about it. They want to be informed. They want to get beyond the conspiracy theories and the fake news because they know it's something that they have to live with, their decisions, and so on. So I think this is very, very important. A final and fifth point, and I just on this previous point, the initial reaction to COVID, we knew what the scientific community told us, and whoever followed it did well. But as this is going on longer, we need more responsible citizenry, and that is something where you need people to really feel that they are being respected, but also participating in this decision making. But I would come to an age-old question, which I would pose: why do we assume that authoritarian leadership will make the right decisions on climate? Why is that an assumption? Actually, I would say that many demagogues or populists or authoritarian figures of our times have failed miserably in dealing with the COVID crisis, and America is one of these examples. Brazil is another. And I like to quote a friend of mine, well-known author Ivan Krastev, who only recently wrote. He said, "Authoritarians only enjoy those crises they have manufactured themselves. They need enemies to defeat, not problems to solve." And here we are in the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. We're looking for solutions. We're not trying to find enemies to defeat. And on the contrary, when we do see, and there have been experiments, Ireland is one, the UK also has this, done this recently. France has done this with the, I think it's the Conseil des Citoyens on the climate issue. Ireland did it on the abortion issue, the citizens' assemblies or citizen councils. We strikingly can see that, in fact, people wisely make decisions in Ireland, not only on abortion, but also 80% of the citizens in the citizens' juries actually were willing to decide to pay higher taxes on carbon-intensive activities once they went through this process. So what I'm saying is that we need more democracy. We need new, innovative ways of looking at democracy. This, of course, means political changes, but I believe that that is the way if we are going to deal with the difficult transition of our whole societies to adapt to a new sustainable world.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Jeffrey, can you hear us now? Are you with us?
I am.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm going to mute you once again because I'm now going to pass directly on to our third speaker, and then I'll come back. I have some questions actually, which I think may challenge all three of you, but I want to pass on to our third speaker before we proceed to any questions.
Great.
Phoebe, can I invite you to speak, please?
Yes, thank you. It's really a true pleasure and honor to share the panel with Jeff and George. Nowadays, I see Jeff more than my family in teleconferences. So I think this means that people are starting to care about this sustainability transition and a sustainable recovery from the pandemic in our region of the world. And we owe this to people like Jeff, and in particular to Jeff, who mobilized this huge global network for sustainability transition, and I want to thank him for that. Well, the first known democracy in the world was here in Athens. Back then, however, all adult citizens were required to take an active part in the government. That's crucial. And it relates a lot to what Jeff and George said about really having a participatory democracy. Recently, obviously, as we heard from Amartya Sen, but also the previous speakers, the global debate on democracy is increasingly marked by distrust. Distrust of democratic institutions, of democratic processes, and the elected representatives. There is no one-size-fits-all model of democracy. Each country must find the model that works for its circumstances. However, there are 4 fundamental characteristics of a democracy: inclusiveness, popular control, transparency, and considered judgment. The last one is very important. All of them are very important, but it is very important when you are going through transition phases, structural breaks. It means that decisions must be based on people being adequately informed, understanding the position we are in, and making decisions that are based on scientific evidence integrated into the circumstances of the country. In 2015, the UN Agenda 2030 and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals were signed by 193 countries. And this is an agenda for people, the planet, and prosperity. And there is one goal, Goal 16, that tries to mobilize a global effort to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective and accountable inclusive institutions. Another important aspect of democracy is equality of individuals. It is essential for democracy, and it has been mentioned from both Jeff and George. Each individual, regardless of his advantages or disadvantages in society, it's on equal footing based on the merits of his ideas and the support the majority he or she can attract with his ideas. Equality is also included in the SDGs. Obviously, SDG 10, which is about reducing inequality, mostly equality of wealth and income, but also SDG 8, which is about inclusive, sustainable economic growth, employment, and decent work. All of these SDGs that I mentioned up to now, they face significant challenges with regards to implementation. And I would like to also explicitly say that all 17 SDGs are crucially dependent on equality and the right functioning of democratic institutions, transparency, and inclusiveness. And the 6 transformations, health, education, decarbonization, sustainable management of land, sea, and oceans, sustainable cities, and digitalization for sustainable development, are all based on the principles of inclusiveness, the principles of popular control, transparency, and considered judgment. So all we try to do with the transition to sustainable development and the sustainable recovery and job-based sustainable recovery from the pandemic, it's very relevant, and it's basically grounded on issues of equality and democracy. The European Green Deal explicitly refers to just transition, that is, a transition that is inclusive enough for everybody to be able to be on board. And just transition happens if you provide the capacity building of your workforce and your stakeholders in order to be able to be on board. The fourth industrial revolution creates a huge a technological leap that we need to follow. To be able to follow it, we need capacity building, and we need to change in a systematic way. We need systems innovation. We need to innovate the system in which our economy, society, financial systems, and the interaction between humans and the environment interact. Yes. So that is why it is important to base our just transition on the concepts of equality, democracy, and inclusiveness. And I would like to end with some very short recommendations from the current statement of the Lancet Committee from COVID that Jeff chairs, and I have the honor to co-chair the Green Recovery Task Force. This committee identifies that COVID has brought to light inequality, social, economic, and political, including wealth, health, well-being, social protection, access to food, health care, and schooling. And indeed, in this pandemic, the vulnerable bear the proportional burden in meeting the urgent in the current circumstances. What we need at the moment is solidarity and multilateralism. We need the IMF, the World Bank, the multilateral and regional development banks to provide the official development aid. They promised the 0.7% of their GDP, but also provide more. And this is crucial for the sustainability of the globe and the interrelationships between the countries and the continent. And this is what we try to do as UNSDSN, Greece, Climate Kick Greece, and the a big number of universities and research institutions that are committed in identifying in a systems innovation approach pathways, technological policy pathways, but also the supporting financial portfolio pathways for an inclusive, people-centric, rights-based, participatory, job-based green recovery. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Phoebe. I want to go to a couple of really, really quick questions. So I'll ask you to keep your responses brief, if I may. Hard as it is, I know these issues are extremely complex, and they do invite deeper thought that we're able to give them right here. George spoke of the need to widen citizen participation to restore trust. I find that interesting and clearly important. I mean, what would be the point of a democracy if you didn't have citizen participation? It seems to me at the moment that we have a fairly wide participation of citizens in politics, not necessarily in the spirit that we would like to see. So we've got people enraged, outraged, tribal, taking sides, one side or the other, that people seem to be more whipped up at the moment, and therefore participating perhaps in democracy with an energy that we haven't seen for a while. It's not helping. So if I can ask you first, Jeffrey, how do we channel this citizen participation and in a way that allows us to draw more people in to the democratic field, if you like, but in a way that results in solutions rather than just more problems and more conflict?
It's a great question, and I think that there's a difference between being whipped up and participating. We have, well, start with ancient Greece. People went and they voted, and assuming you weren't a slave, you had the chance to participate, and you were a man, you had the chance to participate directly in Athenian politics in the 4th century BC. Right now in the US we have representative government, but the scorn for the Congress is at record levels because the feeling is the Congress does not represent public opinion even. And perhaps the most striking fact of American politics for me over the period of the last 20 years is that what commands a majority position in the public, for example, the shift to renewable energy or moderate gun control actions or countless other, or taxing the rich more, precisely do not translate into actual policies because there's a break in the process between public opinion and what comes out of the sausage machine. And to my view, one of the main reasons for that is the plutocratic nature of the election process. Intervening in the process are rich campaign contributors, and what all of our politics in the US political science analysis shows is that it's only the top of the wealth distribution that actually has a say in the real political outcomes. So this is why we need a different institutional approach. I would start with public financing of elections, clearly, rather than private financing of elections as one major factor. George mentioned citizens' councils. I think that that is a very good and important kind of innovation. That is government by lot rather than by election, but that can be quite democratic or quite representative, let's say. But I think a third way could be in a way that we haven't really discovered yet, using the digital technology to allow more direct participation in legislative drafting, in inputs to the legislative process. The reason we have representative democracy rather than direct democracy as in ancient Greece or modern Swiss cantons is a scale phenomenon. You can't have 330 million Americans in Washington, D.C. in the same way that you can get Swiss citizens together in their local canton. But online, we could do an enormous amount of direct participation, actual voting, actual drafting, actual testing of public opinion in a way that we do not do. This won't happen from one day to the next. There are obviously many profound questions about how to avoid truly mob rule in such an environment. But the idea, to my mind, of using the online digital world to increase participation significantly would make a difference. The other thing in the US context, which is specific, is we have active voter suppression in the United States. The Republican Party is committed as a party, state by state, to keeping people of color and poor people from voting. It is the most vulgar, obscene, on the surface, evident process. It's so cynical you can't even stomach it, but it is actually our reality. It has, unfortunately, 170 years of, or 160 years of history to keep African Americans from voting. That's as American as apple pie, I'm sorry to say. But another way that we could move forward is online voting, which would give the capacity for universal voting. And Trump would never stand a chance in the world of being president with universal voting. So this would be another way forward.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jeffrey. That's really, really clear. Phoebe, can I move on to you before I go to George on this question? How do we channel citizen participation and widen it in such a way that it is productive and collaborative and it works for the solutions we're looking for?
Yes, we do that in our work. It's called systems innovation. And what we try to do is to engage all different parts of the society, the policymakers, the politicians, the civil society, the technology developers, the academia, the businesses, the financial institutions, and start engaging them into the discussion of a very specific problem. So you identify the problem owner. For example, let me give you an example so that it becomes very clear. Very briefly, you identify the problem owner. For example, you want to decarbonize the ports of your country, and you bring in all the relevant stakeholders that have an interest, are affected by this potential decarbonization. You discuss with them and co-design with them their future vision, and then you co-develop the pathways that will enable them to implement the future vision. To do this, you need to make it explicit that they are part of the process, so you become inclusive. You need to make it explicit that the outcome of the process will affect them. So if this process means that at the end of the day a law will be enacted, this law will be implemented. It will not be something that it will be a law but nobody implements. If technology providers are there to support them and create capacity building for them to use the technology, this will be equally distributed and not selectively. So you need to create commitment of the stakeholders for the future vision, and to create commitment, you really need to engage them and make them co-designers. And the digitalization will then work. What Jeff says will work, definitely, but you need to make those who are using the digital voting or the digital consultations to convince them that their participation will matter, and also create for them enough capacity to be able to understand the problem and contribute constructively to the problem. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. George, you raised this issue, so I want to give you the last word on it. I think both of two other speakers have been very focused on the solution side of this. What's the solution for you? You raised it as an issue, as a challenge. What's the solution?
Well, there are many solutions, but if we want to talk about democracy, I think I just wanted to reiterate what Jeff and Phoebe said too, but he talked about plutocracy. Money in politics has undermined our democracy. Absolutely. Secondly, a sense of powerlessness because of that, as it captured democracy, is creating rage. And the Facebooks, I would say, are a false empowerment. It's not a real empowerment, and that makes people even more angry. And of course, the algorithms that create even more hate speech and so on. The issue of respecting the citizen and respecting the capacity of the citizen, we as a community, that's a deep belief. It's a belief that, yes, our community can collectively decide, and we can work together, means we need to innovate new structures to make that possible. Jeff mentioned direct democracy through using technology. As a matter of fact, I would say, let's think of a fourth branch of government, a deliberative branch. We could make an electronic agora. We tried this when I was Prime Minister. We called them wiki laws. We would put the laws onto the web for everyone to see before they would be legislated. They would have to come, the ministers, to the cabinet with the proposals from our citizens. We would discuss them. Some we would accept, some not. And then they would go for further discussion in the Parliament. Now that, of course, needs to be developed even more. But these, I think, are the types of new ways of bringing in citizens to really be part of this process. Not every 4 years when it just becomes a fighting match, who's going to get the power? No, the power should be devolved into our citizens in deliberating throughout the time. Now, I also think that this is a time when politicians need to be both educators, but also be educated. This is where Phoebe and Jeff, the solutions network has been very important. We need informed decisions, we as politicians and as citizens too. But the more we can get our citizens involved, the more they will seek out the right information, as they will know that their decisions will affect their lives. It's not somebody else's decision, it's their decisions. And that is the hope, that we will be able to become more moderate in our way of dealing with things. Now, of course, politicians also have to legislate, and there are many things that we can do to legislate. I don't want to get into for sustainable development, but that is in an ideal world. We can get our feds and our central banks not to invest, not to help investment in carbon economy. We can talk about the stock markets, and how they should be more participatory and less, short-term plan. We can talk about taxes of CO2, educating for global citizenship, but also, as I said earlier, for participation. New forms of public health and food industry, new investments in energy, and as I said earlier, solutions that are participatory. But for democracy, I think we need to liberate democracy from the captivity that it is today, and also give the capacity to our societies to be more involved. Our society, our citizens in the end, I believe in them if we do trust them.
That's fantastic. I mean, I do love I find very stimulating the idea of innovation. We're in Greece, where democracy was invented, and here we are thousands of years later talking about innovation, which I think is probably a good way of summing up the day, extracting opportunity from a challenge. I'm tremendously grateful to our three panelists today. Not least because they've done their very best to keep us to time. It's my failure that we're slightly over. So thank you very much, Jeffrey Sachs, George Papandreou, and Phoebe Koundouri. Thanks very much. That concludes things for today. It's been a tremendous day. We've gone at a very, very high pace, and we've covered a tremendous amount of ground. Tomorrow is going to be just the same. So please do rejoin us tomorrow morning for our opening session, which will be about sustainable cities. Thank you from me, and we'll see you tomorrow.